Okay, so shalom, good morning to all of you. I take great pleasure in welcoming you all to this conference titled Comparative Aspects of Remembrance, Memory Politics, and Interstate Conflict, Eastern, Southeastern Europe, and the Middle East. Only a week ago, Jews around the world celebrated Hanukkah, or the Festival of Lights, commemorating the recovery of Jerusalem and the subsequent rededication of the Second Temple at the beginning of the Maccabean revolt against the Hellenistic authorities. This took place in the 2nd century before the current era. Interestingly enough, Israeli President Yitzhak Herzog decided to lit the first Hanukkah candle at a shrine in the West Bank city of Hebron. Since several papers in today's conference will refer either to memory sites and or to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, I want to devote 2 minutes to this specific episode. Speaking at the shrine, also known for Jews as the Cave of the Patriarchs, and for the Muslims as the Abraham Mosque, Herzog said that the Jewish connection to the city and the tomb are, and I quote, beyond all controversy. But it was not the religious, historical, or emotional ties of Jews to Hebron that were at stake here. It was no coincidence that dozens of protesters gathered near the holy site and held signs calling to banish the light, in reference to a famous children's song for Hanukkah, that is to, in this case, that is to end the Israeli occupation of the West Bank. While the president lights a candle with Baruch Marzel and the Kahanists, said the Peace Now organization, security forces are preventing law-abiding citizens from exercising the right to protest. They referred to the ultra-nationalist former politician Baruch Marzel, banned from running to the Knesset, who had visited this specific shrine that same day or a day before. The Cave of the Patriarchs is also the site of one of the worst incidents of Jewish settlers' violence against Palestinians, the 1994 massacre carried out by Baruch Goldstein, who opened fire on Muslim prayers, killing 29 people and wounding more than 100. The fundamentalist Muslim organization Hamas was quick to denounce what they considered as Herzog's provocation and called on Palestinians to confront Israeli forces on the scene. Sites of memory, as we will discuss today, are often transformed into sites of conflict within and without national, ethnic, or religious communities. We all hope to celebrate this conference here in person on our wonderful campus and meet you all for the first time, but as you are all aware, the circumstances still do not allow us to have you with us here, so we opted for an online conference. This conference follows a similar colloquia that we held at the Daniel Abraham Center in collaboration with our European Studies program and with Heinrich Heine University of Düsseldorf. Previous conferences included Solidarity in the European Union, Challenges and Perspectives, Media, Freedom of Speech and Democracy in the EU and beyond, and Energy Cooperation and Security in the Eastern Mediterranean. Now, all these conferences resulted in the publication of edited volumes. Here are a couple of examples for those of you interested, and they are all available both in print and electronically. And the idea this time is the same, to publish a selection of the papers presented in this conference in the form of an edited volume. Now, this conference is yet another academic event initiated and conducted, should I say, by Dr. Angelos Giannakopoulos, who had spent several years here in Israel with us, and now is supposed to be in Kiev, but is not yet there due to the pandemic. Angelos, as energetic as always, has been the dynamo behind this conference, and it would not have been possible without his vision and energy. So thank you so much, Angelos. I would also like to thank Smadar Kalmar, the Administrative Director of the Daniel Abraham Center, for the work she has put into this conference. And this event is also sponsored by the German and European Studies program of the National University of Kiev, Moila Academy, and the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Research of the German Federal State of North Rhine-Westphalia. So I'd like to thank all the sponsors or co-sponsors of this event. I wish us all an interesting conference, and thank you all very much for your participation. Angelos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask our colleague Frederick if he wants to say some words. He's the current Heinrich Heine visiting professor, DAD, visiting professor in European Studies at Tel Aviv University.
Yes, thank you very much, Angelos. So also a warm welcome from me. And I would also like to welcome you on behalf of the German Academic Exchange Service, the DAAD. So both Angelos and I, we are supported by the DAAD in our professorships in Kiev and here at Tel Aviv University. And maybe you know this already, that the DAAD is the world's largest funding organization for the international exchange of students and researchers. It awards grants and scholarships for students and researchers to go to Germany, and also for German students and researchers to go abroad, and also supports internationalization of German universities and promotes German EU studies and the German language abroad. So it funds about more than 100,000 researchers and students every year. So I think if you want to go to Germany, want to do research, for example, in Germany, this is I think, great starting point, this organization. And as I said, it also supports the activities of the European Studies program here in Tel Aviv University. So I think we have a fascinating program ahead of us. So again, very much a warm welcome from me and from the DID to all participants and to our presenters. So thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words at the beginning.
Thank you very much, Frederick. Well, now it's my turn to welcome you all to this conference. Thank you very much for participating. Thank you very much in advance for your contribution to this conference. I will just make a very short introduction to this conference by reminding you actually what was said in the draft program of this conference I sent you some months ago. Our today's conference purports actually to explore in which way the past shapes the present, and how in turn the present, shaped as it is by public perceptions, influences the processes through which consciousness, historical consciousness, and collective memory are shaped. The particular interest of the conference vis-à-vis the role of historical memory and public perceptions towards interstate conflict is exemplified in the conflicts between Ukraine and Russia, Greece and Turkey, Israel and Palestine. Representations of the past take even concrete, visible, so to say, shape in public monuments and buildings such as the Cave Monastery in Kiev, the Hagia Sophia in Istanbul, and the Abraham Mosque and the Cave of Patriarchs in Hebron, which incorporate and spatialize remembrance and national narratives. not only against the background of the symbolic value of these buildings vis-à-vis national identity, the final scope of the conference is to discuss, firstly, how the past is instrumentalized in order to make moral claims and to prompt political action in the present, and secondly, how national narratives and symbolic politics influence today state relations and foreign policy in Europe and beyond. In this respect, we are really delighted that Professor Markus Pruch, senior investigator and administrator at the European Parliament, will highlight in the end of the conference in his keynote speech the European perspective of memory politics and interstate conflict. It is actually, I have organized in my academic life a range of different conferences, around 35 different conferences to date. This is, by the way, my very first online conference I organize. Of course, I teach online, since now 2 years, but this is my first online conference. So I totally lean on Victor, who is responsible for the Tel Aviv University technical support, so that everything takes place properly. So if a mistake happens, and it lies on me, so please excuse this, because as I told you, this is my first time organizing online conference. So now I will give the floor. I will give the floor to the moderator of the first session, Michal. Michal, you are in Krakow, right?
Yes, I'm near the Krakow because I live in.
Okay, so Michal will moderate the first session, in which two panelists will discuss about the issue. This is a frame discussion about today's conference issue and focus. Is a frame discussion provided by Professor Vered Vinitsky-Serusi from Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and our colleague, just a moment, Dr. Marco Sidi, Montalcini, assistant professor at the University of Cagliari in Italy, senior researcher fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. So please, Michal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the organizers for inviting me to be a moderator during this conference. It is a big pleasure and honor for me. And I would like to introduce our first speaker, professor of sociology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Professor Vered Vinitsky-Serusi. Professor Vinitsky-Serusi also heads the Harry Truman Institute, and she is a faculty fellow on the Center of Cultural Sociology of the Yale University. She is, or she was, a member of editorial boards of such journals as International Journal of Politics, Culture and Society, American Journal of Cultural Sociology, and Irish Journal of Sociology. Professor Vinitsky-Serusi edited, together with Jeffrey Olick and Daniel Levy, a book, The Collective Memory Reader, published in 2011 by Oxford University Press. And her recent papers include On Cloud 9, Positive Memories in American Presidential Speeches with Tracy Adams in Memory Studies, and A Living Place on the Sociology of Atmosphere in Home Museums with Irit Dekel in the European Journal of Cultural and Political Sociology. Initially, her research was focused on the emotional turbulence of the high school reunion in the United States. I mean, the book from 1998, After Pomp and Circumstance. Afterwards, Professor Vinitsky-Serusi started to examine the issues related to the collective memory and commemorations at the macro-social level. In particular, she centered on the events related to commemoration of an assassinated Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin in the context of the fractured collective identity of society in Israel. And this case study was a starting point for further exploration of the ways in which societies cope with their difficult pasts, embarrassing moments, and shameful events. Sacred collective time and space, state rituals and ceremonies as the keystones of every society, construction of national official memory are topics which Professor Wiński-Serussi can talk about very proficiently, passionately, and really interestingly. Title of Professor Wiński-Serussi presentation is "What Does It Take to Be Remembered?" Professor Serussi, the channel is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm not so sure I need to give the talk now because you've done it so well. I can just ruin the impression you all have of me. So with that disclaimer, I will try to share the screen. Before I do that, I just want to say good morning to all of you and thank you so much for the invitation and for all the work that has been involved with the conference. It's a great honor for me to be here and to open this prestigious conference. I wish, I'm a sociologist, I wish we could share the same space and time and get to know each other, but those are truly, truly crazy global times in every sense. Let me share the screen and let me know if that actually, if you can see. What does it take to be remembered?
Perfect, yes.
Okay, I'm trying just to move the, okay. Take a look at this picture. Do you recognize this woman? I'm not doing a real quiz here. This is Rosa Parks, Montgomery, Alabama, 1955. She refuses to give her seat to a white man. The rest is, of course, history and collective memory of the civil rights movement in America and of the first woman who expressed her right to sit wherever it is possible on the bus, regardless of skin color. Alas, she was neither the first nor the only one who did that, but she is the one we remember. Do you recognize this young woman, Anne Frank, who symbolizes for so many around the world the Holocaust and its victims? There were 6 million Jews who were murdered, but we learn through her and we remember her name and her story. I will return to these two examples later on in my talk. Collective memory is not a business of old-fashioned societies or only of the past. It touches on current issues, many of which are hot and controversial, and on identities, both individual and collective. And it is a serious topic. In 2017, in University of Virginia, Charlottesville, a young woman lost her life during a demonstration where the Ku Klux Klan demonstrated against demand to topple down the statue of General Lee, the commander of the South in the Civil War. While the idea of changing names of streets when regime change, I apologize for the sound, it's going to end in a second. That's part of the wonders of being in Zoom. Well, the idea of changing names of streets when regimes change, battles over school curriculum and history textbooks are prevalent. Tearing down statues steals the last 2 years witness a new stage in the fight over our surrounding, over what we want to see as a relic of the past around us. Ample activities in the West tear down statues that represent racism, colonialism, ideologies that are no longer legit, at least among some, and former historical figures that are no longer legit, at least among some. In the UK, in Bristol, protesters tore down the monument of Edward Colston, who was a slave trader. In Antwerp, the statues of King Leopold II was burned and then removed, following anti-racism protest. One last example of how relevant the past and its memory refers to the Polish memory law, a law that restricts in many ways what can be said about the role Poles played in the Holocaust and World War II. No less interesting is the fact that within Israel, there was a major argument between the government, which supported the law for reasons you can imagine, and Yad Vashem, the official memorial site and study of the Holocaust, that objected it. And we care because the way we were is the way we are. It's not, constituencies and crowds around the world are not crazy about those status because everybody cares about becoming a historians. Otherwise, our history department would be filled with students, which is not necessarily the case. But we care because the way we were is the way we are. Now, the issue of memory goes back to the Bible. זכור את יום השבת לקודשו, או זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק. Thou shall remember the Sabbath. Thou shall remember what Amalek did to you. Those are commands from the Bible. Throughout history, prophets and kings understood the power of memory. But a constitutive and an important moment, the sort of a highlight, arrives at the end of the 19th century when nationalism becomes prevalent. The idea of a nation state is totally abstract, and at the same time, the nations demand two major things from their citizens, two demands that are far from being trivial. Pay taxes, and the IRS is just a small example, and die for it. And you can see on your right side a picture of one of the first national military cemetery on Mount Scopus, 2 minutes walking distance from my office. Talk about working in a historical locus. So people who had nothing or little in common had to commit themselves to pay taxes and to die. And collective memory became in many ways the glue for nationalism. Whether to demonstrate the superiority of a particular nation in the scheme of human history, or to endow a sense of the nation's uniqueness, nation states in the late centuries showed interest in the past in unprecedented ways. There is another peak, so we often talk about the peak at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century of nationalism and collective memory. There is another peak at the end of the 20th century. I won't go into the difference and the different backgrounds for those two peaks, but what I wish to stress is that collective memory is not a thing and it is not static. One has to work really, really hard to construct it, to maintain it, and to sustain it. Sometimes I make a joke that it's like marriage. If you don't work on it, it tends to sort of fade away. So what does it take to be collectively remembered? I wish to present here very briefly 5 dimensions. The first dimension, when we as a collective wish to make sure that something will be remembered, the first collective is time to remember. If we wish as a society, also as a family, but I'm talking now about society, if we wish that something will be remembered, we better mark it on the official calendar. Once it is official Memorial Day, the media relates to it, prepares special programs, report on ceremonies, and so on. The educational system, which is a very, very effective tool in preparing the future citizens of the nation, relates to it, teach about it, conduct ritual, invest time, requires special clothes, white shirts in Israel, for example, and so on. All of that would not have happened without having an official mnemonic time in the official calendar. After the Israeli state was established, the government nationalized the Jewish calendar and turned it into a national one. In addition, the Israeli government added 5 to 6 we can argue 5 to 6 new national holidays, depends of course on how you count. 3 to 4, depends on how you count, are Memorial Day by definition, and the 2 others are bounded and coupled with mnemonic material. Someone believes in the power of memory in some nations, and Israel is, I want to say, the ultimate example, but it's not the only. One more dimension that we need to look and has to do with singularity versus plural. The power of one versus the weakness of the many. It is one thing to have Lincoln Memorial Day and Washington Memorial Day, which America used to have. And another thing is to have by now President's Day. The ability to affect, let alone control, content of a day when a collective is at the center is of course totally different than where the focus is on a single person or event. The second dimension, the first is time, the second dimension is space. If we want to make sure that something is collectively remembered, we better set a special site for it. A monument, a memorial, a square, a building that is associated with a certain person or event, an original site where things took place, a space that can be visited or shared or provide a platform for a demonstration or a ceremony. You can see here the sites where they commemorate the Vietnam War in Washington, D.C. It is a special multivocal commemoration. It started with the wall that you can see on the right side of names of the soldiers that died in Vietnam. The monument was so controversial, but extremely popular, that right after its inauguration, the statue of the 3 soldiers that you can see on your left side was added. Then the flag that sort of brought in a responsibility of the government, then a statue marking the contribution of women to the war. Decades after the war, whenever you go by this site, one can see people gathering around it, leaving flags, leaving hats, leaving notes, copying names of loved ones from the wall, sharing space, even if they don't share the narrative of the war. Another very known site is the one located at the heart of Berlin, the Memorial for the Murdered Jews of Europe. While here it is not clear what is remembered unless one goes down to the museum beneath the ground, it is clear that something is going on, and the location is one of the most central, if not the central, in Berlin. Its erection concluded decades of arguments and struggles, but here it is, and it is hard to ignore it. Following this memorial, homosexuals, gypsies, and victims of euthanasia demanded their special recognition, as we do understand the power of space and the power of mnemonic space. Similar to the issue of time, the temporal dimension, space is divided between mnemonic performances that are located in central locations like the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, and ones that are positioned in the periphery. No one wants to be awarded a street name where nobody lives and which is located in a deteriorated neighborhood. For years, it was hard, by the way, to find a decent road named after Martin Luther King in the south of the USA. The third dimension is the issue of agents of memory. Behind every commemoration stands people who care or have the capability, the right capital to carry the mission. Within this category, one can find architects, bureaucrats at municipalities and governments, poets, educators, ministry of members of parliament, judges, and no less important nowadays, filmmakers. Most of us will maintain, if we don't graduate from the history department about which we spoke earlier, most of us will maintain our collective memory once we are done in high school, by watching film and television series. So the power of those whose cultural productions we watch is enormous. Most of the world knows something about the Holocaust, either through the eyes of Spielberg and his Schindler List, or through Benini with Life is Beautiful. And the memory of JFK may have been shaped by the most important decision the widow made in the 2 days following the assassination. This is at least the thesis and the claim made by Pablo Larraín in his movie Jackie. Now, all of the agents of memory wish to make sure we remember something and perhaps forget something, but some have the capital to actually do so. The fourth dimension is the institutionalization one. It is very hard to maintain memory through volunteer work. One needs institutions that don't get tired, never get old, and don't pass away. Institution can come in different forms, such as legalization in the shape of memorial laws, and very popular nowadays from historical museums. Historical museums are one of the most popular platforms for memory. Alas, they cost a lot of money to be built and a lot of money to be maintained. Certainly during times where the technological expectation from such museums are extremely high. Here you can see two recent such examples. Both are at the top of the line of this genre, and I highly recommend to visit them. On your left side, the African American Culture and History Museum in Washington, DC, and Polin, the Jewish Museum in Warsaw. Recently, by the way, my theory about the importance of institutionalization almost collapsed, For the last 25 years, a guy by the name of Chemi Sal, an Israeli producer, a volunteer, was able to mobilize for 25 years resources and organize an annual huge public memorial ceremony marking the assassination of Israel's Prime Minister, Yitzhak Rabin. The event took place in the most important civic square in Israel and got a lot of attendance and airtime. This year, after 25 years, even Chemi Sal, now 61, gave up and personally demonstrated there is nothing like institutionalization to maintain a memory. The fifth dimension is the cultures one. The culture of the commemorating society. Here comes the question of the content of memory. While societies are never one thing, there are certain issues that fit better and stick better and correspond better to the culture, to the fabric of society. One case on which I'm working now wonders about the decades of negligence of a very important historical building in Tel Aviv. On 16 Rothschild Boulevard, David Ben-Gurion declared on the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948. Alas, for 70 years, the building has been neglected. In my opinion, the main reason for the negligence of the building has to do with the fact that nobody, and I know it's sort of provocative to say that nobody died in the building, and war was not attached to the building and its history. I see Ra'anan is smiling. In the Israeli Jewish culture, death, not any death, of course, death is one of the basic cultural things, one of the organizing principle, and if one wishes for a collective memory to stick, it's better and fit better the culture and perceived as worth commemorating. Death should be playing somewhere there. So culture also plays a major role in the construction and maintenance of collective memory. So what does it take to be remembered? Time, space, agency, institutionalization, and culture. Both Anne Frank and Rosa Parks remained in the memory, and all 5 dimensions can be found in their cases. But we have to remember that collective memory is very dynamic. As much as it is not enough to build a monument and go to sleep, things were forgotten or set aside can resurrect and gain life they did not have before. When Lincoln died, assassinated in 1865, he was highly controversial. He barely made it through the election. 60 years later, on the eve of World War I, America is searching for inspiration, for a public figure that can mobilize the soldiers and their families. And Lincoln becomes this figure, a unifying father. He did not replace the founding father, but he was placed very close to it. Yitzhak Rabin may stand the same faith. Collective memory is a process and no commemoration is stable. Look at what happened to this guy, Alexander Hamilton, that thanks to a very, very talented guy, playwright and composer and producer by the name of Lin-Manuel Miranda, and a very successful musical in Broadway with a constant shortage of tickets until COVID-19, made everybody in America knew who he was. When I watched the acclaimed television series, The Crown, which Her Majesty, according to rumors, did not like, I thought that maybe Prince Charles, thanks the agents of memory who constructed his narrative in a compelling way and thus assisting him to construct a better future collective memory of him, one that is different than the image he has as of now. Collective memory is about our past and our present, but we need to remember not to delve too much into that and think also about our future and the way we want to live it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very interesting overview on the factors influencing the development and changes of the collective memory. And I think now we will turn to our second speaker, Marco Siddi. I will try to shortly present him. Marco Siddi has a PhD in politics from the University of Edinburgh and MA in International Studies from the Vienna School of International Studies. Currently, he is a Montalcini Assistant Professor at the University of Cagliari in Italy and a non-resident Senior Fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. And previously, Dr. Siddi was a Marie Curie Fellow at the University of Edinburgh and DAAD Fellow at the Institute of European Politics in Berlin. Dr. Siddi focuses primarily on EU-Russia relations, European energy and climate policy, and European identity and memory politics. He has published in some of the high-ranked journals in his research field, including the Journal of European Public Policy, Geopolitics, Europe-Asia Studies, Politics, and International Politics. He participates in several research groups at the European Consortium of Political Research, and he is a member of the Younger Generation Leaders Network on Euro-Atlantic Security. Dr. Siddi is an author of 2 books which fit in with our today topic very well. These are European Identities and Foreign Policy Discourses on Russia, from the Ukraine to Syrian Crisis, and the second book, National Identities and Foreign Policy in the European Union, the Russia Policy of Germany, Poland, and Finland. Title of Dr. Siddi's presentation is Historical Memory and Foreign Policy in Europe. Dr. Siddi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and thank you very much for inviting me to this excellent event. I will try to share my presentation with you, and I hope it works. Here we go. Can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so I will focus, as Michael kindly stated, on the connection between historical memory and the use of history and foreign policy. So to do this, I will draw from recent special issue that I co-edited with my colleague Lina Klimenko. In this issue and in my presentation today, I will look at some of the questions that you see here. Trying to understand why political leaders use references to history in foreign policy discourses, what are their motivations, but also the sometimes unintended consequences of these uses and abuses of historical memory. And also, I explore which events are selected and which ones are reinterpreted and left out of their historical narratives. Here on the right, you see these two pictures which refer, I would say, to the same analogy or trope, which is very widespread in European and Western politics of memory. The references to Hitler and to Nazism as symbolizing the absolute evil. So these references are very useful to advance a country's or a politician's foreign policy agenda. And the two pictures here illustrate, if you wish, the Western Euro-Atlantic use of the analogy in the case of the Iraq War, and more recently, the picture below illustrates similar analogy built by Russian leaders, Russian policymakers, in the context of the Crimean referendum for the annexation to Russia in 2014. Very briefly, short add in a way, and also summary of what we did in the special issue. We have several articles focusing on a broad range of topics, from the use of historical memory in the context of the decision of the debate whether to intervene on or not in Syria in 2013, a debate that took place in Western policymaking circles. We then have case studies that look at the construction of historical narratives in Ukraine following the 2014 crisis. And then we also broadened our scope to look at cases, for example, the construction of physical sites of memory, what Pierre Nora would have called lieux de mémoire, so places that are reminiscent of a particular historical event and which can be used for identity construction, but also to justify certain foreign policy directions. One case that I will expand on in my presentation is that of silencing history, so of forgetting, which is a process that's very important in memory politics, but it is often left in a way in a second place, because we tend to focus more on the construction of what's in the narrative rather than on what is left out of them. So our analysis highlighted 5 ways of using historical memory in foreign policy. The formulation of historical analogies, so the one I've just illustrated, the comparison with Hitler and Nazism is a very frequent one, but there are a lot more, of course, that are built. And this is maybe the most widespread technique or discursive method of using history in foreign policy. We also have the construction of whole narratives, and with the rise of populism, often this populist discourse has become intertwined with this narrative construction. And we had especially one case study illustrating the Polish situation with the nationalist populist government led by Law and Justice, which is a champion in this kind of construction of historical narratives. So the populist element here, just to clarify, comes from the fact that a nation or a country is constructed as sort of underdog, so mimicking the typical populist construction of underdog against the elite. So in this case, Poland is constructed as an underdog which has to fight for recognition and also for independence in a way against more powerful elitist countries, no matter whether this is Russia or Germany on the other side of the border. Again, third way, the creation of memory sites. I think there were some even good examples in the previous excellent presentation. Memory sites, as I said, are also used for foreign policy purposes. And we explored, one of the authors explored the case of the Jasenovac Memorial, which is a site of foreign policy making for Serbia and Croatia in the light of the Balkan Wars in the 1990s. And then the fourth way that we identified is the marginalization and forgetting of the past, and I will expand on this in a second. Before that, I also want to list the securitization of historical memory, which is another very interesting phenomenon that we see at play when historical memory is considered as so important to be seen as part of national security. We have seen this phenomenon, for example, in relations, in foreign policy relations between China and Japan, where both sides try to defend their version of the past, especially of the Second World War, in various ways, through musealization, for example, and the Chinese side has been arguing that defending the Chinese narrative of the history, which emphasizes suffering at the hands of Japanese occupants, is a matter of national security. So in the remaining time that I have available, I would like to focus on one case study, which is specifically the case of forgetting history and how this reflects in foreign policy in the case of Italy. So here you see a few definitions. I'm not really going to go through collective memory because you're all very well familiar with these concepts. But once again, what I'd like to stress here is that forgetting is a central component of the politics of memory. And it is also an implicit, in a way, it's always implicit in the very construction of historical memories, because we cannot include everything in a historical, in a memory politics narrative. So we automatically marginalize some narratives and events. The work of Paul Ricoeur is particularly interesting in this respect because it highlights both the fact that when a narrative is constructed, some actors, individuals, are stripped of their power to, in a way, recount their own historical experiences, and they are sort of pushed towards accepting an official narrative. However, he also notes that this dispossession often occurs with a secret complicity of the individuals. So this is to say that very often, if we think about the example which I will discuss now, individuals who have been involved in colonial war, in colonial occupation, are often not very keen on remembering these events in the context of, in a later context, because they could also be held accountable for some of their deeds. So that's why Ricoeur talks about forgetting by avoidance, wanting not to know. And now I come to my case study. Very brief introduction, just to remind everyone of events that you're very well aware of, unlike many Italians, actually, many Italian citizens. So Italy has a long colonial history. History of colonization of several African countries, and also one European country, Albania. The colonial period coincided with the formation of national identity. So it left a deep imprint in Italian national identity. And it was constellated by crimes, what we would define now, but also in many ways at the time, crimes against humanity, such as the use of chemical weapons, the introduction of an apartheid regime in the empire in the 1930s. The way this colonial experience ended was very important because it ended as a result of a lost war. So the colonies were simply lost in the Paris Peace Treaty of 1947 after the war. And there was no process of decolonization similar to the one that other European countries such as France and Britain and the United Kingdom experienced. So this left Italians with two main, I could say, feelings towards the colonial period. The desire to forget, because the colonies were lost, and they were lost in a traumatic way through defeating war. And for the few people, well, not so few actually, but for the people that were involved in the colonial experience, a nostalgic recollection of the past, often in private narratives, in private contexts. Very important. So forgetting the colonial experience and colonial crimes allowed the birth of the so-called myth of the good Italian. So national narrative where Italians were described merely as victims of German occupation, which of course took place, but only in the last part of the Second World War. So events before 1943, the alliance with Nazi Germany, the racial laws, the war crimes, and the colonial past were simply marginalized or forgotten altogether. Now, if maybe I make some references to the ways this myth of the good Italian was constructed in cinema, this will ring an even clearer bell to you. Some of the most famous Italian movies of the post-war period, like Rome Open City, they emphasize this construction of the good Italian, which is simply a victim of German atrocities and occupation. And this trope continued also in later decades. I would say that Life is Beautiful also perpetuates this myth, as the bad ones in the movie are nearly exclusively the Germans. Or movies such as Salvatore's Mediterraneo, a bit more recent, not so well known, but also an award-winning movie. It depicts the Italian occupation of Greece simply as a bunch of soldiers playing football on an island, making love to local women, and so there's no trace of Italian crimes in Greece. So I'll try to wrap up now. Very briefly, as I was saying before, in the period after the war, the Italian post-colonial condition was defined mostly by forgetting. Even access to colonial archives was strictly controlled and limited, well, mostly put in the hands of people who had been in charge of the colonial administration even. They were simply transferred from the Ministry of the Colonies, which used to be located, by the way, in the building that today hosts the Food and Agriculture Organization in Rome, quite interesting from a post-colonial perspective. They were simply moved from there to the Foreign Ministry. So due to the lack of confrontation with the past, with the colonial past, many colonial cliches and racism survived in Italy, in Italian identity. And Italian identity itself was defined as white and Catholic, so excluding different types of ethnicity and religion, which of course exist in Italy. So we see the cultural effects of this construction very much today in Italian society, when Italian society is becoming more and more multicultural as a result of migration and globalization. And in terms of foreign policy, I would just like to make a poignant example of how even top authorities and representatives of the Italian state, how far they have gone in forgetting the past and even using this forgetting in foreign policy. So here we have a citation of Manlio Di Stefano, who has been Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. And as you see here, he went as far as arguing that Italy could be a protagonist of a new season of sincere and concrete multilateralism, because according to him, Italy has no skeletons in its closets. We don't have a colonial tradition. So here he's forgetting about 60 years of colonialism. We haven't dropped bombs on anyone. Maybe ask someone in Ethiopia what they think about this. And we haven't put the nose around the neck of any other economy. So again, and then the last lines reflect, I think, summarize very well the myth of the good Italian, which I have described and which has been perpetuated now for decades through discourse and even cinema. So, of course, I want to maybe end on a slightly more optimistic note. While the case of Italy and of many other countries actually highlights how difficult history is forgotten, left aside in order to look at the future, there are also some notable examples of how history is confronted and even difficult, extremely difficult past events can be confronted to advance a new and peaceful foreign policy towards neighbors. And here I wanted to highlight an event that happened, well, now 51 years ago, when West German Chancellor Willy Brandt went to Warsaw and kneeled asking for an apology for German crimes in Eastern Europe. And this is essentially the beginning of German Ostpolitik, which from back then allowed the resumption of peaceful relations between West Germany and then Germany and Eastern European neighbors. So forgetting is often not the right way to go. Okay, I would like to stop here, and thank you very much, and sorry for perhaps taking a bit more time than I was allocated.
Thank you. I would say that the most interesting are those issues from the past which are going to be forgotten, and this is our task. I mean, the representatives of the scientific field to look after these processes of forgetting. Not only because they are interesting, but because they might be sometimes dangerous. So we can turn to the question-answer session, and I encourage. Angelos would like to speak.
Thank you very much to both presenters. Very inspiring. I have a question to Mrs. Vinitsky-Serussi. As you have heard, perhaps on Wednesday, the Lee statue, General Lee statue, was removed in Richmond, Virginia. Does this make any difference to your evaluation regarding historical memory we have been speaking before? Vered, your microphone.
Yes, now I unmute myself, yes. The fact that a specific statue has been removed, I don't think it changed the entire issue of how are we dealing with a difficult past. Tearing statues down, toppling them down, moving them to a special exhibition, drawing on them some graffiti. You know, we've seen a whole lot different reactions to those statues. And the major question that those statues, in my opinion, at least exemplify is, A, how do we want our surrounding to look like? Where I walk around in my neighborhood, and if I'm walking with my kids in the neighborhood, how would I like my surrounding to look like, and what kind of messages I would like my surrounding to project? That's one issue. The other issue is how are we going to cope with all kind of embarrassing moments, tainted figures, and so on and so forth. And the question is, what are we gaining by removing them? Are we removing a specific part of history that maybe we want to study about, but in a different way? Maybe a plaque that actually narrates the story in a more complicated way may serve society better than just toppling down and removing, because we know that if we actually remove stuff, we may end up being removed when our term, for whatever term we will have, will persist. So the big question is, how are we dealing with such events? And there are different models. One model is, of course, toppling down and changing the space. And in some cases, maybe it's the best way. Maybe in other cases, using the statue in order to problematize specific issues, not by cleaning. You know, this reminds me sometimes of the PC, that sometimes it's for sure it's better to speak in a nicer way. But if speaking in a nicer way, just sort of cover what is going on beneath. So what are we gaining from this PC language? Unless we actually change something, just dealing with the way we look or the way we put some nice clothes, but the way we behave is horrible. So this is my, at least, thoughts regarding the issue of toppling down statues.
Yeah, could I add a brief comment here?
Sure.
Just to agree with Vered, and since Vered has been affiliated with Yale University, as you know, there was a big controversy about the picture in the president's office, in which a slave boy is depicted as well. And at first, there were criticism, demands, debates as to whether it is legit to keep the picture in the hall or not. And the university was trying to conduct research about the name of the kid and the origins of the kid, and was unable to do so. It was only 2 months ago, or less than 2 months ago, that the picture was put back on the wall. But as Vered said, it's not the issue of whether it's there or not, but how we interpret this, how we deal with this, what kind of narrative we offer alongside the picture or the statue or whatever. So now the byline is different. It says that it's, I don't know, the trader Yale with a young slave boy or something like that. So the easiest thing to do is obviously remove statues or pictures. The more challenging effort is to incorporate, to deal with this embarrassing past of our nation, society, whatever. Yeah.
Mr. Crouch, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for two really inspiring presentations at the beginning of our conference. I wanted to ask whether both Vered and Marco could maybe comment a little bit on in how far you see a difference between, you know, good and bad ways of forgetting, in the sense of forgetting, in the sense of suppressing memories, but also maybe a more, a better way of forgiving and forgetting. So in other words, because you could argue that in quantitative terms, there are many more things we forget about than we commemorate, we keep in mind. So in how far do you see, especially in the political realm, also the need to be prepared to forget, but from the side of the victim, so to say? I would just be curious to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Marco, you want to go first?
Maybe I could say something on this. Yes, thank you. I think that forgetting, or maybe to say it a bit better, shelving an issue has to be consensual. So the problem with forgetting and interstate relations is when you decide to forget something where you are not the victim. And this was the Italian case, because others will not forget because you have decided to do that. Actually, the opposite effect may occur because you're trying to suppress a story, then the victim will become more active in remembering it. So this consensual element is essential. At the same time, if there is an agreement between perpetrator and victim, then it could be beneficial also for bilateral relations to move beyond a certain historical issue. But this is the result of debate, negotiations, if you want. So it cannot be decided unilaterally. This is maybe my general point on this.
I totally agree with Marco that too often, and this is when we become suspicious, too often the perpetrators are really, really interested in putting aside, forgetting, let the past come by, while the victims, who more often than not still have not enough power to present their case. So I totally agree that it would be better if both sides or three sides or whatever agree what do they put aside and how do they want to recall the past. At the same time, sometimes, and this was clear for Germany, for West Germany, after the war, it was really important to put it aside for a couple of years to start build. Because if you just deal with the past and you do zero regarding your present and future, there will be sort of a less availability to even cope with it. You need to come from a relatively secured space in order to actually confess and deal and reconcile and do something and not to forget. So in some sense, and I'm referring here to Connerton, who wrote about the 7 ways of forgetting, and he mentions Germany and said, you know, for some years it was extremely critical to sort of forget. But it was well understood that it's not really about forgetting, but it's about a specific period in which certain things need to be taken care of, and then start to dig from the past all those atrocities and crimes and so on.
There is a huge debate in Spain nowadays as to the so-called Pact of Silence agreed upon by different political parties during the transition from the Franco dictatorship to democracy. And indeed, for several years, everybody agreed, quote unquote, not to deal with the crimes against humanity committed by the Franco regime after the end of the Civil War. By now, there are strong demands to reopen the discussion and to maybe try to put to justice some of the people involved in human rights violations during the Franco dictatorship. So it's not that you can somehow, you know, put these memories beneath the carpet, as we say in Hebrew. You can shelf them, as Marcus said, for some time, but they would reappear at one point when society is more mature or more ripe for dealing with past traumas.
Nina, please.
Well, I want to say something about maybe for the removal of the monuments, because we have to realize that nowadays we live in an era where maybe the new monuments are digitized and their videos and their documentations. So when a sculpture is being removed, it's being documented and a piece of media is being created. And the media, as we know, never goes away. It's always up there. And I think that's a much more relevant resource to commemorate an event or a perspective towards an event than the actual sculpture or monument which exists. I'm sorry, something is in my screen. But I'm saying, do you hear me okay? That the actual monument exists, of course, in a specific space somewhere in the world, which is not accessible by 99% of the world. And so this new kind of monuments which are being created, which are the documentations of the act of removal, actually, I think, kind of function like what Vered was saying, to narrate a new version of the history. So that's, I think it's just an interesting space, an interesting way to deal with that, because the removal is not really a removal. It's just another form of telling a narrative. And yeah, my categories. Yeah, that's just the thought that came up when you were talking about the actual physical removal.
Oh, okay. I have one more detailed question to Vered. Since I live even closer to Auschwitz than to Krakow, and I live in a town which was inhabited in 50% by Jews before the World War II. It would be interesting for me, your opinion, why Prime Minister Netanyahu decided to agree the compromise with Polish government related to the contested Polish memory law you recalled, and how this agreement was received in Israel, who supported this decision and who was against?
Oh, wow. You know, my answer would be less about sociology and more about Israeli politics. And I invite the rest of the Israelis who share this conference to give their explanation. But I can say that in my opinion, in my humble opinion, Netanyahu's decision had nothing to do with collective memory in the past and everything to do with present politics. He was searching for a bunch of leaders in the world that they can support his right-wing orientation, and the Polish leader was one of those top 5 whatever, and he was willing, in my opinion, to sort of sell highly important issues regarding both the Holocaust, but also academic freedom and the way we wish to ask questions about the past and discuss the past, and collaborated with ultra conservative direction. So it has nothing to do, and it touches on the fact that, you know, some of what is happening within collective memory, and Marco's talk, interesting and fascinating talk, really dealt with it, is how, you know, current politics small, ordinary, clear-cut, brutal politics affect the way we perceived our past and what can be done with our past. That's now in Israel, the reaction, of course, it depends. And first and foremost, it depended on political views of people, those who supported Netanyahu thought that it was the best, one of his greatest achievements in the world. Others, of course, were against. But in that sense, I would take a look at Yad Vashem position, because Yad Vashem tried for years not to be bipartisan, not to be perceived as a political institution, but as a static institution. In the beginning, they were sort of mumbling around it. It took them some time to compose their position, but once it was out there, all senior scholars of the Holocaust, like Yehuda Elkanah and others, were furious about this position and this wishing to sort of jeopardize so much for getting some current, political currency or whatever you want to call it. That's my humble position on that.
Thank you very much. And I have also one question to Marco. I would like to refer to Juliusz Mieroszewski. It was one of the most important Polish political writers on exile after the World War II, and he wrote in 1974 that international relations are based on the argument about the past in 70 or even 80%. And how do you think, what has changed during last almost 50 years? Is it so important now in the relationships, international relationships?
I think that the past continues to be extremely important in international relations. There are a lot of issues, major issues, where there is no common narrative. If we think about the geopolitical context with the highest maybe level of tension today, East Asia, this is a place where there are huge number of issues. I mentioned China, Japan, but there's a lot more. There's fundamental issues between even allies, South Korea and Japan, for example, on the issue of the so-called comfort women. There is no common narrative of the Second World War, or there are only some elements of it. So historical events that are further and further away from us stay there, and they become politicized, musealized in conflicting ways. So I think that this comment is still very relevant. Maybe if I can also add something on the previous point, based on some recent work I was doing, looking a bit at the foreign policy of the Visegrad Four. For Netanyahu, the Visegrad Four are an important, even if not extremely influential within the European Union, set of countries. In recent years, we saw even the invitation of Netanyahu to the Visegrad Four meeting. And I think there was also a plan to hold such a meeting in Tel Aviv in recent years. I don't know if this really took place, but my understanding is that from his perspective, they are an important talking partner within the European Union, not really to shape EU policies, but to for their veto power, because as you know, within the European Council, even a single country has veto power. So if you keep good relations with Poland, then you can block a certain decision. You can block a statement about for example, moving the capital to a different city. So I think this is what we saw. But of course, this is my interpretation. I cannot get into his head, and I'm sure that my colleagues here have much more accurate interpretations.
Yeah, just a small correction, not moving the capital. The capital was and is still Jerusalem, but moving the embassies, yeah, from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Right.
May I interrupt you, Michal, because there was a professor Hartwig Hummel from the University of Düsseldorf is trying to have your attention to ask something. I guess I take the opportunity to very shortly introduce you Professor Hartwig Hummel from the University of Düsseldorf. He is the coordinator of the European Studies program, and he's actually the one who secures the financial means for this conference, but also for the publication that hopefully follows next year. So if I may, Michal, I would like to give the floor now to Professor Hummel. Please, Hartwig.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and warm welcome from Düsseldorf. And thank you for organizing this very interesting conference. My question relates to the idea of victimization as part of the memory politics. And my impression is that many ways to do the memory politics deal with nationalism in terms of victimization, to put nations as victims, and so nationalism would be a kind of protection of the nation against whatever evil or whatever threat for the members of this nation will be there. And perhaps there is a kind of change of memory politics, which is behind or below or explaining the different ways we do memory politics today in as compared to about 100 years ago. We have a very lively debate in Germany about also about statute, about names of universities. Should we use names of all feudal kings or feudal lords for our universities, or some more democratic ways, like our university in Düsseldorf is named after a poet, a German poet who was kind of a liberal poet and has also a kind of Jewish background during the 19th century, when we had a democratic movement or nationalist democratic movement in Germany. So do we have a change of memory politics in terms of not putting the nation as victorious, as great, as powerful, and have a new way to memorize as nation as a protection against victimization?
If I may, first of all, thank you very much. I just want to, I totally agree with you. And towards the end of the 20th century, we see that sort of the expectations from nations are more complex, and sometimes we judge them not so much by how great they do on health sphere, on the educational sphere, but we judge them on how well they do apologizing. And the big question is, you know, apologizing for past wrongdoings is highly important. But the big question is, are we stepping beyond the stage of a commemoration and a new museum into actually making change and fighting for more equality? Because we know that more often than not, you know, more peripheral groups or more people that came from a background of being victims have less of a chance within society. So I wonder how much we actually invest in encouraging more equality, and how much we invest in just sending apologies, all those political apologies. You know, every single leader now feels the need to apologize for past sins. The big question is, what are we doing with those sins? I just, okay, and I'll stop here, but there is many discussions about the culture of victims versus the culture of heroism, and have the former one sort of replace the latter one. And what does it mean for the way we, you know, actually run society at the end of the day?
If I can just add a quick point here, it's more of an empirical observation. But this issue on victimization, and especially building national identity around victimization, in Europe at least, I noticed that countries where this is a very strong element at official level seem to have even more issue empathizing with the new victims today. And I was wondering why this is the case. So I'm thinking about, again, I come back to the Visegrad 4 and their position vis-à-vis migration, even though they are by far not alone. But my interpretation is that you don't want your place as a victim to be taken by other in mainstream discourses. So this would explain why some migrants are not seen as the new victims, even though you maybe had the same experiences as refugees just 30 years ago, and they are instead portrayed as a security threat. There are, of course, many factors, but maybe just some initial thoughts on this.
Angelos, please.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, by the way, thank you very much for your short presentations. We have plenty of time for discussions. We have 15 more minutes before the next session begins. You know, my point of view is the following. If we speak about national memory, we speak actually, as I have understood also from both presentations, we speak about the selective memory. Either we try to remember or we try to forget. Well, after having heard the presentation by Marco, I became actually aware of something. Of course, I knew about this, but you know, by hearing to him, I became aware about the following. I was born in Greece and grew up in Greece, so I was socialized in the Greek society, right? The war of the Greeks against the Ottomans, and my colleague Jeki Zaktar, who participates in the third session regarding, you know, the conflict between Greece and Turkey. We'll speak about this later on. Well, when we speak about the war of the Greeks against in the frame of the War of Independence, 1821, 1889, so we speak about the war against the Turks, right, in Greece. We speak about the war against the Turks. If we speak about the war during Second World War, the war of the Greeks against Italians in Albania, after invasion of Italia into Greece, so we don't speak about the war against the Italians, we speak about the war against the fascists, right? So the Italians does not play any role, do not play any role in this respect regarding Second World War, but Turks, they do play a big role until today in national narratives in terms of establishing an independent Greek state. So this is just a remark, you know, this is a short comment that makes clear that we do think in a selective way. It's about memory, national memory, according to what has to be proved today. I mean, what are our needs of interpretation today?
Can I jump in? One of the major arguments within, you know, memory scholars is the relationship between past and present in shaping the past. Is it the present and everything is by the present and there is nothing that the past can remain or retain, or it is the other way around? And basically, it's true that the present has a lot of impact on the way we shape the past, but within specific contour, there are ways to maintain specific versions of the past. It's not just the past is totally a victim of the present and keeps changing. Certain things maintain with us, and it's really, you know, sort of interesting to know what can maintain the past with us. And then you made me thought about another thing that we may want to emphasize is that on both poles, there is one pole of forgetting and one pole of remembering. Both poles are selective. It's not either or. The same processes of selection and impact and power and capital and all those dimensions that, you know, affect the way we remember also affect the way we forget, unless we are senile or actually, you know, all those horrible things that we don't want to think about.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Unfortunately, I don't see. Yeah. Oh,
if I may, I think extremely interesting issue was have been brought up just now. It's a question about immigrants' memory and immigrants' narratives, because until now it was extremely inspiring and interesting presentation. But if we look at the structure of European memory, is it still divided by the national narratives? It is still mapped as a map of national states. But history of European immigration is a long history, and especially in the modern times, starting from the 19th century and during all the 20th century, waves of immigration from Russia, from Greece, from different countries, just a fact of European history. Could we discern or realize or build any pattern of immigrants' collective memory or immigrants' narratives? It would be extremely interesting to hear your opinion.
Marco, you want to go first, or shall I?
Yes, this is, thank you very much. Excellent question. And I agree with your point that memories are still divided along national lines in Europe, very much so. We see some attempts to create a European memory. If we think about the House of European History in Brussels, so an effort, a museum supported by the European institutions in the heart of Brussels. The problem in these attempts is that, so first of all, there are objectively very different national histories. Secondly, there is a certain reticence in actually focusing on common experiences, because very often those common experiences are negative, or they are not, people do not really want to remember them. And to an extent, this could be the case also with migration, past migration. If I think about the way this is discussed in Italy, migration is seen as a difficult time for the country, which continues today, by the way, with a different type of migration. A time of poverty when Italians were poor and had to leave the country. So it's difficult to focus on, so to create a national myth or a European myth based on this. Moreover, some of the common experiences at the European level, colonialism, for example, they are deeply negative. And we see that these European attempts to create a common memory are very half-hearted and also often not very precise or honest. Because if you open that Pandora's box, then maybe you have to go for the German way of building a European memory, a memory mostly focusing on guilt. And the European institutions seem to be keen on finding some more positive examples, which, however, are not very abundant.
I totally, first of all, I just learned that I do need to go to Brussels as soon as I can, because I'm truly curious to see, because I remember when the euro, the currency was invented and everybody was saying, you know, this is like one Europe. I said, hey, how about the first, you know, common history textbook, or one memoir, or one something? Everybody thinks that economy is the most important thing. I said, yes, it's because you know nothing about collective memory. So we are still waiting for this common thing. Like you said, Marco, that, you know, just building a common thing around negative experiences is sort of troubling. I think that one of the terms that we can use when we think about is the issue of traveling memories, which is a concept that I think first was introduced by Astrid Earle from Frankfurt, and the way in which we can see certain memories, and I think it also touches on your talk, certain memories that travel from one cultural context to another cultural context, and eventually perhaps becomes common. So that's something we may wish to think about. In addition, there is one more thing, that as soon as we thought that, you know, the borders between countries, at least in Europe, are falling down, came COVID-19 and brought each of us back to the nation. You know, each nation had its own policy, its own borders, and we've been reminded that only if you're a citizen, you can travel here and you can travel there. So after so many years of feeling that the world is opening, came COVID-19 and sort of gave such a boost to nationalism and national borders and the importance of states and so on. Okay, we have a question here. What are the relations between collective memory and ideology? What we are talking about it, rather than manipulating of public consciousness to impose a certain ideology? I'll be very brief because it's a long discussion. There is more than one way to analyze or to think theoretically about collective memory. And if I can quote my intellectual, I would say my intellectual inspiration for so many years, who passed away this last year, Professor Barry Schwartz, was a great scholar of collective memory. He thought that, you know, in some cases, of course, collective memory is used to manipulate, but often collective memory is a sort of a representation of specific forces and are based on a consensus. I know that we highlight the controversial and the dark history and power relations and stuff, but some collective memory actually is sort of a representation of some parts of will of people to remember together specific past events. And if we think about collective memory, not necessarily at the level of the nation, but at the level of a family, of a tribe, of you know, fans of something, we can find that collective memory is much more than manipulation of public consciousness to impose a certain ideology. I think it reduces what collective memory is all about.
Yeah, sorry, Michal. Can I please ask you to close now here the session, because we are just in time to begin with the next one. Michal, your microphone, please.
My conclusion is that we need to find a pattern to coping with selective forgetting and selective remembering. And I think this pattern is listen to different points of view and be aware that there are different perspectives a part of our one. And I think that our panel, the most important achievement of our panel is this listening to different points of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was really a very really exciting session. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much to Michal for the coordination and moderation of this session. We have now, unfortunately, to move to the next session, to stop here and move the discussion. Really inspiring, exciting discussion, to move to the next session. Before moving and starting with the next session, I would like to ask my colleague, Professor Margarita Chabana from the National University of Kiev, Mohila Academy, to just say some words, a greeting to the participants of this conference, because as you have heard at the beginning, this conference is co-organized by the University of Tel Aviv and the S. Daniel Abraham Center at the University of Tel Aviv, the European Studies program at Tel Aviv University, and the German and European Studies program at the National University of Kiev. Please, Margarita.
Thank you, Angelos. Good morning, colleagues. First of all, I want to congratulate all the participants of this conference and, of course, my colleagues who will participate in this panel. I mean, Professor Taras Kuzyo and Lyudmila Petkoy-Mulha. I'm glad to take part in such an important academic event and saying a few words about its significance. This year, we don't have any opportunity to attend the conference offline, as we know, but in spite of this, it's an intense event, I think, because of the participation of very qualified academicians, famous experts in the field of collective memory, foreign policy, conflicts, international conflicts, ethnic policy, especially in Eastern Europe and Middle East. All considered issues is highly significant, highly important for Ukraine in present time, in time of hybrid war, and my colleagues, I hope, will talk about this. The most of all changes, both internal and external factors, of course, and as we'll discuss today, the social perception, some stereotypes plays a huge role. Ukrainian experience shows that in some cases, I want to add, forgiving, which has been discussed today, this morning, I think it's not the all-purpose strategy, and it would be very interesting if we will come back to this discussion. I'm sure that this day will be intellectually rich, and today we have a good occasion to share the ideas, to present the research results, and to get to know each other better. I hope as far as distant communication allow us. Hope in our discussions we'll find points for maybe prospective academic cooperation, maybe for some joint projects or research, academic research. The idea that the past shapes the present and present shapes the past is not just linguistically or psychologically interesting, but I think it also shows the essence of politics in general. We talk about relations between states, we talk about relations between social groups, and understand that the role of our perception determines these relations as well as it forms, it shapes a discourse around historical issues, around political agenda. In this way, political consciousness becomes a meaningful factor in the global context, I think, because it affects international relations. It's worth to emphasize, named by Marcus Cidi today, its cultural effect as well. Also, I would stress on its extremely close connection to political manipulation. This topic is very close to my research interest, so my scientific interest, so it will be very interesting to discuss some related issues. So I think that today's communication can be interesting for the researchers in different academic fields, for experts in foreign policy, domestic policy, political psychology, sociology, history, linguistics, and so on. I want to thank our organizers, the organizers of this conference, Daniel Abraham Center for International and Regional Studies, the European Studies program of Tel Aviv University, and of course, thank you, Angelos. You made great efforts to make this event possible, to hold this conference. So I wish you a great day. Enjoy the perfect academic environment and enriching communications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Thank you very much for that. In order to kick off now the session, I would like to very shortly present you the moderator of this session, Mrs. Vera Kaplan, who is a senior lecturer at the Department of History and former director of the Cummings Center for Russian and East European Studies at Tel Aviv University. So, Vera, the floor is yours to moderate this session.
Okay, thank you very much. It is a great pleasure and responsibility to continue this conference, which is started in such a promising and inspiring way. And we have two distinguished speakers today. Our first speaker is Professor Taras Kuzio. He is an associate research fellow in the Henry Jackson Society and professor in the Department of Political Science, National University of Kiev Mohyla Academy. Professor Kuzio is the author and editor of 22 books, including Russian Nationalism and the Russian-Ukrainian War, Autocracy, Orthodoxy, Nationality, which was published which is to be published in 2022, Ukraine Outpost, Dnipropetrovsk and the Russian-Ukrainian War. This book is issued or is to be issued in 2021. Crisis in Russian Studies, Nationalism, Imperialism, Racism and War, which was published in 2020. And he is a co-author of the book, The Sources of Russia's Great Power Politics, Ukraine and the Challenge to the European Order, and Putin's War Against Ukraine, Revolution, Nationalism and Cry. With such a list of publication, Professor Kuzio has a lot to tell us about the Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I've always been interested in the whole question of memory politics because it's the kind of bridge between political science and history. And there are not many of these kind of bridges, shall we say, between these two areas. I'm going to be talking today about the 4 decommunization laws which were adopted by the Ukrainian parliament in April of 2015, and looking at them from the viewpoint of course, Ukraine, but also the Russian viewpoint and the Western viewpoint. And I think the first thing I would say is that disinformation, wrong information, disinformation about these decommunization laws is not only something that you would expect to find in Russia, it's also amongst Western scholars. And I would divide these Western scholars into 3 groups. The uninformed, in other words, they rush to judge without really studying the laws. The second one, I would call them as biased. There is a tremendous amount of Russo-centric, Russophilic academia in my field, in Eastern European, post-Soviet, post-communist Eurasian studies. It tends to, every academic center in the Western university which deals with the post-communist world is usually headed by somebody who specializes in Russia. They are the dominant group in the post-communist studies world. And as I've pointed out in my articles, these in 2014, everybody became a Ukraine expert. Everybody. Of course, they're not. And most of them have never even traveled to Ukraine. And yet they allegedly are experts on Ukraine, but they never cite Ukrainian sources. They continue, even in the internet era, when it's easy to do it, they continue to cite only sources from Russia about Ukraine. So this also gives a biased, I think, approach. So, for example, books on the Ukrainian-Russian war would have, shall we say, 80, 90, 100 quotes by Putin and only 1 quote by Poroshenko or Zelensky, for example. Even one book was published on the war, and it had 3 quotes by Gorbachev, 1 quote by Poroshenko. So this kind of bias is quite deep, and it grew with the 2014 crisis. Another factor here is that many academics are left-wing, and therefore they refuse and cannot accept that communist crimes and Nazi crimes are equally evil. This debate has been going on in the West since the 1980s, whether you can denounce both communist and Nazi crimes at the same time.
But for many academics in the West, they refused to accept, and this was true of my university where I did my PhD. The professors were members of the Communist Party, and they would not accept that communist and Nazi crimes are equally evil. And the third group are openly pro-Putin academics. I mean, you have them in the West, particularly, again, on the far left of academia. They completely and openly repeat the main arguments of the Kremlin on Ukraine, for example, that this is a civil war, that there is no Russian military presence there. So you have a mixture of these. And I think added to this problem is that Ukrainian academics, I mean academics from Ukraine, very rarely get published in the West. I can probably count on my two hands the number of Ukrainian political scientists who get published in Western journals. That's, I think, a deeper problem, that Ukrainian academics have too big a teaching load. They don't do a lot of research and publishing, and many of them don't know English even. So that means that in Western academic journals, you tend to get more the Russian viewpoint than the Ukrainian viewpoint. So what is the Russian criticism of these laws? Well, we have to understand that under President Putin, particularly from about 2005, 6, 7, Russia dislikes all aspects, not just decommunization, but all aspects of Ukrainian nationality policies, including memory politics. It's easy to understand this if you read President Medvedev's open letter to President Yushchenko from August 2009, denouncing all aspects of, from language policy, memory politics, nationality policies. Why? Because for Russian nationalists, Ukraine should resemble Belarus. Ukraine should be adopting the same nationality policies and same foreign policy, same memory politics as Lukashenko's Belarus. There is no alternative for Ukraine. That is the correct approach. And if you're not doing that, you're a fascist, you're an agent of Western intelligence services. So that means you should be promoting not a Ukrainian history, but an Eastern Slavic history, the kind of history you had in the Soviet Union, where there is no separate Ukrainian identity. It's an identity where Ukraine was born together with the Russians in Kiev Rus, and always has wanted to live with Russians and will always live with Russians. The famine of 1933 was never a genocide. This was not directed against Ukrainians by Stalin. It was a problem for the whole Soviet Union. And of course, the Great Patriotic War. So the Russian leadership is extremely hostile to the decommunization laws, on the top of what it already was hostile to developments in Ukraine, because it understands these decommunization laws as part of Ukraine's attempt to obtain its independence from Russian influence and from the Russian world, from the Ruski Mir. This antagonism has gone even greater in the last 10 years because Russian nationalism under Putin has returned to Tsarist and white Russian emigre views of Ukrainians. The Soviet view was far more liberal, ironically, because the Soviet view of Ukrainians recognized Ukrainians as a separate people. Yes, they were close to Russians, but they were a separate people. Ukraine was a founding member of the United Nations in 1945, for example. But today's Russian nationalism has reverted to the ideology of a pan-Russian nation, Общерусский народ. There is no Ukrainian nation. There is no Ukrainian state. Ukraine is a fake country. It's a US puppet state. So therefore, memory politics becomes even more charged in that kind of context. What about the Western approach? Well, one of the dominant texts that you will see continuously quoted is an open letter published 2 weeks after the laws were adopted, and it was signed by 70, yes, 70 Western academics. This open letter was an example of fake news, because none of the academics had even read the laws. They just signed a protest against the laws on Facebook. And the areas that they criticized were all wrong because they hadn't read the laws. The author of the laws, David Marples, and a professor from Canada, is somebody who I know, because I've debated with him, is on record as refusing to accept that communist and Nazi crimes are equally evil. So that was his primary motive, shall we say. Why did they sign? I think all sorts of reasons. It was easy to do so on Facebook. They disliked parts of the laws, not all the laws, but parts, heard pressure. I think that this kind of approach to Ukraine's memory politics is actually quite unique. When Poland, the Czech Republic, the Baltic states adopted similar decommunization laws, there was never any open letters, never really any Western heavy condemnation of these laws in Poland or in the Baltic states. The Ukrainian, there was, so that's quite unique. And the executive secretary of the council to commemorate Babin Yar, the place near Kiev where many Jews were massacred by the Nazis, Vitaly Nachmanovich, says the following: Ukraine's problem is that they are all literally trying to throw at us from all sides a correct, in inverted commas, version of historical memory. Russians, Poles, Israelis, Americans, Germans, everybody knows what is the correct history for Ukraine to adopt. Why this is the case? Because the historical memory that is adopted then impacts upon the foreign policy, foreign orientation of the country. And he's right. That kind of external pressure on and criticism of Ukrainian memory politics, I don't think you get in other countries. I may be wrong there, but I've not seen it to that extent. Certainly, there was no open letter by 70 academics condemning, shall we say, Lithuanian, Estonian, Polish decommunization laws. So what was the open letter wrong about? Well, that there's about 4 or 5 areas, which this is my end of my talk. Firstly, they could not accept that, as I mentioned, that communist and Nazi crimes are equally evil. And this is one of the 4 laws talks about this. Now, if you put this in the European context, every European institution, European Parliament, OSCE, Council of Europe, has done the same. It's condemned both communism and Nazism as equally evil. So Ukraine's approach is not unique. It's just following the example of many European institutions. But for some academics, they cannot accept this. It's also not unique for Jews in Ukraine. Jews in Ukraine supported the decommunization laws. Why? Because they were hostile to Nazism, of course, but they also suffered repression and denationalization under the communists. And the Soviet regime camouflaged and hid all attempts to write about the Holocaust. There was no Soviet approach to the Holocaust. The Holocaust was subsumed within the Great Patriotic War. So Jews did not have a problem in Ukraine with the decommunization laws. Second question, Soviet monuments. One of the aspects of the laws was the removal of Soviet monuments. And the open letter condemned this, saying that this will be disrespectful to the Ukrainians who fought against the Nazis in World War II, because they were wrong. The open letter was wrong. Monuments devoted to the memory of the Great Patriotic War are excluded from being pulled down by the laws. So they are standing throughout Ukraine. They have not been pulled down, including in Western Ukraine. And therefore, it's not true to say that there's a disrespect for veterans of the Great Patriotic War. The main monuments which were pulled down were monuments to Vladimir Lenin, and that was about 5,000 to 6,000 monuments. Thirdly, another criticism was criminal liability. There is no criminal liability in the laws. The idea that somehow if you were in Ukraine and you were writing something critical of the laws, you could be criminally punished is wrong. It's not true. Many people, including Western academics, go into the Ukrainian archives are one of the most open in the post-communist world. Certainly completely different to Russia. You can come as a Western or Ukrainian academic into the archives and you can write what you want based on those archives and you will not be punished or criminally liable for anything. That's simply not true. And one aspect of this is the way you can be criminally punished, and that is if you propagate communist or Nazi symbols. Then you can be criminally punished. And there have been about 20 cases, criminal cases of this. But this is, again, not unique to Ukraine. 9 countries in Europe ban Nazi symbols, and 4 countries in Europe ban communist symbols. So Ukraine is not unique here. Another criticism was that there was no real discussion about the laws. They were quickly adopted in the face of Russian military aggression. Again, not true. These debates on memory politics and decommunization have been taking place since the Orange Revolution in 2004. And what the laws did, the laws kind of promoted and assisted the growth of civil society groups in different regions of Ukraine to create historical groups. So there was a great increase in interest in local history, regional history, in terms of collecting memoirs, collecting interviews from old people on the war and the famine and such like. So it actually encouraged historical research. Fifthly, public opinion. That's not, again, it's public opinion has been growing in support of the laws since 2014. And it's not the case that there's kind of widespread opposition to these laws. There's been no example of widespread opposition to the laws in eastern or southern Ukraine, which is one of the claims in the open letter. In fact, Dnipropetrovsk and the city of Dnipro, which has one of the biggest revivals of Jewish identity in Europe since 1991, and which the leaders of Dnipropetrovsk were 3 Russian-speaking Jews in 2014, who did a great service in protecting the region from Russian military aggression. And Dnipropetrovsk actually was quite radical in implementing the decommunization laws. And local Ukrainian activists and local Jewish activists worked together to rename, for example, streets in Dnipropetrovsk after Ukrainian and Jewish historical heroes. So there was actually no problems at all between sort of opposition from Russian speakers or from the Jewish community in eastern southern Ukraine. The Jewish community saw the decommunization laws as an opportunity to reclaim their Jewish identity in regions like Dnipropetrovsk. Finally, one of the biggest criticisms was that this would be official recognition of Ukrainian nationalist groups would be quite divisive. Again, this was taken out of context because the war the Russian war against Ukraine has actually led to changes in Ukrainian identity. This is not surprising. In any war or military conflict or bloodshed throughout history, identity begins to change much more rapidly and quickly. And what you've had is the growth of Ukrainian patriotism, not nationalism, patriotism, since 2014, including in eastern and southern Ukraine. And that means that items in previously in Ukrainian history, which were more contentious, like the Ukrainian nationalists of the 1940s, are no longer as contentious because they are perceived as people who are fighting for Ukraine. And so again, what's happened is that since 2014 is now there is a majority of Ukrainians who look positively at those groups, whereas prior to 2014, it was a minority. So that's changed. The laws are quite specific. They do not commemorate any Ukrainians who collaborated with the Nazis. So, for example, the Galicia division of the Waffen-SS is not recognized in the decommunization laws. So it's only partisan groups and Soviet groups. It's not groups that wore Nazi uniforms, like the Galicia division. It's also, I think it's important, and again, one of the criticisms, both Russia and the West, has been that these laws led to, and I think it's also a criticism in Poland, these laws led to a cult of Stepan Bandera, the Ukrainian nationalist leader. I have not seen such a cult. The Ukrainian presidents, both Poroshenko and Zelensky, who, by the way, is Jewish and a Russian speaker from Eastern Ukraine, have not propagated the cult of Stepan Bandera. That's simply not the case. And if you compare this to Russia, it's completely different. In Russia, Putin has promoted a cult of white Russian emigres. Just 2 months ago in the Valdai conference, Putin again celebrated the white Russian emigre Ilyin. Who was Ilyin? His body was returned to be reburied in Russia in 2005 by Putin. Ilyin was an anti-Semite, he was a fascist, and he denied the existence of Ukrainians as a people. This was a typical approach of white Russian emigres, but he's promoted as a hero in Putin's Russia today. No Western academics criticizes, except Timothy Snyder. He's the only one. Why is the focus only on Ukraine, but these kind of things are ignored in Russia? No Ukrainian nationalist, by the way, denies the existence of a Russian nation, but Russian nationalists deny the existence of a Ukrainian nation. So I would end on this to say that disinformation, wrongly written criticism is, of course, to be expected from Russia. There is very little independent research taking place in Russia today. In fact, most Russian academics I read today are pro-Putin. They have become pro-Putin on the question of Ukraine. In the West, there is a mixture of attitudes, some of which is pro-Putin, but also some of which is critical of Ukraine's memory politics because of other factors, such as the refusal to accept the equalization of crimes of communism and Nazism. But on that, I'll leave it. I hope I was provocative enough to generate some questions. And to say that when we point the finger at disinformation, let's also look in our own academic centers in the West. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kuzio. It was extremely provocative and thought-provoking presentation, so I'm expecting a lot of questions, but I'll collect all the questions after the second presentation.
Okay.
And our second speaker today, Professor Lyudmila Pitkuy-Mucha, is Associate Professor at the National University of Kiev Mohyla Academy, where she teaches courses relating to Ukrainian language. Her research interests include language policy and social linguistics of B and multilingualism. She is the author of numerous scholarly articles on the language of Western Ukrainian writers, formation of the Ukrainian literary language, language policy, and the language of Ukrainian media. Since 2013, she has been investigating the military discourse in Ukraine. In 2020, Lyudmila Pitkuy-Mucha published her monograph, The Language of Intervo Lviv, or then it was spoken by the Patriarchs. I don't know what is Patriarchs. I will be grateful if you can explain what is. Currently, she is Elaine Kirkland Scholarship Grantee at the Jagiellonian University and a visiting lecturer at the Polish-Ukraine Department, where she conducts the course Socio-cultural Aspects of Communication. The subject of your paper today is Kremlin peace, in inverted commas, propaganda, in the hybrid war, myth and stereotypes. Professor Pitkuy-Mucha, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear Dr. Kaplan. Thank you very much for such kind and warm introduction. And also, I would like to thank organizer for the conference for inviting me. That's actually a great honor for me. Professor Kuzio already has taught that his presentation was provocative, and I guess my presentation will be provocative as well. So I'm delighted to be here to talk about myth and stereotypes in Kremlin propaganda. But before I start, I would like to ask host to give me right to share the screen, because I prepared the presentation. Could you please let me know if you can see my presentation? Yeah?
Yeah, perfect. We all see it, yes.
Great.
Just put over.
Okay. So in my previous researches, I focused on the techniques of so-called peace of pseudo-peace discourse that were used in the Russian media space. Actually, it is a well-known technique dating back to the Soviet period, which is capable of inciting hostility. In this presentation, in this research, I will mainly concentrate on Vladimir Putin's article on the historical unity of the Russians and Ukrainians that was published on the 12th of July 2021, Unity and Unity of Eastern Slavs, as well as analyze specific provisions of the national security strategy, and mainly like the chapter about cultural sovereignty. But at first, let me introduce my methodological approach I have used for conducting this research. This analysis is coupled with critical discourse analysis tools as CDA, or critical discourse analysis, considers how discourse is constructed by ideologies and power, and how discourse affects social identities and systems of belief. CDA is a research enterprise which critically analyzes the relation between language and society, because as Dr. Kaplan has already mentioned, I'm mostly interested in language policy and language and identity questions. And actually, this presentation, in the course of political science, history, and actually less of linguistics, it was like my aim and like a new approach for me as well. But critical discourse analysis is quite useful for any kind of research in history, political science, sociology, as well as in linguistics. In the present study, I have collected samples of discourse or text in context and classified using the social, cognitive, and discourse historical approaches in critical discourse studies that allows for an understanding, as Van Dijk noted, constructions of us versus them. And discourse is thereby a means of being and doing, and the way this specific practice can be understood and interpreted in administrative of further three analytical elements of study, production, form, and perception. The structure and relationship of these three and their interplay through political and cultural concerns develops the merit of social effects of discourse. Additionally, critical discourse analysis has determined that there are relationships among language, power, ideology, as well as between how the word is represented in the text and how people think about the word. According to Ruth Fodak, discourse is always a specific context and meaningful only when interpreted with its situational, cultural, ideological, and historical context. Furthermore, discourse is socially constitutive as well as socially conditioned. It constitutes situations, objects of knowledge, and the social identities of a relationship between people and group of people. The end of the quote.
Ludmila, sorry, please, sorry for interrupting. Do you have perhaps to change the slides, because we only see the initial slide of your presentation, but not the discussion.
And now?
Can
yes,
you
okay, thank you.
Full screen? Like
yes, now we see the next slide.
Okay, because when I use like the full screen, as far as I understood, it didn't work.
Probably our technical director can help us to put it in the full screen format.
Full screen you have from the downside in the right place. you have like a small table, kind of. Go down.
Yes, it's here.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
No,
It's
just
working now. And
press on it.
yeah, I pressed.
No,
Pressing.
never
So
changed.
maybe from the up in the left side, the same button.
Yes, I'm using.
Oh.
I'm using the button, and actually I can see the full screen on my laptop.
Okay,
Victor,
so,
could you help us?
yeah, sure. Can you please stop the share screen and do it again?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. So try it again.
Can you try again from the upside? Yes.
Is it working?
Not yet. Okay, just go with it. We will try to fix this later.
Probably I could send my presentation to the technical team and just would ask to like switch slides. Is it possible?
Yeah, sure. I will send you my email right now.
Okay, probably it would be better. Sorry so much for causing such inconvenience.
Don't worry. Technique is not our problem. It's not our profession.
But usually I have problems with that, and
I
knew that something would happen with my presentation. Yeah, I'm already sending my presentation to you.
כאילו אני יכול לתת לך. זה לא נתקע מסך, היא לא מצליחה.
Victor, could we continue?
The presentation and say I send you my email.
Yeah, I have already sent. I hope you will get it in a few seconds.
Okay, so we'll check it again.
Okay.
Not yet.
But probably before we continue, I will just finalize this methodological approach. This slide is not so important, and I guess we can move further with like more illustrative materials, which would be, I guess, more important. And
go ahead.
Just continuing about critical discourse analysis, I have used working on that presentation. Due to Van Dyck, it determines ideology as the basis of the social representations shared by members of the groups. Perfect. Could I ask the next slide? Yes, thank you so much. This means that ideologies allow people as group members to organize a multitude of social beliefs about what is case, good or bad, right or wrong for them, and to act accordingly. However, Carvalho analyzes ideology together with critical dimension and defines it as, that's a quote, groundwork for the most fundamental political standings. How should society be organized? What is the role of the state? What kind of government is desirable? The end of the quote. In this presentation or in this study, I will use Van Dyck's approach to describe manipulation and analyze how manipulation appeals to people's feelings and emotions, as well as stereotypes of myth. And additionally, I will investigate how historical myth or manipulation with history are used as a matter of manipulative discourse. I would ask the next slide, please. the next slide. Now, the ideology of unique Russian civilization is reflected in the current, in the newest, let's say that way, national security strategy from the 2nd of July 2021, like information and psychological sabotage and westernization of culture by the Russian Federation of its cultural sovereignty, attempts to falsify Russian and world history, distort the historical truth and destroy historical memory inside, and interfaith conflicts weaken the state-forming people have become more frequent. Producing for Russia confessions, culture, Russian as the state language of the Russian Federation are being discredited. The next slide. Actually, the Russian Federation utilized propaganda as a highly effective component of waging hybrid warfare against Ukraine in order to exacerbate the contradictions in Ukrainian society, to legitimize policies aimed to destroying Ukrainian national identity. The Kremlin is falsifying history. According to Kirill Halushko, who is the coordinator of the Project Literacy Campaign Historical Front, history occupies no less a place in Russian propaganda than current policy, and this should come as no surprise. Our northern neighbor justifies its actions with historical facts and traditions very often. Next slide, please. In this presentation, I will focus on the article, as I have already mentioned, by President Vladimir Putin, entitled "On the Historical Unity of the Russians and Ukrainians since Unity and Unity of Eastern Slavs," that was published on the 12th of July 2021 on the official president's website, Kremlin.ru, actually in 2 languages, Ukrainian and Russian, and the content of the article, which focuses on analyzing the history of Russian-Ukrainian relations, is dominated by the claim that Ukrainians are an ancient but inseparable part of the triune Russian nation. This community is based on a common history spanning 1,000 years, the language, the Russian ethnic identity, Russian ethnic identity, the shared cultural sphere, and the Orthodox religion. They bond with the Russian state is special and organic. It guarantees Ukraine's development, and any attempts to sever or weaken this bond, which could only be inspired by external actors, will inevitably result in the collapse of Ukrainian statehood. In the presentation, I have distinguished 3 main manipulative techniques, or let's say a historical myth. Here you may see that Vladimir Putin says that Ukraine or Ukraine means Ukraina outskirt. Actually, this theory has been already disproved by very many linguists like Irturak, Klerenko, and others, and I don't want to focus on that issue so much. Probably I will develop it in my article I'm going to publish in our collective volume. Then next slide, please. The second manipulation is about language similarities and, let's say, common language for all Slavic peoples. This theory is quite famous and well known from Soviet times. For instance, Alexei Shakhmatov's theory of the origin of East Slavic languages, according to which all East Slavic peoples, Russians, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and their languages originate from all Russian unity and all Russian proto-language, actually became known as the basis of Russian imperial policy, Soviet policy, and current Putin's policy. This theory has been already disproved by Yuri Shevelov, Smalstotsky, Olena Kurila, Yevhen Tevchenko, and many others. And moreover, it is written that during the many centuries of fragmentation, like in different countries, regional language features vernaculars emerged. Literary language was the expense of folk speech. Ivan Kotlяревский, Grigory Skovoroda, and Taras Shevchenko played a huge role. Their works are our common literary and cultural heritage. And as far as I already mentioned, I will not concentrate on these topics really in detail, but however, the next slide, please. Today, I will mainly focus on the historical myths like Kiev and Rus, about the Kiev and Rus as the cradle of three fraternal peoples, Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian, that has been actively used not only in the aforementioned Putin's article, but also in his earlier speeches in Russian media. Russian Orthodox Church also used this narrative as well. And Soviet myths of Russian-Ukrainian fraternal brotherhood that deny Ukrainian right to independence and depict Russians and Ukrainians as one people, or один народ, was actually pervasive in this research, and I'm really happy that I'm in the one section with Professor Taras Kozov, because actually while working on the presentation, I've been using your articles, and even now I'm going to quote you that in the second half of the 1930s, the concept of friendship of peoples and Muslim Russian-Ukrainian peoples became central to Soviet nationality policies, and there were promoted through Soviet ideological tirades and official historiography. And however, Putin and Russian leaders have replaced Soviet views of Ukrainians and a separate but a closely bonded people. You can also see it on that slide, unfortunately only in Russian because I just made screenshots of the original document. Putin and Russian leaders have replaced Soviet views of Ukrainians and separate but closely bonded people to Russians with pre-Soviet Russian nationalist views of Ukrainians and one of three Russian peoples. Next slide, please. Here I have used like quotes and researches, articles, books, whatever, just to disprove this myth. The interpretation of Kievan was as the cradle of three fraternal peoples. Actually, it is like canonical historical scheme in the Russian Federation. According to Larissa Masenko, thanks to the concept of common cradle, Russia has appropriated the ancient Ukrainian state, its written heritage, and even its name, replacing the name which was used like Moscovite with strange, let's say strange adjective that is not common, Ruskiye. Masenko points out that cradle of three fraternal peoples threatens to turn into a coffin because one of the fraternal peoples, like a kleptocratic bird, does everything to throw out of the nest its true owners and take their place. In addition, the image of common cradle is failed image since no sane person would put as many as three children in one cradle. Actually, Yuri Shevelov also wrote about that. And in addition, these children should be triplets, and according to the official ideologies, Russian brother was proclaimed as the eldest, who together with the two younger ones, for some reason, found himself in the same cradle. In addition, the Russian brother is not elder, as Grigory Patrarch wrote at all, but the youngest one, and he was never in a common cradle because by the time he was born, the cradle had already collapsed. Ukrainian historian Zalizniak notes that Moscow writes to be the historical and cultural heritage of princely Kiev are neither greater nor less than the rights of Madrid, Lisbon, Paris, and Bucharest to the history and culture of Latin Rome. The Roman peoples inherited a certain heritage of Roman culture, So the Belarusians and Russians absorbed into their ethno-defining conflicts certain elements to the Kiev culture. However, as the former were not indirect creators of the Latin culture of Roman Empire, the latter have an indirect relation to the creation of the Kievan Rus culture. Next slide, please. Hence, the baptism of Rus is one of the main holidays in Russian Federation. That act by Prince Vladimir was recalled by Putin, let me quote, the powerful gesture of a timeless superhero who predetermined the overall basis of the culture, civilization, and human values that unite the peoples of Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. And actually, Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, they are concepts that did not exist at that time. And this holiday gives Putin possibility to underline that Russia is like heroes of Rus. However, here I would like to draw your attention to the title. A solemn reception was held in the Kremlin of the occasion of anniversary or 100 years since wholly equal to the Apostles Prince Vladimir death. Here in this presentation, I would like to make some parallels between Vladimir Putin and Vladimir the Great. That's why I would like to ask to turn the next slide, please. Here is like a quote of Vladimir Putin. He said it on 28th of July in 2018. And here you can read that how he's talking about Volodymyr the Great, like he made his decisive choice, became a conductor of peace, so in it a moral support, beauty, and so on, that he was building churches, cities, schools, libraries, and how a great leader he was. Next slide, please. In his first address to the Russian parliament as president in 2012, Putin described his own place in the Russian times as a fulfillment of eternal cycle, as a return of an ancient lord of Kiev, whom Russians called Vladimir. The politics of eternity requires points in the past to which the present can cycle, demonstrating the innocence of the country, the right to rule of its leader, and the pointlessness of thinking about the future. In Putin's myth of the past, Volodymyr, or Timothy Snyder also is writing like about him, like Valdemar, was a Russian whose conversion linked forever the lands of today's Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. Next slide, please. Speaking of spelling the name of the prince, let's say how it is quite often repeated in Russian media sphere and in Putin's speeches, like namesake of Vladimir Putin. In the primary chronicle, or like tale of bygone years, is written as Volodymyr, that you can see on the slide. And Putin, even on spelling or orthoepic level identifies himself with Volodymyr the Great. Next slide, please. And actually now I'm turning to the mass culture and popular culture, and how this myth about the Rus, Vladimir the Great, and so on, is like in popular and mass culture. He is like also was like a kind of discussion because of the Roman numismatics limited auction. Has been noticed a silver coin of Grand Prince Volodymyr with the following explanation on his place of origin: Russia, Kievan Rus. On the one hand, it is proclaimed that Rus stands for Russia. On the other hand, transliteration of the place of origin of silver is presented in accordance with Russian pronunciation Kievan Rus. Next slide, please. On that slide, you may see like the monument that was built next to the Kremlin in 2016. There were very many discussions how the monument of Prince Vladimir could be in Moscow, and actually Russian media at that time were careful not to mention that city of Moscow had not existed when Vladimir ruled. Instead, Russian media repeated that new monument was the first, quote, such homage to the leader of Rus, and actually that's not true, because in fact a statue of Vladimir had been standing in Kiev since 1853. Next slide, please. Actually, unsurprisingly, Russia is currently ahead of Ukraine in the number of monuments to Vladimir. There are twice more monuments in Russia than in Ukraine. I have counted 15 in Russia and 8 in Ukraine. At least that information I have found, and I have chosen just the monument where Prince Vladimir is alone, not like one of, not like as one of the characters in the composition. Next slide, please. It is important to emphasize that the construction of 6 of the monuments dates back to 2012, 2016, and 4 were created in 2016, 2018 in Moscow, Stavropol, Novosibirsk, and Samara. It can be assumed that such activity is due not only to the anniversary of the prince's death, but also the political relevance of his figure. Next slide, please. It should be like animation film about Prince Volodymyr, but we have no time to show that short trailer. That's why I'd love to turn to the next slide. Next slide, yeah. Previous, yeah. The idea shown in the animation film is that Prince Volodymyr is the second Christ. On this slide, you can notice some parallels. Next slide, please. May I ask a short question? Does this fragment remind you something, some piece of art? I have next
Lenin,
slide.
of course.
Yes.
Lenin.
Yes, of course, because next slide, please. It is like the scene of like let's quote the famous picture by Hans Holbein, the dead Christ in his grave. Next slide, please, and I'm already summarizing. In his speech during Cave's Security Forum on December 1st in 2021, Timothy Snyder emphasized that the story with Putin's article reveals how ill Russia is in the development of its own national story. The way that Mr. Putin tells his story, Ukraine is there as a kind of crutches, Belarus is as a kind of crutches. Russia is unable to tell its story about itself. The story that he told relies upon other peoples. The Russian propaganda machine, like its Soviet predecessor, is falsifying historical facts and distorting data in order to demonstrate Ukraine's inferiority, minimize its culture, and distort its language. As a result of Putin propaganda, it is not capable for Ukraine to bank on an independent future and separate development due to the propaganda that insists that Ukrainians and Russians are brotherly or sibling people and share history. Period of the Kievan Rus belong to the same ethnic Eastern Slavic as well as linguistic Slavic groups, and both are linked to the Christian Orthodox religion. As Kissinger points out, to Russia, Ukraine can never be just a foreign country. While working on that presentation, I have decided to concentrate for my future researches on my article on how the myth about Rus as a common cradle is present in popular or mass culture, films, paintings, memes, and whatever. Thank you so much for your attention. I will gladly answer your questions. And if you turn like 2 more slides, here are my contact details. Just please don't hesitate to contact me if you have any questions later. Thank you so much. And sorry if I took so much time.
Thank you, Ludmila. And now we have 15 minutes for questions. Please, the floor is for discussion. Professor Hamel, please.
Yeah, thank you for this very nice and interesting presentation, both presentations, but both reminded me of a discussion we had about 20 years ago about Samuel Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. So the first argument of Huntington was that there's a kind of new Cold War, not between the communist East and the liberal West, but now between the Western civilization and some kind of, well, he talked much about Islamic civilization, but he also talked about China, and he also talked about the Orthodox civilization. So, and when I read some texts about foreign policy today, so we see a reconstruction of Russia as the enemy of the West. So this is, I don't see what Taras Kusio said, that so many, at least in the foreign policy area, so much people are in favor of Russia. I think they are more against Russia, or seeing Russia as a threat, present Russia under Putin. And for the second one, this is really inspiring to me, because I was a geographer by training, and I had when I did my PhD, or when I did some research for my PhD in Japan, I had a friend from Finland, Pekka Kohonen from Jyväskylä University, and we had much discussion about how does the concept of Europe, how did it emerge? And we found out that it was under Peter the Great. There was some kind of discussion that to put the Ural Mountains as the border of Europe, because there was no ocean to separate this continent of Europe. And Peter the Great in Russia wanted Russia to be part of Europe. But now it seems that Putin wants to be Russia as something separate from Europe, some Eurasian identity, which resembles more what Huntington presented. Well, of course, Greece is also part of this Orthodox civilization. I think Angelus would not like to hear that. So I think, do you think that we do not really have to, well, my question now for the discussion would be, is this a construction of a Russia nation state? Or is this the construction of a Russian civilization above the nation state, a higher level of identity?
Your answers, please. Taras, please.
Sure. In my view, that well, firstly, just on the previous talk, which I thought was excellent, the dating of this new cult of Kiev Rus and Vladimir is actually very, very important. And what it shows, what the paper showed, was that when Putin was prime minister and he came back to power in 2012, when he was prime minister, he developed the idea that he was going to be the gatherer of Russian lands. And in 2012, when he came back to power on a much more nationalistic, anti-Western, and kind of I mean, there's no, I'm not exaggerating, with an obsession on Ukraine. So I think the previous comment is actually a bit misguided. Why? It's not just a question of Westerners being anti-Russian. Putin has felt that he is at war with the West since 2007. Read Putin's speech from February 2007 to the Munich Security Conference. He declares war with the West. He says the West is intruding into Russia's sphere of influence. Russia has, for the last 30 years, demanded the West recognize Eurasia as its exclusive sphere of influence. That means no UN peacekeepers, no NATO, no EU. This is Russia. And concerning Ukraine, that's even more the case. On Western academics, just quickly, I think this is not quite, I don't think it's correct to say this. To give you two examples, historians of Russia in the West. Practically 90% of historians of Russia in the West agree with Putin that Crimea is Russian. You can pick up any text published, including since 2014, practically all Western historians of Russia say, well, what's the problem with Crimea going back to Russia? It was always Russian. So they all agree with Putin that Crimea's history began in the 1780s. That's one example of bias in the West. Secondly, if you pick up any history of Russia in the last 50 years published in the West, it presents the same kind of historical framework of dealing with this region as what Putin agrees with. There is no Ukraine in a typical Western history of Russia. This is Kievan Russia. Ukraine kind of comes in and out very briefly. It's as though Ukrainians are squatters on Russian land. So again, I think that bias is far deeper than the previous comment actually says. Thank you.
Ludmila, please. Ludmila?
Sorry, I didn't question because I had problems with my laptop and had to rejoin with my phone.
Okay, so we'll produce to the next question and you will be involved. Michal, please.
I would like to refer to previous panel and to Professor Winnicki-Serussi conclusion that any politics of memory has to be institutionalized. And I would like, my answer is to both of panelists. What has Ukraine done to counteract spreading of myths related to Ukraine? And how do you assess the efficiency of the Ukrainian activities aimed on promoting the Ukrainian point of view on the past? Thank you.
Ludmila, probably you would like to start?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, speaking of Ukraine, as I have already mentioned, in the level of researchers, there are very many books, articles and so on that disprove all this myth, disproved all the theories. And speaking of actions on the state level, as far as I'm concerned, it was like Vladimir Zelensky response on the letter of Vladimir Putin, and actually on the 20. And actually, Vladimir Zelensky has signed the law about, not actually the law, has signed a document that proclaims that on the 28th of July, Ukraine is celebrating the united of territory and so on, also proclaimed the holiday on that way, just to keep baptism of Russia Ukrainian holiday as well.
Okay, Taras, please. Thank you, Ludmila. Taras?
I think I'm a bit more pessimistic. I think that, as I mentioned, Ukrainian academics in Ukraine have not been very active in publishing in the West. They've been active inside Ukraine, and Ukrainian civil society has been very active in, it's one of the leading in the world in combating Russian disinformation. But Ukrainian academics don't get, still particularly political scientists, don't get published much in the West. And there are many reasons for this. But I think that's unfortunately the case. I think what Ukraine has done in the West is that you have very important academic centers like the Harvard Ukrainian Research Institute and the Chair of Ukraine Studies at Toronto, and their histories of Ukraine have forced North American historians of Russia to change. So, for example, Professor Magocsi or Professor Plokhy's books have done far more, I would say, influence in combating this Russocentric viewpoint. And Magocsi has been very active, for example, on the Crimean Tatar question, on combating disinformation about Crimea has always been Russian, than academics in Ukraine, unfortunately. Just on the question of civilization, I forgot to mention. Yes, the war in the Donbass can be described, I think, it's not a war about language, because many of the soldiers fighting for Ukraine are Russian speakers. It's not a war over language. It's the war over civilization. I think that's the best way to describe the war, because if you are pro-Soviet, if you are in favor of the Russian world, if you believe Ukrainians are part of the pan-Russian nation, then you would tend to support the separatists in the Donbass. If you do not, then you would tend to support a Ukrainian civic or ethno-cultural identity. So I think that is a good way to understand that war. Yes.
Thank you. Professor Prach?
May I also add one short remark to that? I've been talking about monuments in Russia, and I also just would like to add that there are a few monuments to Vladimir the Great in the North America, especially namely in Canada, and it is written there like Vladimir the Great who baptized Ukraine, not even Rus, not Rus Ukraine, but who baptized Ukraine, and actually it also can be like a step towards keeping that story. Although I don't think so that was right to say, because Ukraine like a phenomenon does not exist, didn't exist at that time, but like it happened in the North America as well, just to keep this history for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vera, and thanks to both speakers. Actually, I would be curious to hear your thoughts on who the actual audience of the propagandistic endeavors of Russia is, because it's clear that those efforts to, let's call it rewriting history, or at least creating myths about history, have a clear effect, you know, on Russian people in Russia, and maybe those in the eastern parts of Ukraine who feel Russian. But I'm not so sure that if the aim is really to somehow bring back Ukraine into the Russian sphere of influence, it is the best strategy, because what it seems to do is to create a really strong sense of Ukrainian belongings among those who are against those endeavors. So is it really an instrument really to justify the occupation of Crimea and the Donbass? Or is really the idea to somehow create a change of mind also among those who identify themselves as Ukrainians in the long run? Because it would seem to me absurd to alienate people, you know, from what you actually aim to do, because trying to integrate maybe by violence 40 million people, you know, into Russia doesn't seem to be possible in the long run. It might work with Belarus in terms of population size, but it certainly wouldn't work with Ukraine. So I would just be curious to hear from you as experts on where you see what's the actual target of those Russian efforts.
And my question to Angelos before we continue, could we proceed a little bit more, because we have only 5 minutes, even less, but there are another questions. Could we continue?
Yes, of course, because, you know, we have a 1 hour break after this session, so we can have less, you know, 50 minutes or 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. So please, Taras or Ludmila, who would like to start answering the question?
Marcus, you're assuming there are people around Vladimir Putin who dare to ask this question. All the people around Putin are sycophants. They tell him what he wants to hear. Nobody's going to tell him, hey, I think we should change our strategy because we screwed up in 2014. Novaya Rossiya project failed. But they still have not understood why the new Russia project failed. And it failed because 90% or a huge majority of Ukrainians, Russian speakers, showed themselves to be Ukrainian patriots, not patriots of Ruski Mir. And but the very concept of a Russian-speaking Ukrainian patriot is impossible for these people in Moscow to understand. It's impossible. And if they don't understand this, if they have also returned to this kind of Tsarist white emigre viewpoint of the pan-Russian Общерусский народ, then they really do believe, and this is hilarious. I mean, it makes you wonder, do they smoke strange cigarettes in Moscow? Because they really do believe that Ukraine is a country run by West Ukrainian fascists who came to power in 2014 in the revolution and are running a US puppet state. But that the real Ukrainians, maybe the little Russians or real Ukrainians, want to join Russian world, but they are prevented from doing so by West Ukrainian fascists and Washington. So they really do believe that if they invade, that Ukrainians will be standing there with bread and salt. They will get a big surprise. It will not be true, but this is what they believe. Why is this the case? I think it's the evolution of Russian nationalism under Putin, the stagnation of Russian nationalism. And you're right to say that if you're an East Ukrainian Russian speaker, the old Soviet concept from Stalin's day of we are different but close and we will always be together is fine, relatively okay, at least till 2014. But if you have a different viewpoint that you don't exist, that you are a branch of the Russian nation, you are negating 7 decades of Soviet nation building, because there was nation building in the Soviet Union also. A Ukrainian identity formed in the Soviet Republic. It's to say Ukraine was a member of the UN. The Soviet Union had 3 seats, Belarus, Ukraine, and USSR. So, of course, even if you're a Russian-speaking East Ukrainian, this goes too far. Plus, of course, bloodshed. The people who have suffered the most from the war are East Ukrainians. The 2 million refugees. The Ukrainian region with the highest number of military casualties is Dnipropetrovsk. This is not a West Ukrainian war. This is an East Ukrainian war fought by. I have been 5 times to the front line of the war, and I can tell you that 80% of the soldiers I see there are East Ukrainians, because it's their war. It's if they lose in the Donbass, it's their region next. If you're in Lviv or even Kiev, the war seems like a million miles away. So yes, he's doing all the wrong things, but I don't think Putin will change, because there's a very good book by Mikhail Zigar, published in 2016, where he says Putin has been obsessed with Ukraine since he first came to power. So I'm just finished on this. So he's obsessed. And I think this makes an inability to rationally understand what's going on here.
Ludmila, would you like to add something? Okay, Angelos, please.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the presentations. Excellent. I have to make, firstly, a very short comparison between Pan-Slavism. I mean, this is what I automatically thought about by hearing to both presentations. Pan-Slavism and Pan-Turkism. In my eyes, it's almost the same. I mean, the patterns are the same between Pan-Slavism and Pan-Turkism, not only in terms of the cultural approach.
And Pan-Germanism.
Or whatever you want, yes. But now, because I'm more close to Pan-Turkism in terms of research, some research. So this is a close relationship. And not only in terms of culture, but also in terms of foreign policy. I mean, Putin's Pan-Slavism is I mean, the pandan of in Turkey is neo-Ottomanism of Erdogan. Is the same concept actually also regarding foreign policy. Regarding now the presentation by Ludmila, I would like to make again a comparison. I mean, what I heard from Ludmila reminds me of a book I recently, 1 year ago, actually read from a Greek author, by the way, Alexandros Massavetas, about the third Rome, Moscow as the third Rome after Constantinople. So actually what Ludmila was speaking about was about these efforts by the Russian leadership to establish, in cooperation, of course, with church. We speak about cultural now phenomena, especially religious ones in terms of the Russian church, and how it is used by Russian foreign policy in order to get influence, reminded me of what is going on in Greece, for example. We have been speaking about selective memory. Greeks tend to, religious Greeks, by the way, religious Greeks tend to support everything Russian, even if Russia acts against, for example, there was a de-Hellenization of the Greek Orthodox Church in Syria. The Patriarchate of Antiochia is in the hands of Arabs today. It used to be in the hands of Greeks, right? And they try to do the same with the Patriarchate in Jerusalem, which is still in the hands of Greeks, of Greek clergy. And of course, we should not forget the war of the Patriarchate of Moscow against the Patriarchate of Constantinople. These days, in order to establish the third Rome. So there's a selective memory by Greeks regarding Russian church politics, religious politics, but also foreign policy. And regarding the last comment, regarding the border set by Huntington some 20 now years ago, some speak today that this is there's a confirmation, by the way, of this border in terms of vaccination rates in different countries. If you if you move from Bulgaria eastwards, then you realize less vaccination rates. So this is an additional confirmation that the Huntington argument holds true.
Thank you. Would you expect a response to your comments? Okay. Any more questions? Taras, please.
I think this is an interesting viewpoint, and the good way to compare it to the Ukraine-Russia from the Balkans is to say how Greeks and Bulgarians have difficulty in accepting the existence of a separate Macedonian nation, and how Serbians completely deny the existence of a Montenegrin nation. And here I think there are similar parallels. Nobody's ever done a comparison. It would be a fascinating comparative study of this Balkans problem and Ukraine-Russia one. On the question of the Orthodox question, I think it's changed. It changed in the last 2 to 3 years because Ukraine received autocephaly. And the extent to which this was seen in Moscow could be seen that Putin ordered an emergency session of the Russian Security Council when Ukraine received Orthodox autocephaly. This was like a nuclear bomb fell in Moscow. Why? Why? Because 40% of Russian Orthodox parishes are in Ukraine. If Ukraine becomes autocephalous, that means the Russian Orthodox Church is no longer the biggest church. It's now the Romanian Church is the biggest Orthodox church. And so this has, then you cannot be the third Rome if you are no longer the biggest church and if you've lost Kiev. So this has, you know, ramifications, and it was a major factor in this whole memory politics, because it wasn't just autocephaly. The Patriarch of Constantinople annulled the transfer of the Ukrainian metropolitan see from Kiev to Moscow. So he declared that Ukraine is no longer canonical Russian territory. This I'm telling you, this was it was the extent to which this was big in the Soviet Union. Ukraine, because Ukrainian churches were banned, the only church legal was the Russian Orthodox Church. Something like half to 2/3 of Russian Orthodox parishes were in Soviet Ukraine. And so for the Russian Orthodox Church and for Russian nationalists, Ukraine has tremendous significance for its territory, size, and because Ukrainian Orthodoxy is pro-Western. It does not want to be part of the Russian world. So I think this Huntington's theory of clash of civilizations kind of doesn't fit here, because it doesn't really take into account how Ukrainian Orthodoxy is different to Russian Orthodoxy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think at that moment, I would like to make some concluding comments and actually ask one rhetorical question for your future research. When this conference was planned a year ago, it was predictable that the relations between Russia and Ukraine would remain very tense, but I doubt whether anybody could have imagined that the hostility would rise to its current level. The papers that we have heard just now and the discussion after the papers reveal that the current conflict has not only geopolitical, but also very important cultural facet. The political culture that developed in Ukraine in the post-Soviet period, its national narrative and the mode of collective memory that nurtured this narrative are very different from the type of official national narrative and state-sponsored memory that appeared in Russia. The Ukrainian narrative of reform and change, as it has been described in the papers, challenges Putin's ever more conservative and aggressive narrative, but its very existence. Yet, and here I don't agree with you, the political culture of modern Russia has been characterized by the existence of different voices. This characteristic is still relevant for the contemporary situation. It is not a peaceful coexistence, but there are voices and narratives in Russian civil society that manifest some key elements typical of the Ukrainian political culture. From a critical attitude to the Soviet regime, adherence to a civic rather than an ethnic conception of the nation, to universal humanitarian values. The best example of existing of such a voice is Dmitry Muratov's speech at Nobel Peace Prize awarding ceremony 2 days ago. So my question to both of you is, do you think there is a possibility of dialogue between representatives of Ukrainian and Russian civil societies? Or does this dialogue already exist? Are there forces or groups on Ukrainian society that are interested in such dialogue? And what are the obstacles to opening and maintaining it? If you want, just answer. If you don't want, just keep it.
Maybe Ludmila first, because I've spoken a lot.
Okay, Ludmila.
Thank you. A few days ago, Olga Yurkova, who is like a core, who is like who has made like a site Stop Fake just to disprove Russian fakes. I asked her, she was giving lecture to my students here in Kiev online, and I asked her if are there any possibilities for like Stop Fake and if are there any connections between some kind of organizations or in Russia, if are they cooperating somehow to disprove some myths and so on. And she told me a really good phrase like, yes, I had friends in Russia, but there's less and less of them. And actually she gave some examples like TV channel Dozhd or Dud, who is really popular in Ukraine and who are proclaiming themselves like are pretending to be against system and so on, and like a kind of opposition, but indeed they still have that narratives like Russian Empire narratives, like okay, Crimea was back to Russia and so on. So even though organizations who are pretending to be like in opposition to current government still have these narratives. So right now to my mind it is difficult to talk about a kind of dialogue, because we are still in a different
okay,
side.
Thank you. Taras, short answer, please.
Yes, I'm not very optimistic. All the people I talk to from Ukraine, even non-academics on the personal level, say that they no longer either talk to people in Russia, that they use the telephone, or when they talk to people in Russia, they don't talk about politics anymore. Because they would say incredibly stupid things like, oh, how do you survive there with all these fascists on the street? And so they believe the Russian disinformation about Ukraine, which is not, which if you live in Ukraine is obviously shown to be untrue. I think that there are too many obstacles at the moment. For example, Crimea. Levada Center, the only independent polling organization in Russia, says that in the last 8 years, there's been a stable 85% support amongst Russians for the annexation of Crimea, including Alexei Navalny. So how can you talk with Russians about Crimea? It's impossible. They support it. On the Donbass, there is less support, but even there, Levada Center has 55% of Russians support the separation of Donbass from Ukraine, 55%. And 70% of Russians support the issuing of passports, Russian passports, to residents of Donbass. So these are unfriendly gestures. And maybe amongst historians there are independent voices, but I don't see them really amongst political scientists. They tend to present a kind of Putin light version of the situation. So they know how what the West likes to hear, and they present Putin's policy in a more friendly way. So, for example, Ukraine has no right to join NATO. Ukraine is part of the Russian sphere of influence. Kiev and Russia is our joint history. So it's very difficult, I think, for that. And I think there's very few Ukrainians still have the academic or civil society level. I know amongst journalists, there's no longer any contact, practically no contact. So, I mean, I don't know whether Ludmila wants to add something.
Okay, thank you very much. It is a bit sad to conclude our panel with pessimistic note, but the situation is not easy indeed. And thank you very much for this thought-provoking presentation. I think we have a lot to think about in future. Thank you very much for all the participants.
I also like to thank you, everybody, very, very much. Vera, thank you very much for moderating. Taras and Lyudmila for your presentations. Really very interesting. And, it was exactly the same in the last session. We have to stop now. Unfortunately, we have to stop because the schedule forces us to do so. Just an information before closing the session here. The continuation of the conference will take place in 45 minutes from now. We will start 14 hours according to Eastern time or Israel time, and 13 hours, exactly 13 hours Central European time. The next session will be about the Greek versus Turkish nationalism, my favorite subject, by the way. You have realized, I think, already. Well, so we have two prominent scholars in this field. About Turkish nationalism, we have a professor of Greek background in Ankara at Bilkent University, and about the other way around, we have a Turkish professor of Turkish background at the University of Athens. So this will be really very interesting. So join us in 45 minutes or 40 minutes from now. Thank you very much again, and see you in the next session. Thank you very much. Well, let's now start with the third session of this conference, which is, as already said, about Greek. I mean, the title is Greek versus Turkish nationalism. I would like first I'm really happy that not only two prominent colleagues, but also two friends of mine participate in this session. I will start with Ioannis Grigoriadis. He will present first. Ioannis is an associate professor and Jean Monnet Chair of European Studies at the Department of Political Science and Public Administration of Bilkent University in Ankara. He is also Senior Fellow and Head of the Program on Turkey at the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Policy, ELIAMEP, in Athens. In the academic year 2018-2019, he was visiting professor at the Cayman Modern Turkish Studies Program, Buffet Institute for Global Studies at Northwestern University. In the academic year 2016-2017, he was IPC Stiftung Mercator Senior Researcher Fellow at the German Institute for International Security Affairs, Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik in Berlin, and Stanley Seeger Research Fellow at Princeton University. His research interests include comparative European and Turkish politics and history. The title of his talk and presentation today is Religious Nationalism and Greek-Turkish Relations from Past to Present. Yanis, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Angela. First for the invitation, and second for the opportunity to address the distinguished audience of this conference. It would be better to meet face to face, but given the circumstances, we'll have to do this as the pandemic limitations force us to. I would be speaking from a general perspective, I will let Cengiz Hoca to speak more about the contemporary uses of religious nationalism in Greek-Turkish relations, given the nature of this topic. I will try to make an introduction of how religion and nationalism played with each other in the 19th century Greek history and in the late 19th century, early 20th century history of the Ottoman Empire and Republican Turkey. I do think there are some interesting similarities that we need to keep in mind when we discuss this, because I think that still they are relevant to our discussions today. So this will allow us to later discuss how religion and politics play in today's Greek-Turkish relations. Like, I do have some slides to share, if you don't mind. This is a picture that I used in the book I published on this comparison on Greek and of Turkish nationalism and the role of religion. Is a picture that appeared in a photo album that the Ottoman Empire prepared for sort of its participation in an international exhibition in Paris. That was a very interesting and very historic project. Why? Because the Ottoman Empire attempted to present its full diversity. This is the Tanzimat years before the unfortunate shift of historical developments in the Ottoman Empire and the rise of the Abdulhamid autocratic regime. So if you see here, this is a picture from the city of Konya in central Anatolia, whereby you see the local mullah, the Greek Orthodox and the Armenian bishops together. So in a sense, this was an example of how the Ottoman Empire wanted to present its whole sort of diversity in front of a Western audience. Of course, we do know that as the Ottoman Empire was collapsing, oppression against minorities, Armenian and Greek, sort of increased, and we ended up with a population exchange whereby, and that's very important to remember when we talk about Greek and Turkish nationalism and role of religion, it is not ethnicity or language that became the criterion for the population exchange, but religion. So religion was understood such a crucial feature of Greek and Turkish national identity that Turkish-speaking Greek Orthodox and Greek-speaking Muslims had to be expelled respectively to Turkey and Greece, to Greece and Turkey, sorry. So how do we come to this point? I have tried in my book to identify how dealing with religion has been a common feature of Greek and Turkish nationalism, because nationalist forces, nationalist ideologues in both countries were, of course, influenced by the Enlightenment definition of religion and the way the Enlightenment framed the role of religion in a future reason-based society. So it would be very easy to identify that religion was one of the reasons for the underdevelopment of both the Greek and the Turkish nation, and was one of the chains that they had to get rid of. So we can highlight how, in both cases, we have an attempt to identify the religion as a thing of the past, so promote a secular version of nationalism, whereby Christianity or Islam would not be something of a primary significance, but it would be something that was meant to be left to decline or to kind of eventually disappear, as the society would be like now based on reason and not on myths or religious superstition. However, these approaches met with the reality of the Greek Orthodox population and the Muslim, Sunni Muslim population in Anatolia. And it appeared very difficult for the Greek and Turkish nationalists to promote nation building without reference to the symbolic resources of religion in both cases. That would be Orthodox Christianity in the case of Greece, or Sunni Islam in the case of Turkey. So eventually, what we're experiencing there is an attempt to synthesize religion and national ideology. So while in the beginning we have an anti-religious nationalist movement in revolutionary Greece or in the very early years of the Greek nation state, eventually we have a synthetic approach whereby it is argued that religion is not really an obstacle to the development of national identity, but actually is a very positive instrument. In a sense, Christianity did not undermine, if you can put it like in the both Turkish and the Greek context. The meeting, the historic meeting between Hellenism and Christianity, or between Turkism and Sunni Islam, didn't undermine the quality of the nations, the qualities of the nation, but on the contrary, kind of upgraded them, so that it was a boost. And we have this argument already in Greece in the 19th century. So, and I'll give some more details later about this. And in Turkey, of course, this discussion is happening not immediately after the establishment of the Republic, because the mainstream Ataturk view of religion is a typical positivist one. But later, with the rise of political Islam, and particularly what we call the Turkish Islamic synthesis, that is an ideology that comes from the Turkish right in the 1970s, and eventually it becomes the official state ideology in Turkey with a Bren regime. And ever since, he has kind of defined the way the Turkish state looks into itself and the role of religion. And of course, in that respect, Akbarti's rule for almost 20 years has contributed greatly to that and the development of the authority and sort of the jurisdiction of the Directorate of Religious Affairs, the Diyanet İşleri Başkanlığı. So, to better understand, of course, this transition, it is important to remember that the Ottoman Empire was organized along a system that considered religion again to be one of the principal identity badges. So what we call the millet system, of course, is a very controversial and very debated issue. The origins of the millet system has been something that has been facing a lot of discussions and debates in historiography, both in Greece and in Turkey and beyond the territory that the Ottoman Empire used to exist. So, but we do agree that it was a principle of social organization where religious affiliation became the leading organizing principle. So we're talking about a segregation of the populations of the Ottoman Empire, which was based on religion, and it was fundamentally unequal. And inequality existed both within the limits of the millet system as well as between the millets themselves. Of course, the millet system was challenged with the advent of nationalism and secularism on the one hand, and nationalism on the other hand, put pressure on the millet system. This is interestingly becoming more visible in the case of the Armenian millet. For some reason, the Greek Orthodox secularists within the Ottoman context were not as strong as to challenge the authority of the Ecumenical Patriarchate. So secular Greek organizations did not openly challenge the authority of the religious institutions in the Ottoman Empire, but this was the case with the Armenians. So, but let's put this aside since the Armenian nationalism is not part of our discussion today. I have used a framework that Eli Keduri has developed in his classical book, Religion and Nationalism, in order to understand how the role of religion has been played into the development of Greek and Turkish nationalism. Keduri highlighted very often that religion, nationalism can become a sort of secular replacement of religion. So in that respect, it is a modern secular anthropocentric and subversion ideology that's born out of the Enlightenment and Romanticism. And it appears to rationalist intellectuals. So in that respect, nationalism undermines and replaces religious traits along with family and neighborhood, sort of like the traditional primordial points of social reference. This was the understanding of the early nationalists in Greece and Turkey. So they did think that nationalism can completely eradicate religion. But as I tried to explain in my introductory points, this was not, didn't appear to be very successful. So the vast majority of the Greek people, or the Turkish people, did not want to get rid of their religious references. And then religious nationalist ideologues realized that they had to adapt their nationalist message to the ethnic and religious traditions of their communities. So in that respect, nationalism acquires a religious hue, a religious coloring, but this religious coloring, of course, serves primarily the interest of nationalism, because if you let's not forget that both Islam and Christianity in that respect they do have a cosmopolitan outlook. Like it's not a religion for a certain group. They're meant to be embracing everybody. So subjugating religion to a nationalist message is something that many sort of religious, like devout religious intellectuals would not agree with. Actually, that's interesting because the Ecumenical Patriarchate in the 1870s tries to make such an argument when Bulgarian nationalism tries to split the Greek Orthodox millet in the Ottoman Empire, and practically the Patriarchate declares nationalism as a heresy. That kind of divides the flock, divides the devout, right? But this was not, of course, the position of the Greek of the Kingdom of Greece. Like Greece had developed its own version of nationalism and early recognized that the Ecumenical Patriarchate would be an obstacle to that. So one of the reasons why the Autocephalous Church of Greece is established is because the Kingdom of Greece wants to have its own national church. And the Patriarchate, both because it is still based in the Ottoman Empire and because it's not in kind of supporting this nationalist ideology fully, it has a sort of completely different worldview, cannot play that role. Others, of course, would look into nationalism as a replacement, as a ersatz religion. So nationalism becomes the new religion of the secular masses. We can see such examples, in my opinion, very often, like especially in Republican Turkey, when we see how Atatürk's veneration has turned into a sort of cult. So Anıtkabir becomes a sort of a quasi-religious site for secular Turks. Kind of it fills that sort of they're very interesting sort of things to think about, because Anıtkabir was built according to ancient Greek and Roman standards. So it was sort of, as far as I know, it was the mausoleum of Halikarnassus was a sort of one of the sources of inspirations of the building there. But on the other hand, it is treated much in the way that like devout Muslims would treat the turbas of Ottoman Sufi sheikhs or sort of Sunni religious leaders. So all these tendencies coexist, and it is important to remember that all these developments, political developments in Greece and Republican Turkey have also played an important role in the development of these tendencies. For example, there are different ways. I don't think we have time to go into all these sort of different theoretical approaches of the question of religious nationalism. Brubaker has written a very important book on this, so where he tries to highlight how religion has been nationalized in different aspects, in different moments of historic moments in the Christian and in the Islamic world. And of course, in that respect, I think what is interesting with the role of the Orthodox religion is that Orthodox Christianity has proven much more amenable to this development of this national religious, this connection. Like the Catholic Church, maybe because of the presence of the Vatican, maybe because of the sort of the different historical experiences, didn't serve as a powerful mobilization basis, with exception maybe for Poland and Ireland. There are some cases in European history where the Catholic identity became a rallying point for the development of nationalist ideologies, but we can see this in greater detail in the Balkans, where you have the Serbian Orthodox, sort of the Bulgarians, the Greeks, and it has been a very sort of sensitive issue. Of course, it's not an accident that the Ecumenical Patriarchate's position has also come under significant pressure as a result of this, because the Ecumenical Patriarchate represented a completely different vision of Orthodox religious identity. So to get back into some examples of what I've been trying to explore here, like if we look into the Greek case, how has this been developed? I think it's interesting to remember that since this is the 200th anniversary of the Greek War of Independence, right? So this is the year. Like if you look into works like Korais' work, who has a sort of was an enormously important scholar in the definition of Greek nationalism, he would definitely criticize the role of religion, and he would consider Orthodox Christianity as an obstacle to the modernization of the Hellenic nation. And don't forget that these are the people who even introduced the word Hellas in Greece. So this distinction between Rome and Greek, or Rome and Hellene, was exactly because they wanted to define a new identity whereby the role of Christianity would be minimized. So that's something that only the Turkish language today has captured, because if you're speaking in English, you speak about Greek, and you cannot get the difference between what Rome means and what Greek means. So so in the sense that the idea of being Greek as a member of a religious community against the Greek as a member of a citizen of a nation state. And of course, the two groups are not overlapping completely, but it is a very important discussion that was introduced by them. For example, Rigas Belenstinis was not interested in canceling the word Rome. So he does use both words. And he does have a vision that is not kind of limiting the non-Orthodox populations of the Ottoman Empire. So he has a much more inclusive vision of what the ideal state to replace the Ottoman Empire would be. So he's not a Greek nationalist in the typical sense of the word. However, as I try to highlight, the Greek War of Independence was largely fought on millet definition. So it was not that most people were kind of identifying themselves with a Hellenic nation, that they joined this insurgency against the Ottoman Empire. But eventually, when the Greek state was established, and under this very extraordinary conditions that was established, we have some important political figures like Theokritos Pharmakidis, who does support anti-clerical views. So the decision of the modern Greek state to cut its bonds from the Patriarchate and establish the Church of Greece was a very good example in that process. So it's a big irony to think that Greek nationalism actually gave the first blow against the ecumenical character of the ecumenical Patriarchate back in the early 19th century. If we look into the Ottoman case, and I will try to be brief, I think I have 5 more minutes, Angela, how can? So, okay, 5 minutes, so I'll be done in 5 minutes. We have similar sort of explorations and steps. We have the attempt of the Ottomanist intellectuals to develop a civic, religious, free Ottoman national ideology that would be represented in a liberal civic constitution, and that was hoped to kind of disencourage the minorities from seeking their own independence or self-determination. Eventually, we know that this didn't prove practical, didn't work well. And then you had, of course, the pan-Islamist and the pan-Turkic movements that were sort of overlapped, and sort of like the Ottoman Turkish authorities played at times with one, at times with the other. Of course, then we have the Young Turk Revolution and the unionist regime that sort of puts forward a very radical program of like forced national homogenization, which to some degree continues with Mustafa Kemal and his rise into power. So in that respect, we can see how, for example, the Young Turk ideologues do consider that Sunni Islam is a big obstacle for their modernization of a Turkish state. So they do want to have it removed, but they realize that the conditions during the war are not suitable for that. So they do want to mobilize the Turkish population along the lines of like Islamist political messages. What is interesting is that if you look into Ziya Gökalp's approach of this, he tries to distinguish between civilization, culture, and religion. So as I tried to explain in the beginning of my presentation, he looks into the symbolic resources that religion can offer, regardless of whether religious is right or wrong, but it is a useful instrument for establishing a community. So he is very much into this. Eventually, when Mustafa Kemal is won the war and was able to establish his own vision about Turkish national identity, he felt strong enough to uncover his own views on this topic. So what was interesting is that as non-Muslims were all practically absent from the country, with the exception of Istanbul and Ivros, Gökçeada and Bozcaada, Ivros and Tenedos, like Turkish national ideology expected all Muslims to engage, to embrace Turkishness. And ironically, Islam was vilified and scapegoated. So although the main reason for all these populations to be in Turkey was their Islamic identity, they had to forget about this. And they recognized that Islam was responsible for the Ottoman failures. The pre-Islamic Turkish past appeared as a glorious point of reference. Interestingly, this is how Alevism was also integrated into the mainstream Republican Turkish ideology. Why? Because Alevis combined important pre-Islamic or non-Islamic cultural elements, so they could give some proof that it was possible to be Turkish without being Sunni Muslim. So, but as I said, as multi-party politics came to Turkey, it appeared clear that the majority of the Turkish people still considered Sunni Islam as an important reference point for its identity, and the use of Islam in the Turkish political debates proved to be very successful and very pertinent. So this is not only with the rise of Necmettin Erbakan and the political Milli Görüş movement, which is of course the predecessor of today's government party, but we can look that into the discourse of the Turkish right. So Menteres or Demirel also greatly engaged with Islamic symbols and symbolisms. And this put significant pressure on the Ataturk's version of Turkish nationalism, where religion was really marginalized. Turkey's struggle against Kurdish nationalism and against leftism or communism in the 1970s provided a very powerful pretext for the return of Sunni Islam as a defining element of Turkish national identity. This was the main reason which was put forward by the Evren regime in the early 80s, when Sunni Islam was reintroduced as an essential element of Turkish national identity. So the argument would be that if Ataturk had not neglected Sunni Islam, there wouldn't have been a Kurdish nationalist movement, because Sunni Islam brings Turks and Kurds together. So by removing Sunni Islam, this facilitates the rise of a left-wing Kurdish nationalism. Similar was the argument with the rise of left-wing ideologies in Turkey. So developing godless generations, young generations, facilitates the rise of leftist political ideologies. And interestingly, this discourse still remains until today. Like, I don't want to spend more time, so we can have a discussion on this, but this discussion about having a devout new generation is one of the main themes that Tayyip Erdogan is still using in his discussions about where Turkey should go. So, of course, his alliance with MHP has moved the discussion more towards the lines of a very sort of right-wing religious nationalist line, like best represented by Necip Fazıl. This is something that didn't exist really in the first years of Erdogan administration, but it's very clear today. But in any case, it does show us that religion still remains a very powerful point of reference in Turkish national identity and in Turkish politics. Like, let me conclude on that, that even when it comes to the economic crisis and what's happening in the last 2-3 weeks in Turkey, like the president tries to make references to Quranic verses or to sort of like Islamic texts to justify what has been going on. So I'll stop here. Thank you very much, and I look forward to our discussion later.
Yanni, thank you very much for your presentation, for this deep insights into the question, what is the role of religion towards national identity in both Greece and Turkey since the 19th century until today. As you said, we will continue with the discussion after the next presentation by Cengiz Aktar. I would like to present you, first of all, Cengiz very shortly. Cengiz is a professor of political science. He's invited at the University of Athens and teaches there now. He is a former director of the United Nations, specializing in asylum policies. He's known to be one of the leading advocates of Turkish integration into the EU. He was the chair of European Studies at Bahçeşehir University in Istanbul, where we have commonly been colleagues for 2 years. In 1999, he initiated a civil initiative for Istanbul's candidacy for the title of European Capital of Culture. Istanbul successfully held the title in 2010. He also headed the initiative called European Movement 2002, which aimed at putting pressure on the lawmaker to speed up political reforms necessary to begin the negotiation phase with the EU. In September 2008, he developed the idea of an online apology campaign addressed to Armenians and supported by a number of Turkish intellectuals, as well as over 32,000 citizens of Turkey. In addition to EU integration policies, his research focuses on politics of memory regarding ethnic and religious minorities, on history of political centralism, and on international refugee law. His latest essay, The Turkish Malaise, was published in addition to English, French, German, and Greek. The title of the presentation of Cengiz today is Turkish Imaginary and the Security Architecture of Southeastern Europe. Cengiz, please, you have the floor.
Angele, thank you, and good afternoon to all. Yasu Yani, good to have you with me. Angele was mentioning that Turkish nationalism and Greek nationalism, and he preferred that I talk about Greek nationalism. I will deceive you. In any case, Yanni extensively talked about both. So I will concentrate rather on the relationship between the new Turkish imaginary and the security architecture of Southeastern Europe. In the meantime, I thank the co-organizers for this interesting event. So the interaction underlined by Angele between the imaginary, the memory, be it genuine or forged, and present-day Turkey has reached, in my opinion, an unseen level with the government of political Islam. A certain reading of the past shapes the present, and the present influences the formation of a new historical narrative and a collective memory. I mean, this is something new. And I would like to sort of essay, I mean, an oral essay, go deeper on this. So the main features of this new imaginary are fivefold. The first one is de-Westernization. The second one is Sunnism. The third one is an exacerbated anti-Kurdism. Please allow this neologism, or we can also say Kurdophobia, but I prefer anti-Kurdism because it's not only about Turkey, we'll see. Fourthly, the Ottomano-Turkish irredentism, and as a consequence of this irredentism, a diplomacy vis-à-vis or against countries in the region, including former allies, in which the military threat prevails. So maybe we can add to this mix a sort of parochialism raised to the status of science, like in the case of this famous Erdoganomics, which which is spreading all around with this lowering of Turkish interest rates and the free fall of the Turkish currency. I mean, it has something to do with the economic security. So in that sense, it's extremely important. So this is a rather new phenomenon. And I would like to describe this interaction within the framework of the new security architecture of Southeastern Europe, as well as the Middle East. So which are today the threats and the challenges to security in these two sub-regions, and how they are shaped by the new Turkish imaginary? Let's go through them, and let's start with the indirect effects of Turkey's domestic and external actions induced by this new political imaginary. So let's start with the unconventional hybrid threats and threats by non-state actors. Firstly, of course, the well-known refugee situations generating from Syria and Iraq. These have become almost a permanent security threats in the region, and they are intimately related to Turkey's political imaginary, which forbids any sort of empowerment, and I'll underline this empowerment, by regional Kurdish actors, be it Iraqi Kurds or Syrian Kurds or even less Turkish Kurds. So as a consequence, we have permanent armed conflicts in these two countries, and we can, I think, safely say that today, if the civil war in Syria drags on, it is now mainly due to Turkey's Syria policy. So the second indirect effect is the mass migration from the Middle East that remains a hybrid security for decades to come with Turkish nationals, creating a potentially explosive migratory pressure. This is a direct consequence of Turkish political imaginary as put into practice and action by the political Islam. In other words, the present-day political imaginary of the regime headed by Mr. Erdogan will continue to produce emigration as it does since July 2016, the so-called coup d'etat. Indeed, since then, some 2 million, according to the Western intelligence services, 2 million Turkish citizens have already left Turkey. So along the same lines, those groups who have found a safe haven in Turkey today, evaluated to 6.5 million, by the way, by the most recent World Migration Report of the International Organization for Migration. These 6.5 million foreigners are susceptible to move towards the West if the present economic policies and the hardship continue to deteriorate the situation in the country. So again, and the third indirect consequence is the non-state actors, and mainly these jihadi groups whose size is unknown, but easily reaching tens of thousands, belonging to groups mainly listed by the UN Security Council's Analytical Support and Sanctions Monitoring Team as terrorist groups. Like these, the famous warlords of Idlib in Syria under the Turkish control. These groups, and they belong to the Sunni sphere of influence created and nurtured by Ankara since 2011. So these jihadi groups present, in addition to Idlib, of course, they are present in the occupied territories of northern Syria and in Libya. Regarding Turkey per se, the country has moved from being a partner in security to a threat to security. This is new. Turkey was until, I think, circa 2013, considered part of the security architecture of NATO's southeastern flank. Today, it has become a security threat. In other words, it moved from being part of the solution to become a part of the problem. There are many, examples. The presence of the Turkish armed forces in Syria, Iraq, and Libya, which are, and there the excuse is both the Sunnism and a fake Ottoman dream, the so-called neo-Ottomanism, which doesn't correspond to any reality on the ground, ignoring totally the Arab feelings vis-à-vis Turks since 1916. The second important feature of this security threat is the flirtation with NATO's top adversary, Russia, buying Russian arms, the famous S-400s, now Sukhoi 57, maybe civilian nuclear cooperation right across Cyprus, in a seismic zone, by the way. Thirdly, conflicts with partners, not only immediate partners like Greece and Cyprus, but also France, but also Poland and Baltics, blocking, for instance, the 2020 Eagle Defender of NATO. This is a NATO program. Of course, they dropped their veto at the end of the day because no one wanted to recognize the PYD in Syria, the Kurds, as a terrorist entity. Another development, important development of Turkey's new and imaginary moving the praxis of the country, a de facto end of the EU candidacy. It's very simple. I think Ankara's norms, standards, principles, and values today are in total contradiction with those of the EU's. Actually, the regime can exist only if it denies those norms, standards, principles, and values. So I don't think any need to go deeper on that. As for the Greek, including Cyprus, or Cypriot, of course, Turkish relations, this imaginary has developed into a new, I would say, concepts like blue homeland. I think it corresponds to a size as big as the half of the Turkish territory. It is 400,000+ square kilometer of sea, land, sea homeland. This is why it's blue. Of course, a gunboat diplomacy, especially towards Greece and these two countries, open threats, hybrid threat, the refugees, pushed towards the Turkish-Greek border last year. The agreement between the former Libyan government in Tripoli and Ankara, a sea border bypassing completely and ignoring Crete as a landmass, a visible military built up in the north of Cyprus, and illegal occupation of Varosha by the non-recognized entity in the north of Cyprus. Last, not the least, the threat to collective memory, symbolized, in my opinion, by the reconversion of Hagia Sophia into a mosque. It was, I think, already last year. So to provisionally sum up, I think the major paradigm shift in the imaginary and its interaction with Turkey's domestic and external actions, as I try to illustrate, we witness the revision of Turkey's post-World War II alliances and choices, and maybe it goes further back than this, to the early 19th century, to the beginning of the Ottoman Empire's Westernization process. And the present day political imaginary of the regime, of the political Islam, functions as the opposite of a Western-prone Turkey. My presentation will stop there. I can talk much more than this, but I hope in the course of the discussion, we will have the opportunity to go maybe deeper in some of the points that I raised. Thank you, Angele.
Cengiz, çok teşekkürler. Thank you very much for your presentation. We actually had two different presentations on the same topic, so to say. Yanis was discussing about the development, about the preconditions of defining national identity in both countries, Greece and Turkey, since the 19th century. And Cengiz was talking about the current conditions of transformation of the Turkish imaginary into political action in the region of southeastern Europe, especially in Eastern Mediterranean, in the Eastern Mediterranean region. Regarding, I don't know if somebody has a question to the presenters, to the panelists. If there's yes, before going on with some comments of mine, I would like to give the floor to Hartwig for his question.
Thank you, Angelos, and thank you for this very interesting presentations. I really like both presentations, and I took some very interesting ideas from that. I would like to continue with my comment on the previous section on the Ukraine and Russia, and I was talking about Huntington's idea of civilizations, which is above the level of nation states. So, do we actually see today, both in Russia and in Turkey, the reconstruction of a nation state, or do we see something above the nation state, like in Russia, this Eurasian identity, the Slavic identity, Pan-Slavism, and in Turkey, as Cengiz Aktar said, like a kind of Islam or Ottoman, it's going beyond Turkey as a nation state. Do we see this? So because if we just see the reconstruction of a nation state, we go back to the 19th century, but we are now in the 21st century. So this is just my question. The same to Greece. So or perhaps the idea, Yanis Grigoriadis said that we see some kind of de-Westernization. So again, the question is, what is the West in de-Westernization? What do these nationalists or these ideologists want to get rid of? How do they define that?
Okay.
Cengiz, please, you have.
Or Yanni. Let's start with Yanni, no?
Okay, I can start. Yes. Well, anti-Western feelings in Greece have been quite strong throughout the 19th century, and interestingly, this has been expressed very often as like a romantic, let's say, reaction or sort of like the criticism of the project of Greek modernization. And very often this reaction was really based on some like religious points of reference. Most interestingly, if I want to make a sort of an interesting comparison of that, we can see how about 20 years ago, when the Greek-Turkish rapprochement started, you would see the Patriarchate being a strong supporter of a new look of the Greek state. And very often this reaction was based on some like religious points of reference. Most interestingly, if I want to make a sort of an interesting comparison of that, we can see how about 20 years ago, when the Greek-Turkish rapprochement started, you would see the Patriarchate being a strong supporter of Greek-Turkish relations, and of course hoping that also the rapprochement would improve the conditions of the Greek minority in Turkey and the Patriarchate as well. On the other hand, the Church of Greece under Christodoulos, the Archbishop 20 years ago, was very critical and would take a very stronger civilizational approach on this. So he would kind of put forward the Huntingtonian argument about the impossibility of bridging the differences between Greece and Turkey. Why? Because they were sitting on a fault line. So it was sort of they were sort of destined to be in like this confrontational relationship. This anti-Western element in Greece was also expressed in political terms in the previous decade. During the crisis, you had this anti-EU, anti-German movement that to some degree even came to power with the Syriza-ANEL government. So both ANEL, this far-right populist party, and Syriza, the left-wing populist party, did kind of embrace some of these ideas, but their decision to back from the referendum results and their adaptation with the European mainstream also undermined the appeal of these ideas in a great part of the Greek public opinion. So I wouldn't consider them to be very important, although they're present. There is a party called Greek Solution today in the parliament that very much plays along these lines, and it's actually debated that it might be getting covert support by Russia, like other sort of right-wing, anti-European, Western liberal ideas parties. So that's the question on Greece. Regarding Turkey, if I may kind of jump into the first question you raised, I think that Erdogan's, ever since the uprisings, the Arab uprisings, he is trying to carve for himself the role of the defender of the Sunni Islamic populations of the world, right? And he kind of develops a narrative of victimization, whereby starting from Palestine, of course, but getting into all different districts and regions of the world, whereby saying that Muslims are being discriminated and Turkey is strong enough to play their defender's role. So this has been going on for many years. And of course, the Muslim Brotherhood was a crucial instrument in that strategy, because the Muslim Brotherhood, which is an organization much older than AK Party, but it became almost subservient to Erdogan's interests, like the Muslim Brotherhood operatives moved from different parts of the Arab world to Istanbul. So, and this of course led to the sharp deterioration of the relations of Turkey with Saudi Arabia, with the UAE, and a number of very important, Egypt, of course, also because of the coup, but also because of the very personal animosity between the two leaders, Sisi and Erdogan. So this was on the table, but on the other hand, it is much like the late Ottoman years, whereby the ambitions were there, but the capacity was absent. So there was a gap between expectations and reality, and capabilities and expectations. So what we're witnessing over the last couple of weeks, Turkey trying to mend relations with the UAE and sort of with Saudi Arabia, maybe telling us that as the Turkish government is trying to survive a very difficult new year, they might be willing to give up some of this rhetoric in order to achieve survival, which of course is still very questionable because the situation is really very difficult for them.
Okay, thank you, Hartwig, for this two important points that you raised. Well, let me go back to this curious animal called the Turkish nation. It is, you know, Yanni touched upon briefly, referring to Eli Keduri, etc. But, you know, we should, I think, understand one key point. You know, when the Turkish nationalists started or tried or were compelled to invent the Turkish nation, I think the cutoff date is 1912, definitely. The loss of the first Balkan Wars, where the elites decided that it will be impossible to survive as a state without a nation. So, as always, nationalists prefigured the Turkish nation. But when these intellectuals A bit like Italians, by the way. Mazzini was saying the same, you know. They had to invent Turks. So they went around and they looked for some common denominators. The language, contrary to the Greek nation, you know, the ethnicity, you know, hordes of people taking refuge from the Caucasus since the mid of the 19th century, you know, when the Russian army was pushing out all this Muslim population. There were no Turks, they were not Turkish speakers. And also the same with the Balkans. Some were Turkish speakers, but not all. So which, you know, ethnicity, which language, which common values? Very few. Any economic base like the Zollverein in Germany? Nothing, zilch. Actually, the existing bourgeoisie was annihilated by the Armenian genocide and the anti-Greek pogroms. So nothing there. So what remained? Islam. Islam is the very foundation of the Turkish nation. But there is a schizophrenia there. The Turkish nation, although based on Islam, you know, was refusing the public appearance of this very Islam with the French-style secularism called la laïcité. Okay, so this is a total schizophrenia. On the one hand, the Turks were, you know, in their mind, and they were happily adhering to this new nationhood because they were Muslim. It is very well known, you know, you go still today in Anatolia, in Mikrasia, and you ask people, what are you? They say, I'm Muslim. They never say I'm Turk. Still today in the villages. And imagine at the time, 100+ years ago. So, I mean, the religion was clearly the common denominator, the cement of the nation, but forbidden from the public space. So what happened with the political Islam, the rise to power of political Islam in 2002? Well, this no-go, has been blown up, and something else happened there. And it was very interesting, and it's still going on. Actually, to respond directly to your question, the Turkish nation state is, or a nation is still under formation, you know, and but this time openly with a Sunni overtone. And I insist on that because there is a very common formula that Yanni knows well. It's yerli ve milli. Yerli ve milli means local, autochthon, and national. But it means what it means. It means Sunni, it means a Turk, it means a male, if possible, as opposed to female, and conservative. So this is the definition of Homo Turcica or Homo Turcicus, as defined by the political Islam. And of course, it is extremely difficult to make it work because of the Kurds, because of the Alevis, because of the women, extremely important, and there are clashes on each and every strata of the Turkish society. So your second point regarding de-Westernization, that I used this term, you know, it is not it is not something which we can compare to the Russian, you know, this Narodnik and so on, you know, this anti-Western, you know, nerve, the anti-Western current has always existed, actually, since Peter the Great, and for the Ottomans since the beginning of the Westernization. The only difference is 100 years between the Russian Westernization and the Ottoman Westernization. The Russians started 100 years ago, 100 years before. So this anti-Western feelings, actually, you know, philosophy and practices, and existed all through. I mean, and they still exist in both countries. But I'm talking about something else. In Turkey, these anti-Western tendencies have been developing recently. I would say the last 8 years, my cutoff date is 2013, to something else. And when I say something else, it's, you know, Turkey is de-Westernizing, or at least the political Islam is trying to de-Westernize the country by all means. You know, and they are creating and inventing a new generation. They are revising the curricula at all levels, and the importance that this Diyanet, the religious affairs that Yanni just mentioned, the Directorate for Religious Affairs, has become a kind of Sheikhul Islam, you know, like during the Ottoman times, you know, giving fatwas, you know, the edicts about anything and everything. Touching the social or family life of the Turkish citizens. So this is something else, but this is socially speaking. Culturally, it's the same thing. You know, they're imposing, I mean, the transformation of Hagia Sophia is just part of it. So the relations with former allies, the same. I mean, Turkey is definitely playing a non-Western, if not anti-Western path since now 8 years. And this is extremely dangerous, and this is new. This is not something which, it's not an accident. It is not just, you know, some, I would say, you know, some wrong development. I mean, it's much deeper than that. I will just give one example and give the floor to Angele with this question. You know, things are going really bad in Turkey, and Yanni is living there, and he can, you know, he's a first-hand witness. I mean, economically, politically, socially, militarily. I mean, by all means. The party of Mr. Erdogan, if we can still call it a party, it's rather, you know, a bunch of people obeying by the rules, and still is, you know, is rated at plus 30%. 30%, 1/3 of the population still intends to vote for this party, which has literally created a havoc in this country, both domestically and internationally. So it means that there is something different there. This is why I use in my book, for instance, the concept of totalitarianism, referring to Hannah Arendt and the mass support of the regime, rather than authoritarianism, where we suppose that when the dictator leaves, things will become normal. Unfortunately, it's very, very difficult to do. It will be very difficult for Turkey to catch up, because the institutions are destroyed. the main 6 institutions, the army, the academia, the administration of the territory, the judiciary, the diplomacy. There is no more diplomacy. The Turkish diplomats don't exist anymore, and the treasury. They are all destroyed, and it will take decades to cheer them up, which is uncomparable with what is happening in Russia. You know, in Russia, the state institutions are still there. Okay, the things are, you know, are not running democratically, but the institutions are there. Mr. Lavrov is there. In Turkey, Mr. Çavuşoğlu is nobody. His counterpart, the Minister of Foreign, he is definitely nobody. He's not in charge of, I mean, he's not involved in the policy making when it comes to the foreign affairs. So I think I will stop there. So this de-Westernization process is something to watch very closely. I repeat, it is not a road accident, and it is something much deeper and in terms of imaginary. Angele.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cengiz and Yanis, for this very, very detailed analysis, especially in terms of what's going on right now in Turkey. We have actually 9 more minutes before the session has to start. The colleagues, both the moderator, Professor Scott Uri from Tel Aviv University, and both panelists are already there. Adam Lerner joins us from London, and Nira Perg was attending the conference since today morning. Well, before starting with the next session, you know, to both colleagues, Cengiz and Yanis, you know very well, I mean, I am also involved in research about Turkey, and especially about EU-Turkey relations since now at least 15 years. We have been discussing a lot about these issues, especially with Cengiz. During the 2 years we have been commonly teaching at Bahçeşehir University in Istanbul about these issues. It was before the so-called, as you always say, coup d'etat in 2016. You know, if now we continue with this discussion, we can discuss for hours. Just a short, I think I now take the opportunity by the last comment of Cengiz. Just a short comment, very short comment, what you expect as next regarding Turkey in the region, because I read a piece of yours a week ago, I think, and your estimation is very interesting actually. What will be, you know, the continuation of, because it is a crisis right now, okay, in Turkey it's just a crisis. So what will be the next step of this crisis? Very, very, very shortly, please.
I think Turkey has become, as I use the formula, security threat, but it's an international liability now. I mean, it is something with which the world and to start with the West should deal with. I am expecting, you know, a formula a la Sisi, like in Egypt. I don't expect that this government can reasonably organize elections that it may lose. No way, because this regime has been in so many misdeeds and violations of the constitution and the laws and the international law. Don't forget about the International Criminal Court regarding the invasion areas in northern Syria and this sort of things. So I think they cannot dare to lose the elections and organize a chai party and give the power and the government to the winners. There is no such a thing. I don't think it will happen. So I'm expecting a palace coup, probably by a very strong man, by Hulusi Akar, the present Minister of Defense. He is very close to the Americans. So I think the conditions will be to get out of all these political adventures, both in Mesopotamia and in Eastern Mediterranean, to stop flirting with Russia, to go back to NATO, and to start to fix the state institutions that are in a dire state. So this will be, of course, unfortunately, a non-democratic regime. This is why I use the symbol of Sisi. Actually, I used to call the guy Hulu Sisi, like Hulusi Akar, you know, Hulu Sisi. So I think we'll probably end up there because, frankly, the elections, these guys, you know, are so, you know, they have done so many bad things that they cannot just hand over the power by just losing the elections.
Thank you very much, Jenkins. The last question now to Yanis. Under these conditions now, under current conditions, your very short estimation is, of course, a very difficult question, but your final estimation about the role of religion in the future regarding these two countries, please, very, very shortly.
Well, yes, I do think that given the fact that foreign policy in Turkey is so much indexed to domestic politics, so I do, and because the government in Turkey has failed to deliver on the domestic front, and don't forget that it was the economy that was the big success of the Akbar regime in the first years, and now it is exactly the opposite. It's the Achilles heel of the regime. I do expect a lot of religious references because this is the last thing that the government can use in order to mobilize its voters on this kind of identity cleavages that still define Turkish society to a considerable degree. So they will try to do that. So even people would be willing to, hoping that people would be interested in voting against their financial interests just because they feel members of the Islamic Ummah or because they were Sunni Muslims and so on. In the case of Greece, I don't, as I said, the religion and nationalism has been used at times very successfully, but I don't see this becoming a defining feature of Greek politics, at least in the coming years. So it will be a different understanding of Greece being a member of the European family and sort of trying to turn the negative story of the last decade. That would be the main narrative.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your contribution. By the way, there will be a follow-up. I mean, in terms of the book to be published, and we will at least continue our discussions there in the book, because I plan to make a comparative analysis in the frame of this book to be published, and comparative analysis regarding all three conflicts we speak about in this conference. So there will be a follow-up anyway. Thank you very much for the moment. And we have now actually we are in the luxury position to now move very, very softly and very, very without any stress to the next session, because we are just in time to move to the next session, which is dedicated to the third conflict we speak about in this conference, namely the Israeli conflict with the Arabs, namely with the Palestinians. So Israeli versus Arab nationalism is the title of this session. And this session will be moderated by Professor Scott Uri. He's a senior lecturer at the Department of Jewish History at Tel Aviv University, director of the Eva and Mark Bezen Institute for the Study of Historical Consciousness at the same university, at the University of Tel Aviv. So, Scott, you have the floor to moderate this session by, first of all, presenting our two panelists. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, Angelo. You can hear me? Yes?
Yes.
You guys can hear me? Wonderful.
Yeah.
And I hope you can see me. And now I have the correct name. So thanks for the IT people correcting me, although it's fun to be you, Angelos, for just a millisecond or two online. Thanks to you and to Renan and all the staff in Kiev and Tel Aviv and other locations for the cooperation putting this together. We've had a lot of expectations and disappointments, which we're all now used to in our Zoom worlds. It is my pleasure to join you and to chair this session. which is entitled Israeli versus Arab Nationalism. I have a question about the title already, but I'll leave that to the question and answer period. We have two speakers. I apologize that I was not able to attend all the sessions in the morning. I had academic meetings. Believe me, I'd rather have been with you guys online, but I assume the format will be that each speaker gets a half hour for Adam, half hour for Nir, and they'll open up for questions. Great. So the first speaker is Adam Lerner, who is an assistant professor of politics and IR at Royal Holloway College in London, University of London. He is educated in England as well, I believe, at Cambridge. Is that correct, Adam? Yeah, great. Although he may originally be from the US, according to his CV online. BA at Cornell, and he fled the cold of Cornell to the glory of the empire. His first book is forthcoming, and I look forward to reading it and seeing it and reading it. From Ashes of History, Collective Trauma and the Making of International Politics, published soon by Oxford University Press in early 2022, and he's published widely already in a range of leading journals, the European Journal of International Relations, Perspectives on Politics, International Studies Review, and more. And he even has a Twitter account. So we may be seeing some of this conference being tweeted online, perhaps in his talk or after his talk. Adam will be speaking on the fascinating and intriguing topic of memory, trauma, and reparations, claims in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And he will be followed, and just let me introduce the second speaker, and then you can give it a go, my friend. He'll be followed by Nira Perig, who is a visual artist and educator. Her work on multi-channel video installations challenge the status quo of any territory she immerses herself in. Her work is anchored in documentary practice, where she develops her own, quote, play of resolutions. And through this and other actions, her work both reveals and questions behavioral protocols as they coexist in liminal spaces of geopolitical, religious, ideological, ethical importance. And I hope I've encapsulated her fascinating work appropriately as an academic dealing with the arts. And she'll be speaking on the no less fascinating topic of the Cave of the Patriarchs in Hebron, the much debated city in Israel's controlled West Bank, memory of the point of view of moving image, not of the moving image, of moving image, or perhaps moving images. Each speaker will happily get half an hour. Dear colleagues and friends, I will have to be strict about that half hour issue, so we can discuss later. Adam, the floor is yours according to the schedule, and then we'll move on to Nira. Please, I look forward to your talk.
All right, well, thank you so much for that nice introduction. Yeah, as you, great guest there. I am American, but I live in the UK, so that's why I have this accent. I'm not, I find that like-
It's the reverse of the Sting song, right?
Yeah, well, when I'm introduced and people are like, he was educated at Cambridge, he works at the University of London, people expect me to have this great British, you know, posh British accent, and I sound like this. I sound like a Jew from New York, so not a terrible accent to have, but yeah, and I'm very sorry. I have been trying to attend this morning, but I woke up with a terrible stomach bug. So I'm glad to be here. This will be a nice pick me up, but I should probably be horizontal. But I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I have a presentation that goes along
There's
with
a
this.
first for everything. If you want to give your talk lying on your back, that's fine with me.
No, I'm actually feeling a nice burst of energy now. Okay, so you all can see my screen, right? Great. So let me just start by introducing myself. As Professor Yuri said, I'm Adam Lerner, and I have this book coming out about collective trauma. And the book has kind of led to this next project, which I just submitted a major grant application for, on international reparations. So when I was originally contacted about this conference, the project was going in a number of different directions, and I'm very happy to be presenting kind of the first working paper from the project. This is a paper that I've written with my colleague Ben O'Loughlin, who some of you might have heard of his work on strategic narratives. This work looks at how states and other international actors employ narratives in global media, narratives that further their agendas. This sort of builds on some of Joseph Nye's ideas about soft power. And this paper is really trying to push that framework to think about how narratives reshape international imaginaries and can even encourage paradigmatic change in IR. So rethinkings of who main actors are, their relations with one another, sort of the scientific ontologies that actors look out at the world with. So in this presentation, I'm going to try not to bore you too much with the IR theory side of everything. I know that we are sort of responding to a debate that occurred about 10 years ago about the end of IR theory. Some scholars like David Lake and Patrick Jackson and Dan Nexon were writing on that. I'm going to try to focus on the empirics. And so I'll give you a little bit of theoretical backdrop, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the 1952 Luxembourg Agreement between Israel and West Germany, and look at the precedents set by that case. And then finally, in the last slide, I'm going to turn to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and see how some of the precedents, some of the lessons learned from this negotiation might, I don't know, prove insightful in that conflict. I much more, in my prior work, I've focused much more on the Israel of the 1940s, 1950s, 1960s than the present day. So I'm trying to sort of take some of the lessons from that historical work to the Arab-Israeli conflict. So here's a quick outline. I'll talk a little bit about this project on international reparations, why the question of international reparations might pose a problem for IR or might pose a dilemma for IR. I'm going to define this term strategic ontologies, which I put on the title slide. And this is sort of the new conceptual innovation we're forwarding in this paper. And then I'm going to turn to the 1952 Luxembourg Agreement and look at that as a case of what we call strategic ontological contestation, and then see if we can distill some lessons from that to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the final slide. Okay. So why are we thinking about international reparations? Well, my past work on collective trauma and memory politics has analyzed primarily how mass violence's legacy can linger on in the long term. And this is the case for various types of mass violence, whether it's structural violence like imperialism or racial oppression, other things like that, or acute mass violence like genocide or famine, that sort of thing. But this longer term project, I spent a lot of time thinking about how mass violence's legacy lingers over the long term, but it raised questions for me about the international system's tools for repairing histories of injustice. What are some of the ways that the international system can solve conflict over memory, or if not solve it, address it? Now, in recent years, groups like Black Lives Matter, the Extinction Rebellion, and a number of others have increasingly called for reparations as one potential tool. In the UK, where I'm based, this even included calls for reparations for colonialism and the slave trade. There was a debate at the Oxford Union between Sashi Tharoor and I can't remember, a conservative writer, over whether the UK should pay reparations to India. And the clip of Sashi Tharoor speaking, he was Deputy UN Attorney General and then a minister in the Congress governments in India. A clip of him speaking went viral in India, got millions of views within a couple of days. This is clearly touching a nerve. But there aren't that many examples of sort of what you would call successful international reparations agreements. The Luxembourg Agreement is a leading one. There have been a few others in recent years that I'll bring up, but I found this question of the transnational politics of international reparations quite interesting. It seems an increasingly talked about method for repairing global conflicts. And I think international reparations are particularly interesting because when actors appeal for reparations domestically, oftentimes they target established institutions like courts or legislative bodies. But when these claims extend beyond state borders, reparations depend on transnational activism and diplomatic negotiation. And these negotiations have to thread some interesting needles. They have to bring together questions of past wrongs and present debts. So monetary debts and historical memory, things that are tough matches for one another. So for this project, I'm really interested in reparations payments, this coupling of money made an explicit acknowledgement of past injustices and the sort of mnemonic negotiation over those past injustices. Now, there's lots of literature on other forms of reparations, commemorative reparations, apologies, that sort of thing. I'm focusing on this odd coupling of money and historical memory. So my research questions are as follows. First, how do these two primary aspects of international reparations, the negotiations they represent and the payments they mandate, how do those strategically intertwine? And this intertwining of memory and present inequality is really what I'm interested in. What can it tell us about the way different actors understand injustice and injustice's relationship to the past? And then secondarily, or not secondarily, but after we answer these questions, I'm interested in how this theorization, how this theoretical understanding can improve our understanding of global justice. Now, as I said, reparations are poorly accounted for in IR. Most reparations programs occur domestically, sometimes with international oversight, but they're primarily a domestic concern. And historically, reparations in IR were typically dismissed as victor's justice, following decisive victories in war. This was certainly the case prior to the World War II era. Dominant accounts of the international system, for those of you who have taken an intro to IR course, they tend to assume states are egoists. Why would a powerful state pay reparations to a weaker state unless they were coerced into doing so? And if they're coerced into doing so, are those payments really reparations in the sense that we're using the term in contemporary parlance? There's also been considerable stigma around coerced reparations since the Versailles Treaty after World War I. There's a lot of literature exploring these reparations that Germany was forced to pay, whether they contributed to hyperinflation in Germany. I think a lot of people have argued that they have, whether this hyperinflation fueled the rise of Nazism. There's a substantial literature on that. It's probably not worth my commenting on it, but I think that's shaped dominant perceptions of reparations. Now, constructivist literature in IR has certainly introduced identity-related factors into the discipline, but these identity-related factors raise questions about when they're sufficiently important to override material concerns, to push states to pay reparations or push other international actors to pay reparations. One school of thought that's sort of branched out of constructivism is ontological security, which argues that states will compromise material advantage to protect their identities. For example, they'll engage in humanitarian interventions to protect democracy if they pride themselves on their democratic identities, or they'll spend lavishly on international vanity projects that will bolster their international image, even if doing so doesn't yield strategic material advantage. But to a certain degree, reparations compromise ontological security, and they pose a dilemma for ontological security. They actually involve states admitting that the in-group, the more powerful actor, has erred in the past, and that their identity has some compromised components to it. And this can be quite difficult for states. I mean, there's so many examples of states that are unwilling and unable to recognize their past wrongs. In the case of Turkey, the prior panel, recognition of the Armenian genocide has been incredibly difficult in the Turkish context. I think very few high-level actors have really reckoned with it. And yet, even if reparations seem impractical, this transnational politics that I've described has grown considerably in recent years. And there's been a couple noteworthy examples. The UK paid reparations to survivors of torture, the Mau Mau survivors of torture in Kenya in 2013. And this past year, Germany paid over $1 billion to the Namibian government in recognition of the Arero Nama genocide. And calls for reparations abound now. You'll see in the case, one especially vocal one comes from CARICOM, the Association of Caribbean Nations, that has a commission led by an eminent historian in the Caribbean calling for reparations for colonialism. And there's been, I think, increasing interest in the case of Haiti, which had to pay reparations to France. So my colleague and I set out to understand the meaning of this transnational politics and what this sort of effort to rekindle historical and mnemonic, to rekindle these historical debates and mnemonic debates really means. And we were really looking at the narratives that different groups and activists are forwarding and what they mean about historical memory, the instability of historical memory. And this really led to our idea of strategic ontologies, which looks at how narratives can encourage reimaginings of the world. In essence, this is how narratives redefine issues under consideration and force actors to consider things that might have been swept under the rug, that might be uncomfortable for them, force them to reconsider their identities, who actors are, and even the structure of the international system. Now, this work builds on a considerable amount of work in IR on narrative. Narrative is described as linked to identity, linked to emotions and affect. There's considerable literature on visual narratives. We're really focused on two aspects of narrativity that come together in reparations negotiations. First, narratives serve strategic purposes, and this builds on their prior work on strategic narratives. Narratives provide blueprints of how actors can address situations of scarcity to meet specific goals. This is what we mean by they're strategic. Actors in international relations communicate strategic narratives to express the direction they seek to take, so that other actors can evaluate the extent to which they can cooperate, or if they need to pursue an alternative path, perhaps even a contradictory direction. In this way, strategic narratives are a means by which political actors can construct a shared meaning of the past, present, and future of international politics to shape behavior. But in addition to providing strategic templates, narratives are also ontologically productive. By that we mean narratives reshape imaginings of the world. They reshape the sort of scientific ontologies that we approach worldviews with. Narratives express a scene or environment, a set of characters, and a problem that those characters must address, and as well as the tools that they can use to address that problem. Historian Hayden White refers to this as the narrative's plot, which he defines as a structure of relationships by which the events contained in the account are endowed with a meaning by being identified with a coherent whole. Now, narratives that implot the world of international politics are ontologically productive in the sense that they're sufficiently, in certain cases, they can be sufficiently convincing to reshape dominant understandings of what is, what actors and stuff shape global problems, how these actors and stuff relate to one another, and in what context. For other actors to find one's narrative convincing, they need to agree with the ontological commitments contained within that narrative. And thus narratives are often explicitly oriented towards creating common understandings. So a perfect example of a strategic ontology that we use in our paper is Al-Qaeda after 9/11. After the 9/11 attacks, there was significant disagreement within the US government and policymaking communities, there were significant debates over what Al-Qaeda was. Was it a network? Was it an organization? What were its links with the state? And to a large degree, in the immediate aftermath of the attacks, the Bush administration pursued a narrative that framed Al-Qaeda as a coherent organization linked to the Taliban regime, the Afghan state, and that was somehow worthy of being placed on the level of on a sufficient international level to constitute a core enemy of the United States. This didn't need to be the case, and there have been plenty of other narratives suggested in the time since, perhaps using a criminal approach, looking at them as a dispersed ideological network. But the narrative that was forwarded by the Bush administration, we have a number of quotes from Bush administration figures in the paper when we talk about this example. It was explicit in creating Al-Qaeda into a certain type of international actor. This is precisely what we mean by strategic ontology. Forwarding this ontology served a strategic purpose. And we argue that the 1952 Luxembourg Agreement actually provides a prime example of how strategic ontologies forged during diplomatic negotiations can lead to this sort of reimagining of the international arena, its core actors, and its logics. And we argue that the Luxembourg Agreement negotiations actually provided a durable strategic ontological update. I'm sorry if you can hear the dog barking. There's a package being delivered. He's nuts about that stuff. But yeah, we argue that the Luxembourg Agreement is an example of the sort of narrative contestation that led to ontological innovation. And a lot of this had to do with international reparations, the subject we're looking at. Prior to World War II, dominant understandings of international reparations were largely cynical. They saw them as a form of victor's justice, and this was very much fueled by the Treaty of Versailles. The Luxembourg Agreement's negotiation, we argue, had two lasting effects. First, it helped define Israel's relationship to the past, to the Zionist movement, to European Jewry, and as well as West Germany's relationship to its Nazi predecessor. These are complex ontological questions about the identity of actors and how they relate to past actors. And in defining these relationships, they also help define the relationship between those two actors and their place in a larger set of complex Cold War networks. Second, the Luxembourg Agreement actually played a substantial role in creating what we call a moral economy around reparations. This is something that Elazar Barkin brings up in his book. But really, the Luxembourg Agreement, though might not have been, over the long term, it's been interpreted as a sort of a shift, a moment of departure, where international reparations were kind of introduced into international politics as a potential tool for global justice. This wasn't the case beforehand, and I think explaining the transnational activism we see nowadays requires returning to the Luxembourg Agreement. So if we go back to the context of these negotiations, we can kind of look at the different priorities on each side and how the negotiation led to a sort of common narrative, a common understanding codified in the agreement. International Jewish organizations first began raising collective reparations claims against Nazi Germany as early as 1944, prior to Israeli statehood. The logic motivating these calls was both straightforward and unprecedented. Due to the comprehensiveness of the Nazis' annihilation of European Jewry, in many cases, suitable heirs could not be located to forward legal cases or receive payments. And thus the question arose of who would make claims on their behalf. At a 1944 International Jewish Conference in Atlantic City, Nahum Goldman, who would later serve as president of the World Zionist Organization and help negotiate the Luxembourg Agreement and the Claims Conference, he articulated the Jewish community's demands as multi-leveled, extending beyond payments to individual survivors or even the rehabilitation of European communities. He said, "No program of Jewish demands has meaning or historic significance if it does not culminate in a demand for a Jewish commonwealth in Palestine. If there's any kind of real reparations due us from the democratic world, it can be made only through the establishment of a Jewish commonwealth, a place where every Jew from Europe or elsewhere who wants to go there or is forced to go will be received and find refuge." These initial narratives help create a logic linking the persecution of European Jewry or of individual Jews across Europe with the political priorities of the Zionist movement and the Jewish collective, unified into a nation seeking a state in the historic land of Palestine. But notably, they were directed at the UN or the democratic world. They didn't seek to engage a defeated Nazi regime. After the war, Israel first sought reparations from allied governments, and then finally began furtive negotiations with West Germany in 1951, after being denied by the Allies. Though they faced significant backlash from both opposition parties on the left and right during Knesset debate over whether to move forward with the reparations agreement, Ben-Gurion and his allies narrated it as necessary to securing the weak state's international position. Ben-Gurion's slogan during this debate was, "Let not the murderers of our people also be their inheritors." Golda Meir in the Knesset debate said, "We must be strong, not only because by the very fact that we are honoring the memory of those who are murdered, but also in order to prevent a repeat of that calamity. I believe that this was the last testament of our martyrs. We were slaughtered and burnt because we were weak, and only if we are truly strong can we prevent that from happening again." So you see in these narratives efforts to connect the genocide of European Jewry to the Israeli state, and also the Israeli state's place in the world, international weakness as a sort of legacy of the Holocaust. On the other hand, West Germany had its own strategic priorities that shaped the narratives forwarded by West German leaders, most notably Konrad Adenauer, who I think historical work has really shown was a pioneer in this negotiation. Adenauer became the leader of West Germany after being imprisoned by the Nazi regime, but he also recognized that many in his country were opposed to reparations to Israel, and they thought the priority should be reparations for war widows prior to reparations to those harmed across Europe. But at the same time, Adenauer presided over an economic boom, and the country still faced skepticism as it tried to reintegrate into the Western Bloc. So Adenauer was keen to use the newfound economic resources to reintegrate. And with this context, Adenauer gave a landmark speech to the Bundestag in 1951, at a time when the reparations negotiations were very much in question. Actually, Nahum Goldman edited this speech surreptitiously. The paperwork's come out in the decades since about Goldman's role. And the most notable passage from this speech was Adenauer saying, unspeakable crimes were perpetrated in the name of the German people. I put an emphasis there, which impose upon them the obligation to make moral and material amends, both as regards the individual damage that Jews have suffered and as regards the Jewish property for which there are no longer individual claimants. The federal government is prepared, jointly with representatives of Jewry and the state of Israel, which has admitted so many homeless Jewish refugees, to bring about a solution of the material reparation problem in order to facilitate the way to a spiritual purging of unheard of suffering. Notably, Adenauer articulated these crimes as perpetrated in the name of the German people. He sort of articulated a break from the past. This was a tenuous break from the past. His West German state was still a suitable entity to pay on behalf of these crimes. And he accepted the link between Israel and the Jews that had died in Europe through the refugees that Israel had absorbed. This was the initial connective tissue, sort of, that legitimated the Luxembourg Agreement, but it grew on to take a much larger significance. So these dueling narratives.
Adam?
Yes.
All great stuff. It's my unpleasant duty to tell you have about 5 minutes left. Okay.
Oh, perfect. I only have 2 more slides. That's
just
great.
Double checking. Great. Okay.
Great.
Go continue. It's all good stuff.
Thank you. So the outcome of this was quite contradictory agreement. Israel refused to initiate diplomatic relations, but then at the same time, they accepted a delayed payment structure in which Israel would receive West German goods and services. And this kind of necessitated an ongoing relationship that turned into, public rapprochement in years to come between Adenauer and Ben-Gurion. West Germany, on the other hand, differentiated itself from its Nazi predecessor, but also recognized its duty to pay. Ostensibly, it was about resettling refugees, but the significance was so much more. And this agreement really took on a larger international significance. And I think understanding it as a sort of strategic ontological negotiation emphasizes that two of the things being negotiated in regards to this agreement actually had lasting effects. They created a West German-Israeli relationship, a somewhat contradictory and controversial relationship that persisted over time. Both of them, it defined their relationships to historical memory, it shaped their identities, and it created this unprecedented sort of moral economy around reparations. That there could be these contradictory, problematic narratives that could be negotiated and reframe reconciliation. And so this really is where I want to leave off, because I think there's some lessons we can draw here. Now, I was speaking to a colleague recently about the Camp David Accords. And this Camp David Accords, I obviously, like, given this audience, I don't need to go too deeply into the history. But the Israelis came, the anecdote I heard was that the Israelis came with maps and legal proposals about settling all sorts of different claims, whereas the Palestinians said, we don't want to look at any of that before we discuss historical memory, recognition of the Nakba. And complex negotiations continually occur in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And despite some agreement over potential borders, other potential arrangements, there's certainly, nowadays this has really died down as the two-state solution seems less and less likely. But 20 years ago, there was substantial consensus being formed. But the worldviews still aren't in line. And this leads to all sorts of commitment problems. The actors can't guarantee that these sort of more technical arrangements will have larger significance. And this is where I think some of the insight on reparations negotiations and strategic ontologies can come into play. Strategic ontologies, forged through narrative contestation, provide a way of bringing together otherwise irreconcilable things like money and historical memory. They provide a means for negotiating a reconciled common worldview. This worldview can be contradictory and problematic, but by attaching this common worldview to a settlement, a document that contains concessions like money, they force actors to put one's money where one's mouth is and to back up one's commitments. So in this sense, they can represent a forged consensus and a form of recognition. Now, they can't do everything. They can't change the past, and they can't change scarcity. But I want to suggest, I want to leave off here by saying that maybe some of this emphasis on narrative contestation, forcing rethinkings and reimaginings of the world, can help reconcile these two levels of negotiation that are going on, and might help us explain not only imagine a path forward in this conflict, but also maybe understand why transnational reparations politics is seeing this resurgence now. So I'll stop there. Thank you for paying attention to everything. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I'll look forward to your questions.
Thanks so much, Adam. That's a lot of rich material, a lot of great stuff to think about. We don't see you for some reason, but I assume you're still there and your dog has not commandeered your screen. Now you're back. A lot of great stuff. We'll talk about it. And now it is my pleasure to pass the virtual floor over to Nira Pelik. Nira, please, b'kasha.
Hello. Hi. Thank you for inviting me very much to this conference. I think it made me also rethink certain elements of the works I'm going to show you that are dealing with a complexity of narratives, as to continue Adam's discussion of narratives in Israel-Palestine, which stem from the actual definition of what Israel is, which is a national Jewish state. So in general, my work focuses on the repercussions of that decision, meaning that there are many junctions in Israel in which Israel and Palestine, but mostly everything is kind of happening in the borders or even within Israel, junctions between religion, state, and military, which means if the religion is the reason for the state, then the military is the way we preserve the territory. So it's kind of a look at an ideological territory. What happens when a territory is defined by a religious narrative and kept by a militaristic regime, and a racist regime at that, which actually erases all traces of another narrative that exists there. So in most of my work, I stand in these junctions. I look at them and I find certain kind of events which kind of happen before the events that are supposed to happen in these places. For example, the work I'm going to show you, which happens in the Cave of the Patriarchs, is actually a ritual that happens before the religious ritual. As I'm in these locations and I'm in these specific places, which are supposed to always hold a religious ceremony. Before the religious ceremony, there is something that needs to be done to prepare the territory. And since I'm not interested in religion, but I'm interested in the bureaucracy that comes before, that allows for it to control a state, to control a space. How it actually happens, why it happens, we all know. But what are the specific nature of how you maintain and preserve the way that religion can control a place? So I want to actually show you a work. I don't write papers, but I do video works. And I think that's what I'm going to try to show you. I'm sharing my screen. So you're in my website now. And what I want to show you are two pieces that I filmed in the Cave of the Patriarchs. Now, the Cave of the Patriarchs in Hebron is an amazing example of a duplicity of narratives. So it exists in Hebron, which is a Jewish name for a place, but it's also in Khalil, which is the Palestinian name for the same city. It's the biggest Palestinian city actually within the West Bank. The place itself has a mosque and a synagogue, and it's called Abraham Mosque by the Muslims who live in Khalil, and it's called Me'arat HaMachpelah. The cave, it's not even called the Cave of the Patriarchs. That's a third name. That's the English name. It's called Me'arat HaMachpelah, which is the cave of the doubling. which there are many reasons that I read. It sounds like rumors of why it is called like that. It can be called like that because some say it's because it has a double burial cave underneath. So it's a practicing synagogue, mosque, a prayer area on top, and there are caves underneath. But it's also because everybody who's buried there, the patriarchs are all in doubles. There are many reasons. I'm not sure what they are, of course. So Ra'anan gave a really good introduction to the Cave of the Patriarch. So I'll say it really shortly for whoever wasn't here. According to the Jewish belief, the Cave of the Patriarch holds the graves of, some believe even Adam and Eve, but that's a really far-fetched thought. It believes to hold Abraham and Sarah, Rebecca and Yitzchak, and Yaakov and Leah, the three main couples, fathers and mothers of the Jewish religion. It was supposed to be bought, the narrative is that it was the first place bought by Abraham within the state of Israel in order to, what becomes the state of Israel, in order to, for it to be a burial for his wife, for Sarah. So it is officially bought, which is one of one of the things that the settlers in Hebron are saying is that we bought it, we paid for it. This is the historical narrative that runs the right to be present in that area the way they are present. So when I went there to the Cave of the Patriarch, I went there to see another narrative, which is not the national narrative. Oh, by the way, it's also in 2017, it was declared by UNESCO as a Palestinian heritage site. Of course, it caused a big riot in Israel, which in return declared the Cave of the Patriarch as an Israeli heritage site. So from an international point of view, it is a Palestinian site. From a national point of view, it is a national site. So all these doubling keep happening in this place. So I decided I'm going to be the third narrative and tell it from another perspective. So when I first went into this place, I'm not showing you images yet, but I'm going to show you, actually I can show you some images. Okay. So when I first walked into this place, I saw something, wait, I'm going to look for it. Hold on, maybe it's not in this, area. Anyway, that's a nice image to stop on. I saw plastic chairs, and I asked, I could, by the way, as a Jewish Israeli woman, I could not enter the mosque. I could only enter from the Israeli side. There's also a border patrol to enter the mosque from the Palestinian side, which of course I cannot do. I'm not allowed to. I did it in another way though. So I saw these plastic chairs and I asked the people there, how come you have plastic chairs in this so important site? Why is it so flimsy? Why everything looks like it could be taken away very easily or cleared? Why is it not like stable? Why are the chairs not heavier and the things are not mounted on the wall in a heavier way and whatever? And the answer I got is because we have to be able to evacuate in 2 hours. And through that I learned, because I work in a phenomenological manner, in the sense that I'm trying to feel something else that exists in the space. And I learned from that and not so much from previous knowledge. Like I try as much as I can to erase my knowledge when I come to a place in order to re-see it. So when I learned about this evacuation narrative, of course, it sounded like a utopia for the settlers to evacuate the place in 2 hours, but I learned that it was actually a part of a whole protocol of behavior in the space that was declared after 94, after the massacre of the Battle of Goshen massacre, which is, you probably all know what it was, or if you don't, was a Jewish settler in 94, which entered the place that was then a mosque and a synagogue, separated not hermetically, meaning that one could cross from one place to another quite easily. There was not a border patrol in between in this indoor space, which is a a prayer place. It's a building. Now there's a border control in it. So since it was open, an Israeli settler, he was actually a doctor, came in his reserve uniform, not even his official army uniform, which is an interesting detail, and shot 25 Palestinians and injured 125 others. And this was a massacre that was condemned by Rabin and the Israeli government. And of course, this was this was the first, let's say, terror attack, official terror attack of the settlers. And the second one was the Rabin murder. But after this, the place was closed off for the Jews. They couldn't use it for 1 year. And a committee was called by Rabin in order to investigate the murder and come up with some kind of conclusions about how this place can actually function and be safe for everyone and kind of accept these two narratives in it. So they found a way to split the space. It's not really half and half. The Muslim side is a little bit bigger, and close the doors in between. Position border patrols at one of the doors so that it could be closed. It could be an entrance point, mostly for the army, because the army still controls everything. This is supposedly a half-half place, but it's not. Nothing is. And the place was split so that the Jews had one part, the Muslims had another part, and they could all do whatever they want, supposedly in their place. But part of the protocol that was made by this committee is that 10 times a year, Muslims will get the whole space for 24 hours according to their holidays, like the Ramadan and so forth. And 10 times a year, this is symmetrical, although the situation is far from being symmetrical. 10 times a year, the Jews will get the space for themselves, the whole space, and the Muslims will evacuate. And they would get to celebrate their holidays like, Yom Kippur or Passover or whatever other holidays. So, and these are happening on specific dates, and they never happen at the same time, so that's good. Sometimes they happen a week apart. And whoever is controlling and maintaining this kind of switch is, of course, the Israeli army. So I went there asking them to witness that switch. And of course, the answers I got, why do you want to see it? It's like somebody moving apartments. It's not interesting. And I said, no, this is actually what interested me. So I got to do that on the Israeli side, on the Jewish side, and a few months later, on another case of one of these 24 hours evacuations, I filmed the Muslim side. I'm going to show you these two works. You have enough of an introduction. Each one is 4 minutes. But before that, I'll just show you how they were displayed. So the idea of the display is that you have the Muslim side and the Jewish side presented at the same time. So as a viewer, you have to do this kind of ping pong between the Jewish and the Muslim side. This is a documentation of an installation I've done in Paris at the Jewish Museum on the occasion of an award I received. And this is, for example, this is the Jewish evacuation. And on the other side is the Muslim. So you can see these are two screens mounted one in front of the other. The sound, of course, exists simultaneously. And on one hand, you can see the Muslims, on one hand, you can see the Jews, and you kind of have to choose sides. The only thing that reminds you that there's something else going on or someone else living in another option, another space, is the sound, which is very important in the case of this work. So I really hope the video will run smoothly and you'll get to hear it. I'm going to do it in another way. Hold on. Which is, how do I exit the share screen once I have it on? Okay, hold on. So I'm gonna share the video with you directly, because if you'll see it through the screen, it will probably, so I'm gonna share share sound, optimize video, and then I'm going to share, hold on, a video with you. It just takes a minute. And that's going to be here. So you're going to watch it actually one not next to the other, but one after the other. And the order is really that it doesn't matter. In this case, it starts with Abraham unsupported format. Okay, this is maybe too complicated. Okay, I'll go to the basic plan. We'll go back here. Okay, so sorry, do you see it okay?
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
There's no sound.
Okay. Sorry.
I lost it.
I'm sorry. I lost
turn on the sound, please, in the video.
Yeah. Here we go. Sorry. It's always such a compromise.
Yeah,
it's the compromise.
Technology, our dear friend. I know.
Yes. Okay. So we'll start from the beginning. What you're seeing now is the army checking for any kinds of bombs or anything that was left behind.
Nero, you want to give us a brief narration of what we're seeing?
You need it? Yeah, sure. Okay, so what you've seen before are the Jews taking apart their artifacts. And then there's the moment of the opening of the door by the army, by the soldier woman. And then the Muslims came in to the same space that you've seen before being empty. And they brought their artifacts, which are basically the carpets to pray on. So this video is actually the transition from the Jewish area being evacuated and the Muslims coming in. the space gets, what I was interested in is the moment where the space is empty, which was about a minute and a half ago, and the way that the space is actually is being masqueraded by religion, meaning that the space is, of course, a space. And I really wanted to be in that moment of emptiness. And I wanted to bring the viewer to that moment of the space just being a space. So this is after it is prepared for the Muslim worshippers to come in. This is actually 3 in the morning before the first call. Okay, so the second one, Sarah, you will see in a minute, actually depicts the same scene, but in reverse.
Just turn on the audio and put this on the full screen, please.
These are Israeli police barriers, which are brought in for them to, for the Muslims to, the Waqf is actually in control of that area to enclose all the artifacts. The main fear is of vandalism, so that the Jews would come and vandalize the Quran or vice versa. So the two sides are very afraid of each other. It could be a very iconic moment of an eraser of a narrative, which is embedded in the space. Hold on.
Yuri, we're looking at another 5 minutes or so. So think about starting to wrap up in about 5 minutes, if you can, please.
Yeah, okay. So what you're actually seeing is, hold on. I'll let you see an image that is, okay. So you have both events happening at the same time. So what I was interested in is the way that this religious space prepares itself for the ritual of a religious event. But what it actually does, it commemorates a political event, which is the massacre, which was executed there in 1994, because this protocol would have not been written if there wasn't this massacre. As well as from a personal point of view, I was interested in my perspective and my presence as something that would actually, I had to, of course, be like the UN. I had to be friends with the Jews, with the Muslims, with the army. The only way I could do this work is to get the approval of the army to be in this situation, because no citizen could be in it. This is not a very celebrated event. Nobody wants to see the Jews leaving, and nobody from Palestine wants to see the Muslims leaving the space. Nobody wants to go. That's why they do it in the last minute. That's why it takes 2 hours and all of that. But then what I found interesting, after I befriended both sides, I came in with my iPad and showed them the work. And for some of them, this was the first time they saw this process executed by the other side. So the Jews have never seen how the Muslims act when they come in, because only the army sees them, and vice versa. So it was kind of funny what I received back was kind of a laughter. So as much as this is tragic, it is absurd. And the people who run this place, they know about this absurdity much more than anyone else. And they were like, hey, you know what, the army, the Muslims said, the Israeli army is really stupid to let you do this because you're exposing their ridiculousness or whatever, the ridiculousness of the protocol. I stayed there and I filmed another work which is called Ishmael, which also has to do with another implication of the massacre and of the protocol that they've done, which is even more absurd. And the reason I've done that is in order to erase, or not to erase, but to fix a certain reaction that I got to this work, Abraham and Sarah, that was somehow looked at. It traveled the world, really. I went everywhere with this work and it was shown everywhere. And it was looked at as a symbol of a possibility. Look, we can get along. They will move out, we'll move in, we'll move out, they'll move in. It's all this kind of like, you know, the Muslims need the floor, the Jews need the walls. Why not? We can kind of share the space. And there's actually a proposition on Temple Mount to do the same, which is horrendous. You know, it's kind of this is an example of how we can actually act in religious places. So I found this alarming. Of course, as an artist, interpretation is a given, and there's nothing I can do about it. And it's an open work, and that's part of, you know, why I do art. But at the same time, I was surprised by this reading of the events, and then I started to do a lot of works to fix that reading. So I can share with you the other work, and you can watch it on your own time. It's all on my website. So all these, this is it, and I'll just show you what the other work is. It's called Ishmael, and it should come up, yeah. And it's here, and it's dealing with another weird thing that happened when they split the space into two. They forgot, or didn't forget, but they left the minaret, the place where the muezzin is calling from 5 times a day. They left it in the synagogue. So now there's a problem. How will the muezzin walk through and go to the prayer if he is afraid to be attacked by Israelis, like he was with the case of the massacre? So there's a protocol of 5 Israeli police and soldiers escorting him in this small 10-meter corridor 5 times a day. And I joined him for one day from 4 in the morning till 9 in the evening. So it's kind of, yeah, absurd.
Okay, thanks so much, Nira. Maybe you'll send us a link to that website either in the chat or to Smadar Angelos, and they can send it back to everyone by the group email.
Yeah.
Or I see you put it in the chat for people coming from outside of the program.
Yeah, I can put the chat in. Did I stop sharing?
Yeah, everything's great.
Okay.
Yeah, we're all set. So I want to thank Nira and Adam for 2 talks, which are so incredibly different and yet so deeply connected. I thought this was just an absolutely fascinating range of papers about how we can look at some of the same questions or some of the same larger questions from radically different disciplines. IR, if I may say, so on the one end, and then the realm of video installations and art on the other. And they fit together so wonderfully. I think kudos to Angelos and to Renan, whoever else who put this panel together. I thought on paper, I'm like, who thought of this? And then and then after 5 minutes, like, this is amazing. So whoever thought of this, thank you very much. This is great. There are a lot of great questions here that lie at the core of today's workshop. Memory, narrative, the possibility of reconciliation, the enduring quality and the enduring strength and the enduring power of conflict, the bird's eye view that we got from Adam, and the nitty gritty of narrative and mobility of space and really claiming even the walls and the chairs that we got from Nira, which was just so breathtaking. I have a lot of questions, but it's not really my place to ask them. I want to open the floor to questions. People who are on the screen can either ask them directly or put them in the chat. There's something in the chat, I'll do my best to read them either in English or translate them from Hebrew into English. The floor is open to questions for the next 10 or 15 minutes. And if not, then I will jump in. So any questions, please feel free to ask. I see what's in the chat, hold on, not yet. Please, Angelos, please, or yeah, I mean, Angelos, go ahead, just jump in. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't have a question. Actually, I would like to comment just a bit the presentation by Adam. After his presentation, actually, I started to think differently, or to see under a different light the demands by the all Greek governments about reparations from Germany because of German occupation during the Second World War, which is still an open issue within the European Union, actually between 2 EU member states. So I started to see all of that in a different light. Thank you very much, Adam, for that, for your contribution to that. This is a personal insight I gained through your presentation. And the other short comment regarding the contribution by Nira. I visited Hebron for the first time in my life 3 years ago. And, you know, by visiting the mosque, synagogue respectively, and also the old town of Hebron, I was so impressed, and I thought to myself, I have to find an academic framing in order to discuss about these things. And this is why I'm very thankful to you, because this was realized just today by your presentation. Thank you very much.
When
Great.
were you there?
I think it was 2018. I was still based in Tel Aviv University, and I visited the place. You know, I always wanted to visit, and then it was last time actually, because I left Tel Aviv University in the end of 2019, so it was a year before.
Great. Adam, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, thanks so much for your comment. I don't know much about the Greek case, but I think, you know, there's interesting questions about how these how reparations claims sort of evolve and travel over time. And I think, you know, each different case, you get these sort of, I mean, some reparations claims like the Luxembourg Agreement came within, you know, 8-9 years after the first initial calls, but then some of them you see how sort of history evolves over time. I think the Japan-South Korea case is particularly interesting because there was the basic treaty in the 60s that included some payments, but then sort of a reawakening of some of the issues because the comfort women issue wasn't addressed fully in that, and the voices of survivors weren't really incorporated into the negotiations. And so sort of, it's interesting to see how historical memory can kind of inform these things and evolve over time.
Great. And there's another question out there, Hartwig. Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Well, this was so inspiring, both parts. I really liked them. And there was, like Angelos, one of our students actually in our program was from Hebron. And when we visited our Palestinian partner, he took us to Hebron to this site. So it was about 10 years ago, so it's not a recent one. So I was also very much impressed about the separation between the two parts of this building. But my question or my comment or question to Adam Lerner would be, again, I would like to follow my comments on previous parts. Is the nation state the level of analysis, or should we also go above and beyond the nation state? Above meaning, for example, there is much talk about reparation in terms of the responsibilities of industrial nations for climate change. So they should repay some of these damages to countries which are heavily affected by climate change. And below the nation state, this is the case of Germany and Namibia. So there was much criticism by representatives of Herero and Nama that they don't get the money. It's the government, the Namibian government gets the money, and they are not Hereros and Namas, they are other people. So in fact, this is not reparation to the victims or to the families of them, but to somebody else, to some nation state, which is not really the relevant case for those who are affected. And I would also like to mention that it probably it resembles some very ancient tradition of blood money. In many cultures, you have this tradition of blood money to somehow repair social relationships which have been affected by some kind of killings, and to stop that. So this is just a transfer of something which is individual or social to the political national level. So I would also like to get your comment on these different levels. And regarding the second presentation, the videos, I would just like to remind us or you that we have a tradition, for example, in Germany, as I know, that to share churches among different denominations. So, and the other negative example or bad example is in Jerusalem, the Church of Holy Sepulchre, which is shared by several Christian denominations, but it's not peaceful. This is showing the very problem of Christianity, to be split among the different denominations which do not really live together in harmony. So how do you comment on that?
Well, the question is, if you even in a monotheistic belief system, can you actually share anything? I mean, you have, from my experience, I don't find that the place is being shared. I've actually spent a year in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and I've done a work in that church about something else, actually. But I don't think I would call the Cave of the Patriarchs being shared. I would, because sharing implies a certain kind of agreement between two sides. So it's a kind of a rape over the space by the Israeli government in order to maintain the peace within the West Bank, with how they deal with the settlers. So it's kind of a political arrangement to keep this heritage in both sides. And it's not, and I would not call it shared. I would just call it coexisting, maybe, but not really shared. And I think that's the case also in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. So it's so split. It looks like the same surface, but it's not. It's very much different. You're right. It's not peaceful at all.
I just wanted to, I can respond now to Professor Hummel. That's an excellent question, and it's something that we talk about a bit more in the paper itself. I want to respond in two ways. First, you're absolutely right that the IR discipline kind of operates in this, what they call the Westphalian straitjacket. When we look out at the world, we see nation states, and that's a problem. It's not, and especially, the dynamism of transnational reparations activism is that it's not always at the state level. And in a lot of cases, the state system poses an impediment to it. In a lot of cases, it's, various other individuals, activist groups that are seeking reparations claims. I should say that in the paper itself, we have comparative cases. So my case is this one on the Luxembourg Agreement, but my colleague Ben O'Loughlin, he's looking at the climate change negotiations. And what he finds is actually there's efforts in climate change reparations negotiations to scale claims up beyond the nation state level, to create new categories of claimants. This is one of the things we're trying to address with strategic ontologies, an effort to create a new sort of agentic block. So one of them is, I forget the exact name of it, but there's a coalition of states in the COP, at COP26 that was formed about a decade ago, and they call themselves the vulnerable states. And they actually use that terminology of vulnerable states. That creates a sort of block. It's a mismatched block. It's unclear how they can come together as an individual, as an agentive international grouping, but it groups together places like the Maldives, Bangladesh, and any number of Latin American countries. So strategic ontologies can sort of forge new actors. I should say that in the case of the Luxembourg Agreement, this was kind of the heyday of nation state centrism in IR. It lines up with the timeline of decolonization. The Zionist movement was quite eager to be recognized as a state akin to any other state on the international stage. And West Germany similarly wanted to lose its notion of exceptionalism. And so both sides of these negotiations were very eager to operate within the confines of the Westphalian straitjacket. That being said, absolutely, these claims can operate at different levels. And one of the things that's interesting about strategic ontologies, or this framework we're forwarding, is that it provides a lens for understanding who the actors, what actors are being identified. So, in some cases, there's claims being made towards individuals. In some cases, there's claims being made towards larger groups. And using the tools of narrative analysis and recognizing the ontological productivity of narratives, we can better identify who the actors identified are, the relations between them, and whether that framework that's being forwarded, that scientific ontology, so to speak, is a durable one, whether it's one that might last beyond the confines of an individual negotiation. So thanks for your question. I appreciate it.
The question here for Neera from the floor. Can you please share more about your work process for Neera? The question from the floor. Okay.
Well, yeah, of course. I work on with a documentary practice, which means everything that you see happened, and it happened without my control. I don't direct anything. I position myself at crossroads that are crucial to the Israeli society, but not only. And I try to reobserve a narrative that I was taught and told and fed since I was born, and present it back as an artistic event. And I think that I'm more and more interested in questioning what actually is an event on my artistic side of not the political side. I wouldn't even call myself an activist, because I want to separate these two methods of existence. The activists are really, I admire them. They go and they're there, and they stay at nights and they protect people. And my role is a little bit different than that, because I think that art is a commentary on something. It can maybe change, but I totally humbly take the position of a commentary. So I studied in New York. I went back to Israel. I'm now a professor in a university here called Shinkal for interdisciplinary art practice. And I've always combined my work with teaching and lecturing. This is a big part of my move within the art world and within the academy. I'm interested in that kind of switch. I could show you more examples, but I don't think we have more time for it.
Any other questions, either from the participants or from the floor out there?
And I'm sorry, I'm recovering from a cold, so my throat is stopping me every second. But
it sounded great. Better a cold than other things that are out there, obviously. I don't know if there are any other questions. We have to take them. I don't know what our time frame is like, Angelo. I think this is a great discussion here about the rational side of conflict. We heard this from Adam about how conflict can be deconstructed and understood via models by IR. And of course, the irrational side of life and of nationalism, the visceral bodily and everyday aspect of it that we heard about, changing the objects, and you could see the people not speaking to one another, but living in the same area or worshiping in the same building. We heard from Nira. There's a lot of questions here for both of you, actually. I mean, Adam, what do you do, or how do you know when two sides are willing to reconcile? What if two sides aren't willing to reconcile? What if it's not a win-win situation? What if they behave irrationally? Then how do we know when, Adam, how do we know when narratives are open, or sides are open to have their narrative changed? And the same thing, when you spoke this a little bit, Nira, is what can we, or should we, or what can we do about this? And you spoke this briefly. You said, it's not my space to get involved. It's my space to advocate for it. So how do you make that change then? So the first question for Adam is how do we know, what are the criteria? Do we know when sides are ready to reconcile about difficult or traumatic or violent pasts? And the side for the question for Nira is the opposite side. You know, what, if anything, should we do as observers in the situations to bring sides together? So I think I'd like to hear about a minute or two from each about that, and then we'll go for a virtual coffee break, perhaps.
I can start if you like. That's a really great question. How do we know when sides are ready to reconcile? Do you know, and I think this is one of the things that's under discussed. You know, I think the sort of transnational reparations politics that I'm describing is a relatively new phenomenon, and oftentimes it does seem fairly detached from actual policymaking processes. That being said, I think that as this discourse develops, I don't have a great answer to the question of how do we know when sides are ready to reconcile. One thing I can say is that as the politics develops around this, I think there will be more recognition of the sort of benefits that accrue to those sides that do reconcile. So one thing is finality. You know, the sort of metastasis of historical memory is something that I think a lot of people are, I don't know if metastasis is the right word, but the idea that there are these historical conflicts that you know, are never ending. The idea of being able to kind of come in and you know, negotiate a framework for resolution is I think a powerful one, especially you know, in our era of you know, holding powerful actors accountable in so many different ways. So and one thing that I emphasize in this project on reparations is that it's not always about coming up with the exact figure. There's a scholar at Oxford named Daniel Butt who makes an argument about counterfactuals. You need to figure out what the different, how much money or what situation they would have been in if the thing didn't happen, and then subtract from the present day situation and repair fully. I don't think it's about that. I use much more of a contractualist approach, where I say this is really about recognizing another actor, recognizing them as an agent, and them recognizing your agency despite histories of injustice, and you know, two agents negotiating a middle ground. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think, you know, part of it's political pressure. When can political pressure be exerted? Part of it's you know, who's in power and how they conceive of these issues. And I think this whole political discourse that's developing around reparations is really about trying to reframe the way that people think about them. This, you know, the moral economy of the Luxembourg Agreement was a big step, but I think there's a lot more sort of activism to do to bring reparations into a more mainstream dialogues and show what they can and can't do in international politics.
Okay, Nira, final comments for the panel? Maybe unmute yourself or not, as you wish.
I'm less optimistic than Adam in that sense, that I'm not sure there are any attempts or any possibility of reconciliation in Israel and Palestine, at least. I think it's a never-ending neurotic kind of war, and I don't think it's going to end. But I think that one of the ways one can fight it, or if, as you said, what can we do, is kind of take the narrative away from them, from the power structures that are responsible for the narratives. So if I come in, also as a woman, to a place that's full of men or whatever, any narrative, I bring a narrative in, and I kind of mess up their narratives, and I can export it in another manner. So that's like a small kind of, you know, anarchy I'm trying to create. But of course, it's, you know, it's only art, and I know it's only art, and but the work is in the Tate collection, so it will survive, even though it's a media file. They'll take care of it. So there's a moment of preservation that happens even in an artwork, which is of course a subjective kind of point of view. But I do, in all my works, I preserve moments that exist in certain locations in certain times. And I claim that the combination of this time and space is crucial, especially to a place like Israel. And this whole kind of, problem we have here. By the way, that at the church, they have a different time zone than Israel. They go by the Vatican. So there's like a different time zone within the state of Israel. So if you walk into the church, you're an hour ahead or an hour before or something. And it's like, so these narratives, this doubling of narratives, this makes it a little bit impossible, I think, to ever reconcile. But that's me, I'm not a believer.
Okay. Thank you so much again, both to Nira and to Adam for two wonderful presentations that really gave us a bird's eye view and a real detailed view of conflict and narrative. Some of you may know the work of our colleague here at Tel Aviv University, Eyal Naveh, who's done a lot of work on history and narratives of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and also the late Hili Klar from the psychology department about narrative and trauma that you can look for through EBSCO and JSTOR. Angela, what are instructions? A half-hour break? We are on break till...
Exactly. Again, thank you very much for both presentations. Very inspiring, very exciting. I already expressed my thanks for that to both presenters. Now we have approximately 20 minutes. We have a break, coffee break for 20 minutes. And we will get back 5 p.m. in Israel, Eastern European time, and 4 p.m. Central European time for the final talk about the European perspective. Very important in my eyes, about the European perspective of memory politics and interstate conflict. So see you in exactly 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Yuri and Angelos. This was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll talk. We'll see you soon. Thank you. It was great stuff.
Right.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Welcome to the keynote speaker session of this great conference. And I'm very pleased to present to you Markus Bruch, Principal Administrator of the European Parliament, Director General of Internal Policies of the Union, and Associate Professor of Modern and Contemporary History from the University of Heidelberg. And he's a senior investigator and administrator at the European Parliament. And he studied history and political science in Austria and Germany, was a researcher at the European University Institute in Florence, Italy. He received his PhD there in 2009, specializing in 19th century political history and theory. Between 2009 and 2012, he was a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Helsinki within the International Research Project, Europe 1815-1914, funded by the European Research Council. And since 2011, he has been working for the European Parliament, being responsible for culture and education policies. He has lectured at universities and conferences in various countries in Europe and beyond, including the USA and Indonesia. His work has been awarded on several occasions, inter alia, with the Bruno Kreisky Prize for Political Literature. His main fields of interest are European political and constitutional history, political theory and philosophy, comparative research on democracy and dictatorship, memory, and identity studies. So, Markus, it's so good to have you here with us. Your floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Tal, for...
Sorry for interrupting you. Sorry for this. I have to introduce the moderator of this session, Tal Sadeh, who is a professor at the University of Tel Aviv, and he heads the program, the European Studies program at Tel Aviv University. Sorry, Tal. Thank you very much for moderating this last session.
Well, thank you so much, Tal, for your kind words of introduction, and a great thank you to the organizers and above all, Angelos, for having me today. I have to admit, I'm deeply humbled by your generosity of offering me the keynote speech, and I'm not sure whether after all the inspiring presentations we have already heard today, I will be able to add much, but in any case, I will make an effort. What I would like to do is, and I will share my screen, and I hope this will work. So I hope you can see my PowerPoint screen, is to talk about history, memory, and politics of the past, a European perspective. What I would like to do more concretely is I want to start by reflecting a little bit, where do we stand in terms of interstate conflict, but also domestic conflicts when it comes to the uses and abuses of history in Europe, but also beyond. Before then going more concretely into the challenges of European historical memory. Is it possible? What are the prospects of it? Which I will then deal with in a third step before concluding with some more personal remarks on where I see also European historical memory in the future. But let me start by asking a question, namely, do we see a kind of repoliticization of history and a politics of the past, so the conscious uses of history in the political realm returning? And one could argue there are certain developments that seem to corroborate that claim, that we see indeed such a repoliticization of history. Think about Russia. I mean, I just took here one example. There has been for a long time nostalgia about the Stalinist past, but what we see in the last couple of years is also very active efforts by state authorities to try to rewrite history, to get rid of critical voices. Think of Memorial International, the legal prosecution of these organizations that has even received the Sakharov Peace Prize of the European Parliament. But also what we heard today, very concrete propagandistic endeavors from the Russian side to try to delegitimize Ukraine and the fight of Ukraine for independence. We have talked about the Black Lives Matter movement, which had repercussions far beyond the United States. We heard examples from Britain, but also Belgium today, in which the issue of systemic racism and inequality in history has refeatured very strongly, often to a degree that you can almost talk of a memory war also in certain countries. When you think about the United States, where the so-called 1619 project, which tried to make this argument that the founding moment of US history was not so much 1776, but indeed 1619, so the moment when the first slaves came to the North American continent, which was countered under the Trump presidency by the 1776 Commission, which should exactly demonstrate the opposite, that there was nothing like systemic racism in the United States, and that the founding moment was indeed 1776. And the intrinsic political dimension of that conflict can be seen by the fact that the 1776 Commission was abandoned on the very first day when President Joe Biden was in office, which shows one of the first acts he did was abandoning this commission that has been established by the Trump administration. But you could also argue that we see in different ways the issue of colonialism and post-colonialism refeaturing. When you think about recent utterances of President Macron in France, on the one hand apologizing to the so-called Arkies, you know, those Algerians, but also citizens of other regions in Northern Africa who fought for the French, but were treated very badly, to say the least, in the post-war period. They had to live in camps. They were not granted social benefits in France. So apologizing to them, but also recalling that maybe there is also the need of willingness to forgive from the side of the former colonies, like a message sent to Algeria in the sense of you cannot simply blame colonialism for everything that is going wrong today in your countries, which led to an outcry in Algeria and even very concrete political reactions like not allowing French planes crossing Algerian airspace and things like that. So we see also here one example for how history becomes very present also in contemporary politics. But you can also see maybe more subtle encroachments or uses and abuses of history. For example, in Eastern Europe, the attempt here, the monument of the Warsaw Uprising in Warsaw, but by the Polish government to redraft history curricula in Poland. Utterances by the new Polish Minister of Education arguing that there was much too much of a critical history so far in Poland, and what would be required is a more affirmative national history again, a history focused on the pride of the Polish people, but also a history focused on religion. And in the same context, also mentioning that he is afraid that European Union is essentially becoming what was the Soviet Union before. So, and that should also be taught at schools in Poland. So the attempt to instrumentalize also history education for very concrete political purposes of the ruling party. But even in Germany, that has for long been adored for its critical dealings with its own history, there are certain developments that somehow try to undermine this long-standing paradigm of Germany assuming responsibility for its past. And I mean, this is just also one example among many, like the idea of the Reichsbürger. So the idea that the German Federal Republic didn't really exist and that there is a legal continuity between the old German Empire. And so that the Federal Republic had never existed and so on, which goes hand in hand with qualifications also of what Germany did and how National Socialism in particular should be assessed in the wider context of German history. So all that could be taken as an argument for, indeed, there is a kind of politics of the past returning. But I think, after all, I don't really see it's returning. I think I would rather argue it has always been there. And that's simply because history is ever present in politics, and you can hardly imagine politics without history. It might just be the case that in our perception, we see now a period of history becoming particularly important, but it was never gone. And why is that? Well, because you could argue that's simply in the nature of collective historical memory. Because the concept as such is quite a daring one, if we think about it. Because what does it imply? In the end, remembering is always an individual act. Every one of us remembers things differently. And you know, take the example of a family. Even the members of a family remember the very same event often in quite different ways. But then what we have tried to do over the last couple of decades is to collectivize that individual act and to claim there is something like we can remember together as collective entities, and not just small ones, but rather big ones like nation states. To complicate things further, it's not just about remembering, it's also about forgetting. And, you know, to strike the right balance is also an area of permanent contestation, so to say, especially how to forget, what to suppress, what to remember, how to remember. So that alone creates another set of problematic challenges to that concept. But maybe genuinely where the biggest challenge lies is that historical memory is in the end about community building and identity. And as such, it's about collectively understanding, under inverted commas, the past. So at least give a common meaning that all the members of the group can share. And as such, we should never forget that historical memory is not the same as historical truth. Now, as historians anyway, we should always be careful to talk about truth. But politicians often do as if that's the case. And the specific memory, that's the truth, and all the others kinds of memories, they are simply not true, which creates big troubles. Because we all have to admit as well that historical memory is about subjectivity and value judgments. They might be driven by the noblest of motivations, but in the end, it's still subjectivity and value judgments. And that makes for the functional role of historical memory, collective historical memory in particular, and that it's always susceptible to politicization for good or bad purposes. I just wanted to repeat that also to frame a little bit what I'm going to say now as a second step. Namely, what does all that mean for European historical memory? Which seems to be an even more daring concept when we assume it's already hard to create something like a national remembrance culture. So how can it be possible to create something like a European historical memory when you have long-standing nation states out there, linguistic, cultural differences? And when we think about that, it's also clear the biggest obstacle to a European historical memory is the very close link between historical memory and nation building. Why is that? Because there is essentially in every single nation an intrinsic correlation of historical memory and the nation state building process as such, in the sense of that history is usually either a positive anchor to which the nation is linked, or sometimes a negative one from one you would like to distance yourself when you think about the German post-war narrative. But history is there and is often deeply entrenched also with the nation or state building process. It's also clear that the references to the past are usually specific and selective. So meaning the idea of historical memory in the national context is not to do the work of historians, to show all the shades of gray that are appearing, you know, in terms of history, all the complexities. Rather, we pick specific and selective references that get almost an iconic importance. This is for the sake of clearly getting broader public impact. But it comes at the cost of essentializing and also simplifying history to a large degree. And finally, immanent in national historical memory is also this tendency to elevate national history and create myths about it, in the sense of that usually you would see that you try to see the past rather as black and white, or it's usually brighter than it really was, or the dark side of the others were darker than it actually was. But also this creation of myths about it, be it positive or negatives. So these are all factors that are a given fact, and that all the endeavors for a European historical memory would necessarily have to deal with. What are then the options for any kind of supranational remembrance, but European remembrance in particular? You could say, purely theoretically speaking, there are three options. Option one is you simply acknowledge the diversity and parallelism of national remembrance cultures. As you can imagine, that's not really a particularly sexy option for politicians, because it means acknowledging that you cannot do anything about the European historical memory, that you simply have to accept that there are different memories which you have to accept. The second option is trying to create remembrance based on large topoi, such as freedom and democracy, but you're not really clearly defining what exactly means freedom and democracy, which of course can then, because of its non-binding character, lead to rather absurd situations that you have heads of state that simply claim, okay, democracy doesn't need to be liberal, it can also be illiberal. The question is, what value does the term democracy has when you can fill it, you know, with whatever meaning you want? So it's a non-binding attempt, but at least you try to have all the members of the group, in that sense, states or citizens, agree at least on certain, what I call large topoi. The third option is essentially the option that we have inherited from the nation state, trying to generate historical memory on clearly defined historical moments and events. This is clearly the most binding way of doing it, but also the most problematic one, especially when you have given nation states with their own remembrance cultures. When we are having a look at EU European memory policy, and I focus mainly on the European Union, even for the Council of Europe has essentially pushed for very similar policies, but I will now mainly focus on what the European Union and its predecessor organizations did. You could see it's a bit of a combination of all three, even for a stronger focus on 2 and 3, meaning to try to create something starting with a rather general definition to something that is more concrete. But before going into some of the initiatives, again, we should be clear about it's also not just a noble endeavor to get a better understanding of the past. It's about generating political legitimacy, as it is also for nation states. It's about fostering something like a European identity, or I would rather call it a European sense of belonging. And traditional reference points in that exercise has been the language of European heritage or European cultural heritage, but leaving it open what it exactly encompasses, rather referring to the richness of European culture. Secondly, the rather general reference to the Second World War as a kind of the negative foundation myth of the European Union, meaning the hour zero from which, you know, we start and from which we recreate Europe. And the third is the European integration process itself. So a bit of a self-referential discourse, in the sense of integration is so successful, so we should go a step further. So a little bit like Jean Monnet's idea of an ever closer union. So you create especially economic success, and this economic success will corroborate also maybe more ambitious political agendas in the union. But what could be witnessed then since the 1990s, also when there was maybe growing awareness that it's not enough to build the European Union just on economy. And I think the last moment came when the idea of a European constitution failed in France and the Netherlands, in two countries that were founding members of the European integration process, that maybe we shouldn't take it for granted that people are willing to go further in integration, or that they might feel strongly as Europeans. And since that moment, you see that two more specific reference points have entered the discourse. The one is the Holocaust, which strongly reflects Western European discourses on historical memory, not just the German, but also many others. And then, with a slight delay, the idea of 20th century totalitarianisms in the plural, and especially the idea that National Socialism and Stalinism were equally evil. So representing more an Eastern European discourse. And the activities of the EU and the European Parliament in particular have been directed accordingly. You see that the focus has been especially on awareness raising political initiatives and activities. This was in particular fighting also for the Holocaust Remembrance Day being established in all EU member states. But also in the European institutions. So the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau by the Red Army on the 27th of January 1945 as the day of the Holocaust Remembrance Day. But in order to offer also something to Eastern Europe, so to say, another day was established with a slight delay, namely the European Day of Remembrance for Victims of Stalinism and Nazism on the 23rd of August. Which is the day of the signing of the Molotov-Ribbentrop or Hitler-Stalin Pact in 1939, just before the beginning of the Second World War. Besides those 2 days that are commemorated on an annual basis also by the institutions, there were also other resolutions. I'm just mentioning one at the occasion of the 80th years of the beginning of the Second World War, the EP resolution on the importance of European remembrance for the future of Europe. And here the title alone already gives this idea that you have to deal with the past in the present in order to create a common future. So this is something that is clearly present in all the European institutions, and it's also supported by different funding initiatives. You might know about the Europe for Citizens program that existed until 2020, and which is now continued as part of a bigger, of the so-called SURF, citizenship program, in which also memorial activities and memory activities are actively supported. So meaning it's the idea of a bottom-up approach, so organizations, but also universities or individuals can apply for funding to do a transnational memory projects. Other examples, and I will not go too much into detail, is, for example, 2018 was the European Year of Cultural Heritage, for which the European institutions have had strongly fought for. So the idea of filling this motto of the Union, united in diversity with life, by showing the richness of European cultural heritage, but also the establishment of the House of European History in Brussels is an example to create something like a European historical memory within the Union. However, while this all might give the impression of a rather straightforward policy, thought through and successful, I think it's worth mentioning that there were a number of failed initiatives too. And I'm just mentioning one, that, for example, in 2013, there was the attempt to go for a resolution on historical memory in culture and education in the European Union. In other words, this was the idea for a roadmap of how culture and education could foster such a historical memory in the European Union and what would need to be done to achieve that. And I have to say, in all my years in the European Parliament, that was the only resolution that already failed at committee stage, simply because no agreement could be found on any of the possible alternatives. You could see there were simply too much of divergence between East and West, North and South, but also left and right. So in the end, this endeavor was given up and never promoted again. Having said that, what are the prospects maybe of going ahead with European historical memory? And I think we have to start to be, well, self-critical about where the dilemmas of EU memory policies lie. And I already indicated that I still see there is not like one memory framework. It's rather that we have at least two competing memory frames. The one is the singularity of the Holocaust, as I mentioned before, which still reflects very much Western European perceptions of history, which is not really brought in line with the Eastern European narrative of National Socialism and communism as being equally evil. And also having these two commemoration days shows that the Union did not succeed on really establishing one day that everyone would commemorate. And what you would see is that the Holocaust Remembrance Day would play a more important role in Western Europe, whereas the day in commemoration of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is much more commemorated in Eastern Europe. Secondly, even though driven by what I would really call noble motives as well, it's after all a fairly teleological and reductionist understanding of history that is perpetuated by the existing EU memory policies, because you contrast a dark past with a bright present and even brighter future. So it's clearly this teleological view on where the EU is heading to. And maybe an even bigger problem, it ignores other central elements and problems of European and world history. And we mentioned colonialism being one of them, which is almost out of the picture here, and which creates troubles, especially when being faced with the issue of migration, as we do in the contemporary world. And the last point that is sometimes neglected is, paradoxically, the EU's policies sometimes create a situation where there is a lack of incentives to critically examine and come to terms with the past at the national level. Because the idea is, oh, the European Union is doing the job for us. They have clearly identified the true evil. So why should we bother too much of dealing with our own past? And of course, when the standard is totalitarianism or National Socialism, even like fascism in Italy or the Franco regime appear as rather modest in comparison to that reference point. So paradoxically, the EU memory policies are sometimes hindering a more critical dealing with the past at national level. Therefore, what I see as a potential solution is trying to go from a remembrance culture to a culture of remembering. And that is not just a playing with words. What I mean here is that we should maybe move away a bit from the idea that we can clearly define in terms of content what to remember and how to remember, rather to find a common way of critically discussing our past. So in other words, away from content, more to process, to first see how can we go about it to talk critically about the past. And I think that can happen on the foundation of common core values, but they need to be filled with content. It's not enough just to claim, okay, we are defender of the rule of law, but it must be clear what this means if you want to do that. We need to create open fora of discussion, both within and between European nations. And I think this conference is an example for one of those many fora that can be established to have such a discussion, but we need many more of them. It also requires the preparedness to address uncomfortable segments of national histories in a dispassionate and open manner. And especially it requires renouncing the notion of historical truth, because it means you don't allow any other opinion on a specific topic. And I think last but not least, it also needs to acknowledge that any memory policy is full of risks, because it's after all a policy and driven by political interests. So I think this is an important lesson also to be learned, especially for European politicians, that even if you might have, as what I called noble motives, that might not be enough. What I clearly see is that the role of education is key in this context of a culture of remembering to develop. We need to raise awareness of diversity both in the past and the present, much more than is currently the case. We need to provide the necessary means to address national histories impartially and in broader European, but indeed also global context. I think it would also be wrong just to replace national history by European history and replacing nationalism by Eurocentrism. We also have to acknowledge Europe is also just one part of the world, even for an important one, especially in historical terms. We need to encourage young citizens to become actively involved in discussing history and to contribute to an informed historical memory. And here it's clear that it's the curricular, but also principle of teaching that are key. And given the role of teachers alone, it's clear also that teacher training has a key role to play, because it's the way we teach teachers that will decide also the ways in which students learn about history and how to deal with the past. What are potential political ways forward? And I would formulate it in a few like very concrete ideas if you are serious about it. This means, and some of these things might look quite obvious for you as scholars in the field, but they are maybe not so much for politicians. The first is simply to recognize historical memory as an elusive concept, something that is not clear-cut and cannot be easily filled only with one meaning or one definition. We need to raise awareness that trans-European historical memory is a difficult thing if it's going beyond simply mentioning it in a political speech. We need to acknowledge, however, also that something has already been achieved, meaning I don't want to claim that there are no achievements whatsoever, but I think it's important to build on those achievements and to go forward. And it's important also to address shortcomings of current memory policies, to acknowledge also that in a self-critical way, that certain things and top-down doesn't always work. It's not enough to establish holidays or enough to have a resolution from time to time. It's important to take people with you on this journey of a critical historical memory. We need, and here I'm deeply convinced, more of a European culture of remembering, so to agree on how we remember together. And we have to acknowledge the central role of education, but we should also make maybe more strategic use of European means, financial and otherwise, to support national policies. And I mean here, for example, the Erasmus Plus program, like supporting mobility of students, that they get the chance to learn about another country, that they get a chance to learn another language, but also that they at least have a chance to see history maybe from another perspective. That brings me to my last slide and my rather personal conclusions. Where do I see us? And also where do I see us in the future? I still feel there is a huge gulf between history, both in the sense of the past in an objective way and a discipline of academia on the one hand, and politics on the other. And I'm not sure that this gulf can be so easily be overbridged. What I see at the political level is also that we see a bit aspiration and reality not really being at the same level. You see a lot of aspiration, wishes, vision, but the reality, when you have a look, for example, at history textbooks, and I think this was mentioned already earlier today, there's not a single European history textbook that would really be actively used. There are a few national, like German, French, and German, Polish history textbooks, but this is really a very, very small percentage. So meaning history teaching, even in Europe and including in Germany, is still very much focused on their own nation state. Thirdly, I think we have somehow to find a solution, or at least acknowledge that we have competing memory frames and that they cannot be so easily reconciled. And at least we should acknowledge that. We also have to acknowledge that a lot of European efforts of historical reconciliation are still driven by teleology and reductionism. And finally, we also have to acknowledge that the gulf between European on the one hand and national has not gone away. Maybe it has even deepened in the last couple of years and even months. And this is still also an omnipresent challenge to our time. But I think maybe the biggest trouble we are facing is that we are seen in Europe still to have like two misconceptions at least. The one misconception being what European historical memory should be all about. And I think many politicians have the idea that it should be about Europeans commemorating history in the very same way. While I would say the task of European historical memory is to allowing young people, but also older ones, to share experiences, to exchange, and not necessarily to believe in the same things and commemorate them in the same way. And similarly, I think there is a misconception about what European citizenship should be about. It should not be about people thinking the same way, but it should be about people thinking in a similar way, being able to exchange, being able to be critical, but in a civilized manner and in a way that does without violence. Or to put it in a different way, there is nothing wrong with keeping regional, national, or local identities, but nothing keeps us also from doing this by using a European lens. And on that note, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marcus. This was fascinating, really. I enjoyed this talk so much. I'll just give a few words of my own thoughts on this, and then we'll open the floor. I love the way you said that there's no politics without history. And of course, as a political scientist, I would add that there's no history without politics. And you have very well pointed out that memory is a collective thing. We do have our personal accounts, but you know, whenever you think of things past, you never know whether you imagined it or it really happened until you meet someone else who repeats the story and confirms what you think you know. So in a way, memory cannot really be individual, or else it becomes a dream. It has to be something that you keep confirming when meeting with other people. And then it becomes, of course, a group construct. And basically there are, I think, two functions, and a bit of this overlaps the things that you said, is that in group formation, we need a story, a narrative to do the othering. Who are we and who are we not? And the nice thing about the benign part about political history, or the politicizing of history, is that it allows us to confirm our identity on the positive side, who we are. It is a sign of weakness of collective identity that you need someone to be the other, because you're not strongly sure who you are, so at least you know we're not. Which is a source, or potentially a source for conflict on identity grounds. And then the other dimension of group formation via historical memory is who are the bad guys and who are the good guys. Lots of people would like to sort of black and white the thing. So in the end, after all is said and done, who were the bad guys here in this story, and who were the good guys? Of course, we have to be the good guys, and someone else has to be the bad guy. Because then that provides legitimacy, and you need legitimacy for policy to work. You need legitimacy for good connection of the public and its representatives. There's a large gap, and we talk about the European Union, so many layers of governance in between. It's so foggy up there at the top. You have to trust. And how do you, as a person, as a citizen, how do you trust your representatives, elected or appointed? You trust them if they speak, they sing this song that you've been taught, that they and you are part of the same group. So in the end, you can trust them to do the right thing. And here's where we go to the European Union. You use a lot the word we, and I wasn't sure if it's we, the academic community here, or we, the European Union, because, well, and just before this talk began, we spoke a little bit about EU studies, and I mentioned that people have lots of expectations of the EU, and part of what passes for disappointment from the EU is simply a testament to the growing expectations people have from the European Union. And I think this talk actually chimes in very nicely. Here's another thing that the European Union wasn't built to do, to help build identities. There was a hope that this will happen, but it's a very tricky minefield. And I agree that this is an important ambition to do. I think the European Union needs identity now more than ever because of the growing diversity, because of the ever more complex issues, the greater scope of issues under its control, and the ever more layers of governance and different agencies, and trust. Trust becomes ever more important when it's very hard to monitor and follow and understand the issues, and you need just to trust people. But this, you pointed correctly, has to come from the generators of identity, and they're not all governments. Political project can be successful only so far. If you have a design, if you're a minister in an illiberal democracy, as those like to label themselves, and you want to engineer a new story, it has to somehow rhyme with what people know or feel. You can't impose this. And so this is the top down. The bottom up part of identity making is the culture, the producers of culture, of education. And I think if I would think where the European Union could to proceed is to agree on, say, 1 hour of EU stories in schools that would be sort of uniform. And the rest of the time they can teach them what they like. But they should have also this account, which also goes together with your idea of multiple narratives. There won't be just one, of course. That's true for inside what passes for nation states. There's always a bit of exaggeration in the homogeneity of nations. They're all diverse too. They're coalitions of subnational identities, and they have their grievances in between them sometimes too, often too. So that already happens on inside the nation states. Everybody in France happy about the story. You have different regions in France, different regions in Germany. I'm not even mentioning Britain here. So you need. I mean, there's what to learn actually from the nation states, and remember that they're not homogenous themselves in this sense. So I'm going to stop here, and yeah, Hartwig, go. Am I controlling the mic?
Yeah.
Angelos?
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to comment on what we just heard. It also gives me an opportunity to put this event today into a very specific context. And you might have wondered why the State Ministry of Higher Education of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia is supporting such a conference. This is because this is linked to the European Studies program we do for more than 12 years now with our partners in the Middle East, not only with our partner in Israel, the Tel Aviv University, but we also have a partner university in Palestine and one in Jordan. And they have a 1-year preparation program in European studies. And now we take up to 10 students for each of the institutions to a 1-year master's degree program in Düsseldorf. And history is part of our program. So this is the idea to confront students from the Middle East with the experiences of Europe in terms of conflict and also overcoming conflict, or learning to deal with the past and trying to construct a better present and future together. And now we have part of our program is not only to do that by reading books and discussing about academic journal articles, but by taking these students to places of memory and to confront them with people who can talk about history of Europe. For example, we have one excursion to the House of History in Bonn, where they are confronted with German history, and they see that this building, which is financed, has been initiated by the former Chancellor Kohl, is starting with Auschwitz. So German history is built on this experience. Then we take them to Aachen, where we have the Charlemagne. So this old history, well, when was the origin of a historical identity, the Frankish Empire? Then we take them to Luxembourg, to Schengen, and we see the museum for the Schengen Agreement, and we meet a former Dutch ambassador or a representative at the European Union who tells us about his personal history, starting the European integration process, then moving to the Schengen Agreement, how this made him a European. And then we go on to Bastogne, which is a museum commemorating the very bloody part of the Second World War, in the war there. And then we take them to Brussels. For some time, we took them to Waterloo, but that didn't work. So the connection between Waterloo and Napoleon and present-day European Union did not work, so we skipped that. And then we take them, when we go to Strasbourg for our last excursion, we take them to the Maginot Line, to this line of fortification, which was a kind of the lessons the French learned from the wars of the trenches in World War I. So we confront them with this, well, waste of money which the French put into this fortification system, which did not help them in World War II. And we also confront them with other people in the European Commission in Brussels, where we have a lot of people from the Commission who, of course, talk about their policies, but they also tell their personal stories, how they went from Eastern European countries to Brussels and how they changed because of that. And I think this gives a good example of, yeah, a lot of histories, not only one history of Europe, personal histories, national histories, histories of war, histories of treaties and integration. So this is a mixture of history, and this is why we have this program, and this is why the ministry supports this program as what we Europeans, we European teachers, we European social scientists and historians can tell students from the Middle East about our experiences, and then this is their task to make something about that, to make use of our experiences. And I think one of the lessons for me was, it helps very much if you take people out of their conflict context into another conflict context, just to get a comparative view. And then probably they change their understanding of their home conflict by saying that's not singular. There are some patterns, and there are also some possibilities which they could use.
Tal, your microphone, please.
Scott Rory. Unmute.
Yeah, we're all going to learn it one day, all of us. Thanks so much, Marcus, for a great overview. I want to ask from a bit of a different perspective. I enjoyed the presentation quite a bit, and I've done quite a lot of work, mostly in Poland, East Central Europe, more in the 19th, 20th century, but more recently in questions of memory. And so obviously a lot of what's going on in Poland in the past 10 years with the new PIS government, the peace government, has really reverberated through your talk. But one of the core questions comes up in your talk and also in the previous panel that I took part in, other people took part in, is one of your lines, one of your slides was, if I remember correctly, was that trans-European memory is difficult. So I think this is one of the core questions, at least for me, coming from someone who studies Poland and Eastern Europe. So just why do you think, after all of your work, if I may ask, why is trans-European memory so difficult? Why is it such a challenge to create a trans-European memory? And what does this tell us in the end about the nature of memory and perhaps its limits, or perhaps the limits of our attempts to create a new narrative? This gets back to Adam's talk from the previous session. So why is this trans-European narrative so difficult to create and inculcate? The Tal said we can do 1 hour a day from Brussels to Kiev. Well, what's that going to change, right? So what are we up against here? And then what does this tell us about the nature of memory and its limits in our world?
Perhaps we'll take Angelo's comment or question and then back to Marcus.
Thank you, Tal, but I guess it is a better idea for Marcus to answer this question, because I have a comment that actually refers to the information provided by Harvick on the European Studies program mostly. So
Angelos, before we continue, a bit of budgeting here. Is 6 o'clock a hard constraint here?
No. We can extend it a bit. Yes.
Very well. So Marcus.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments, and Scott for your question. I mean, of course, maybe it sounds like an easy question of why is trans-European memory so difficult? And of course, the answer is maybe not so easy. What I tried to show is, I think there are a couple of reasons. The main reason is, and maybe this is the most obvious one, it's a bit hard to identify elements in European history that all Europeans could easily agree on as being central, relevant, and especially, being interpreted in a similar way. So in a way, you need all of that. But I think as well that the problem of like how the European institutions have approached memory in the past is actually they wanted to have a very inclusive concept of memory. And I think this is maybe also one of the reasons why it's working out so difficult. Why? Because it's always easier to create memory or identity when you clearly define we and them, you know, good and evil. And so in a way, you have this negative foundation myth, you know, of course, you'd say even countries that for whom the Holocaust didn't play such a central role as for others, think about Ireland, you know, they could still agree, okay, that was really absolute evil, but it's nothing positive to connect to. And I think the problem is finding positive identification points, as I said. And paradoxically, you could argue support for the European institutions and the European sense of belonging was always growing when there were external factors like that you could say were a little bit making clearer what are they and who are we. This was Brexit, this was Trump, and this is now like Putin's Russia. But it's always when you have a kind of, I wouldn't call it an enemy, but it's somehow which the union doesn't want to foster. So the identity gets strengthened when you have a bit of, you really say, okay, that's not who we are. We might, you know, disagree on a lot of things, but we are not like Trump. But that's nothing, you know, the union does very actively. So I'm not sure whether this is a very satisfactory answer to your question, but I think the problem lies on the one hand in really kind of coming over those strong entrenched national memories. I think it's a bit easier when you are creating national memories for the first time. You know, you might still have, and this Tal rightly emphasized it, very strong local or regional identities and memories. But still, you know, for 200 years, the nation state was the main reference point of European history. And now suddenly being able to claim, you know, we just add a layer is not so easy for many people to understand, especially since many politicians are still too tempted to abuse history for their own purposes and tell people, no, you would have to give up your identity. When you become a European, we are losing something. While I always thought with regard to identity and memory as something you can gain, nothing you can lose. I mean, here you can even quote this anecdote by Winston Churchill, who once said, you know, whenever I go to Scotland, I feel English. When I go to France, I feel British. And when I go to the United States, I feel European. And I think this is a nice way of expressing you can have like different identities and historical reference points. But I think we are still not yet there at the political level, at least. And maybe having this negative foundation myth is maybe a bit of an obstacle to essentially bind young Europeans, because also don't forget, it's like for them it's quite far away, even the Holocaust, and you know, and it's a negative foundation myth. So they don't have this immediacy that this foundation myth had for the generations that still had experienced the war, or at least their parents were in the war. We are getting farther and farther away. So it's a bit of trying to preserve a static system and not adapting it really to the needs of young people. Which, please don't get me wrong, it's not about trying to qualify that history, but the question is it enough to say, okay, this is for once and forever the main reference point, then the negative one, can that be enough? I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks so much.
Angelos? Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcus, for this inspiring presentation. I fully agree with you. First of all, this is an educational process, and project. Because it has to do with the transformation of minds in the end, which is, let's say, in general, a cultural process. This is why I also subscribe what you said about exchange. This is also what I always underline. Without exchange, no change. This is the only recipe in my eyes to change things in the long run in Europe. I know that very well. I can provide you with a personal experience, my personal story regarding this. You know, I was educated in Greece and then I left to Germany. Up to that point, I had, what have been Turks to me, for example, okay? And this derived from my education in the school and the way I was educated in the country. Then I left to Germany. And the first time in my life, I really met Turks. I really met personally Turks. This changed my way of thinking and perception, right? So you have to meet people, to meet each other, to exchange in order to change something. And now I would like to refer to the European Studies program in the Middle East that Hartwig was speaking about. By the way, I am the one who teaches the European History course in this program since now 10 years. European History course in terms of the evolution of the idea of Europe after the French Revolution, actually starting a bit earlier, but specifically after the French Revolution up to Second World War. You know, memorizing the past, remembrance at European level, in my eyes, has only to do with negative aspects. It is a totally bloody common experience. This is why perhaps Europeans don't want that much to think about the past, because, you know, whatever nation you take, you will see that each nation was fighting against another one, European one, which now belongs to the European Union, okay? So a common European past is a bloody one. And this is perhaps the point, because in my eyes, the only way to overcome the past is not to memorize it, but to see a common future within the European Union, which is an answer to this bloody past. So perhaps we don't have to memorize anything. And we have only to see the European Union as such, as a project to overcome this bloody historical experience, nothing else.
Thank you, Angelos. And I really hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Cengiz Akhtar. Did I come close?
Thank you, Tal. Yes, you're not far. Okay, Genghis. It's like Genghis Khan. It's a heavy name, actually.
Big identity.
Thank you. So you were saying no history without politics and no politics without history. So I have a question to Marcus. I am trying to reflect since some time now, as someone also who deals with European politics, and try to understand if there is any linkage between the refusal of the Poles to recon with the Holocaust. We can add to them, and the dire state of the politics in this country. We can also add, of course, the Pole, the Slovaks, the Hungarians, but altogether, Eastern Europe is escaping with the comfort of the other totalitarianism, escaping to recon with this bloody past that they had. So is there where is the literature on that? I would like to read about it. I mean, I'm extremely interested in this because in Turkey, I mean, someone mentioned in the previous panel, one of the reasons Turkey is where it is very much related to the denial of the Armenian genocide. And I call it the indirect retribution, actually, after 100 years, because there is no accountability in Turkey. I mean, what Erdogan is doing today, is peanuts compared to 1.6 million Armenians who were killed in 16 months in 1915 and 16. So, I mean, he can steal billions, but it's nothing compared to what happened and with which the entire country refuses adamantly to deal with. So I'm comparing this denialism, the present day denialism of our dear Eastern European friends after 1989. And so if Marcus, you have some indications for me, it would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll abuse my position to put in one more thing to make your life even harder, Marcus. because it was, so Cengiz has just brought in the issues of Eastern European identities. And here's my sense that in Eastern Europe, much of the narrative about identity history is about victimhood. So these countries were always under some other bigger political entity control. They were part of the Austrian Empire, and then they were under Nazi occupation, and then they were under Soviet occupation. And if you continue the line, for some of them, they're under EU occupation, which means they're always a victim. And the only question for each generation is who's the oppressor this time? If you follow this, that presents a major challenge and one of the divides between Eastern Europe and Western Europe.
Yeah, thank you very much, both Cengiz and Tal, for raising what is really an important but also a very tricky issue, because indeed it can be argued that I think I never thought in these terms about it, but as Cengiz put it, you allow Eastern Europe in a way to hide behind this argument. Okay, you simply don't understand us because we had also this other totalitarianism. So it's just fair that we think more about this one than maybe the Holocaust and National Socialism, or that they think, okay, because you see also many of the policy reforms as which they sell it, like the transformation of these countries into more authoritarian states, are often also under the umbrella of fighting like the communist remainings of that past. When you think now about Poland and the change of the legal system, because the argument is often, many of those lawyers were still, they are all communists. So it's just in order to establish true democracy, we need to do that. So I think it has repercussions far beyond the discourse on historical memory. But I know the problem is indeed that it's a bit of a zero-sum game in the end, because I have seen discussions also in the European Parliament, the very moment, people would raise this historical dimension. They would immediately get attacked in the sense of not only that you don't know us, it's kind of almost putting those people in the direction of historical revisionism. In the sense of, have you forgotten that we have suffered most, like almost quoting like Timothy Snyder's The Bloodlines, we were in between those two totalitarian regimes. We have suffered much more, at least in terms of actual numbers compared to the size of the populations. So it's really ending nowhere. It's like you face a front that is really hard to get through. And that's why I see the urgency also of moving forward, maybe by different means. I really don't see much that can be done at political level as long as you have like the peace party in like ruling, because history is simply too an appealing tool for them as just to abandon it. I mean, I just have like one example very recently. That's why I refer to the speech to that event. The Polish minister had raised this need for a reform of history education. The parliament, represented by the Committee on Culture and Education, wrote a letter just asking for clarification, which was signed by all committee members. Problem being, the chair of the committee is German, which of course was immediately, like in the reply letter, it was a history lesson of 5 pages on, essentially saying, you Germans don't tell us. It has nothing to do with Germany. It was the chair of the committee. She is simply coming from Germany, but fine. That essentially you don't tell us, because we have suffered so much. And by the way, we still have this unresolved issue of, you paying back everything you have done badly during the Second World War. So you see, even when you try to reach a level of sophisticated, just inquiring, what does it mean when you talk about a nation-centric history teaching, or an affirmative history teaching? It was taken already as a fundamental attack, on Polish perceptions. And you see it's embedded in political discourses. It's maybe more about domestic policies than anything else, but you see it plays out at the European level. So in other words, I think indeed what Angela said, maybe really initiatives that are taking place somewhere else, that you allow young people to experience, another culture, another language, that you allow them to go abroad, as Hartwig said, as part of a study program. I think this is the much more promising way forward than at European political level at the moment, simply because, as I said before, I think history is still too appealing to be abandoned as an instrument of policy making for the time being. It's also quite evident that history always comes up when it's opportune, you know, for your political purposes, like issues of compensations and issues of, you know, whether you need another historical commission to deal with that past. Usually it comes at those moments that it is most adequate for the ruling party. And I think I would leave it at that, even for, again, it might not be the most, yeah, I'm not sure whether I answered really your questions or your concerns, but at the moment, it's one of the most contested areas of European policy making, which is also why it's rather kept out of the political discourse, because I think most people feel there's nothing to be won by doing it.
Thank you, Marcus. Well, perhaps at least Europeans can agree where is home. If Europe is a home, then that's one step ahead, even if we're not sure what our identity is exactly. Angelos, you want to conclude?
Yes, actually, as far as I understand, we don't have any other comments or questions for Marcus. This is why I would like to thank again Tal Sadeh for moderating this session and for his input after the presentation during the session. And of course, I have to thank very much Marcus for providing us with the European perspective of what means to memorize the past. You know, regarding this is going to be now a kind of you know, a closing remarks. I would like to first of all to say that I'm not only excited about things I additionally learned today. I mean, this is what Marcus, by the way, exactly said before starting the session. Many things, many details, and many insights I was not aware about. I was thinking about very generally, but now I'm much more aware about after this conference today. I'm personally thankful, and this is something additional, I'm personally thankful to both panelists and moderators for the impact to this conference. And as I underlined during the session I was moderating regarding Greek-Turkish relations, there will be a follow-up, and this was also underlined in the very beginning of the conference by Ranan. There will be a publication that we plan for next year. I will contact you, you know, in the coming days about this. I will inform you about this in the coming days. This is not an obligation. This is just in a, you know, I will be happy if we could realize this common project of this book. Of a book to be published next year by the S. Daniel Abraham Center in Tel Aviv University. I had the opportunity to publish already, and Rainan showed the books already published in Tel Aviv about different issues concerning European integration and beyond, and European neighborhood, regarding European solidarity, freedom of speech and media, and so on and so forth. So we again plan as a follow-up, a book, an edited book. I will be responsible for the publication. I will edit the book, and in this case, I decided to make a comparison, as I already told you, not to write a kind of you know, of introduction, but to make a comparison, which I think is more important in this case than just, you know, writing a introduction to the book. By comparing, because we speak today about comparative aspects of these issues discussed today in the conference. So this is why I would like to, yes, Nira, thank you very much for your participation and contribution. Thank you very much. I will especially contact you by asking you what you could perhaps contribute to the book. Not, of course, a text, but we will speak about that. Thank you very much.
Nice pictures. I can always give good pictures.
Okay, thank you very much. Of course, why not? Yes, of course.
I have to run. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have a nice evening. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, again, I will contact you in the next days, in the coming days, and we will see how this will can be realized. So thank you very much again. This was really a very exciting, a very I mean, you know, it was really fantastic. And finally, I would like to give the floor for the final words to my colleague, Frederick Krumbine, to close, in order to close this conference today. Frederick, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Angelos. It's very kind that you are giving me the last word for this conference. There's actually not much that I can add to what you have already said. It was a fascinating and inspiring conference, I think filled with excellent presentations. I learned a lot today, and I'm looking forward to the publication to read the collection of essays. So I would also like to thank all the presenters, the participants, the moderators, and the organizers. And in particular, Angelos, I would like to thank you for organizing a terrific conference. So thank you very much for all your efforts and for everything that you did for this conference. So I'm very grateful, and I think all the participants are grateful for your jobs. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, I would like to thank the IT department of Tel Aviv University, and especially Victor, because everything ran perfectly today. Thank you very much, Victor, if you're still there.
Yes, I was thinking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry about the noise, and thank you.
And of course, I mean, you know, in the beginning, we already thanked Smadar Kalmar for her work organizing this event. So thank you very much. We have to close now the conference, and we will keep in touch regarding everything else, regarding the book and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully see you.
Thank you.
Hopefully see you in person sometime. You know, unfortunately, we couldn't meet. This was already expressed. Hopefully see you sometime in person. Hopefully.